Shut up and sit down.
That was gross. Gross. You're a filthy, dirty little bugger. You're a filthy, dirty
I thought I would
bugger.
do that to you literally just before we went live, mate, just to sow that image in your head.
Beast. You're just a beast.
Oh, dear. Hello, folks. Colin here, Festa 67's workshop, and Fox, the model making guru.
Hello.
Welcome to another fun-packed frolic. Apologies for the absence last week, but real life and all of that lot. But we are back this week, so yeah. So get all the pimpage out of the way first. If you'd like to help me support this channel and keep the content coming, you can head over to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or you can click the join button below this video or any of my other content and consider becoming a channel member. Or you can click the $sign and do a super chat in here. All of that helps grow the channel, and for being a patron and a channel member, you get access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout. If you want to get our attention in the chat, do an @Festa67's workshop or an @Model Making Guru. That puts our name in the gold box, and by theory, we should be able to see that. But the super chat will put it in a nice big gold box. You get a big old bit of on-screen air guitar goodness, and you get to brag to your mates. If you'd like to help support the guru, head on over to youtube.com/@GuruFox, or you can become a Patreon by going over to patreon.com/Model Making Guru. And his distraction techniques didn't work there. Hello, Guffle. How you doing, you old puffin?
That's all Guthorn can say.
Big
Yeah, so I
hello
hid my
to
hands
you.
there, so it looked real.
Absolutely. A big hello to you, Guru. How's Mum? How's my
Hello, dude.
favourite lady? She all right?
I said to her tonight, I said, I'm going upstairs now because me and Colin are doing a stream. Who's your favourite? And she went, Ted. I said,
Okay.
you didn't quite get. I don't think she quite heard what I said.
Oh, bless her. That's all right.
Well, she said lots of hugs.
I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt at all. Let's have a quick looky-loo in the chat just to see who we've got in there. Helps if you have the chat window open, Cole. There you go,
Before
mate.
you do that, how are you?
I'm fine and dandy, oh mate. I've got a stomper on me bench, so I'm as happy as an Oggin slop, mate. And I've put my backdrop down in the background so you can actually see what's stomper and what isn't. So hopefully that helps. I was in the chat saying greetings to everyone. You were saying, do I come in here often? McLeish is in, goes tardigrades. Hello, Andy. How you doing?
Ooh, tardigrades, what?
Yeah, he says if he's coming that often, I would expect the use of bleach and a scrubbing brush.
Wait, have I missed something there? I'm not really sure what we're talking about there.
And he's also saying to me, woob. Yes, woob.
Woob.
And then he says to you, put that cookie down now.
Now.
Dorkosaurus is in, saying hello to everyone. Hello, Dorkosaurus. How you doing? Paul J. Lewis is in. Evening, Colin Fox, and everyone in chat. Hello, PJ. How you doing, mate? He goes, McLeish.
McLeish.
Fox says, goodly evening parts and nipple clamps, child births. I worry about you.
I wouldn't worry about me.
Yeah. Jeff Light is in, says,
There's
go on.
more important things to worry about, like, I don't know, air.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff Light's in, says Morning Cole Fox and everyone in chat. How do, Jeff? How you doing? James is in. Evening, Colin Fox. All in chat. Festa and Fox Hugs. There you go.
James.
McLeish says, no, that's not the edible you're looking for. Okay.
Ooh. What did you say?
McLeish says to James, it's his fault. Jeff Light says hello to PJ and Billy. Absolutely.
When you said PJ and, my brain went, Duncan.
Let's see what we did there.
See what I did there?
Yeah. Paul says, evening Guffle, wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle.
James says, no. To Andy, it's not his fault, it's Fox's fault because he's a princess. Absolutely. Joel,
I am, but it's not my fault, so shut up.
Yeah, Joel Grits in, says, morning Colin Fox and all in chat. Hope everyone's good. Yeah, fine and dandy, Joel, mate. Hope you're keeping well, mate. And he's also saying hello to Paul J. Lewis. There you go.
You can't blame everything on me because I'm a princess, because that's racist.
Yeah, but you do like being a princess, though, don't you?
I don't seem to get any of the perks of being a princess, but
yeah, it's
one
funny.
does what one must.
The pair of us before we came on air was like, oh yeah, we haven't got a lot left to do on the Stompas. And then we started looking close up and going, oh yeah, I've got that to do, got that to do. Oh, got that to do.
We said that and then actually looked at them with all the eyes on our face and went, actually, I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah, we just both realised the error of our ways. So, yeah, there's still quite a bit to do on these, folks. So, yeah, hopefully we can keep you entertained. Are you throwing things again?
I've forgotten what I did with the eyes on my bomb last week, and I'm looking at them now and thinking, that's quite cool, actually.
What you did is you had it on its side and you dripped the paint in and let it pool up, mate.
Yeah, and I can't see because that dirty great big gut. Where's the camera?
Yeah, there you go.
Focus, but
yeah.
You've got the green in the middle with the perfectly crisp straight white line because I use the periscope green.
Yeah,
it's a really nice colour.
Because you're good. That's why you're a guru.
I'm not a guru.
No, but
I'm from, not am. Honestly.
Yeah, but I know it annoys you.
Don't big me up when I don't deserve it. I do actually. I do big me up when I don't deserve it.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Stop, please, stop.
Yeah, your ego and adulation monitor won't allow you not to be bigged up.
No, stop, please.
Yeah, so it's like, please keep it going, please keep it going. So, yes. So.
That's good for that. What the bloody hell am I painting now? Christ almighty,
what's your plan of action tonight then, mate?
Get drunk and play ping pong. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I know.
I want to do something with this gun bucket.
Yes.
I don't know what yet.
Yeah, it needs something, doesn't it?
I'm gonna torture myself. Well, I was debating whether to torture myself with checkers again, but that would probably be a stupid idea. Which means I'm probably going to do it.
Yeah, do it. You know you want to.
No, they're really hard to get to, and
I'm not going to torture you.
No, I might not. I don't know what I'll do with that. I might do it. I don't know. What are you going to do? Where are you starting?
I am doing my smoke.
What is that? What's that?
It's a stomper.
No, what's that like music award you've got in your hand?
That's my airbrush.
What?
Yeah, it's a battery airbrush.
What is this shenanigans?
Yeah, it's an airbrush that runs off a battery.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But, is all the air in the bottle, I take it?
No, it's USB charge. It's a little portable compressor.
Really?
Yeah. It's so cool when you're live streaming. So you just unscrew the compressor.
It just sucks air right in, and then, wow.
Hear it?
Sure that wasn't your bottom making that noise?
No, it was the airbrush.
How cool is that? What kind of PSI can you get out of that?
You can get about 18 PSI.
That's all right for bits and bobs, isn't it?
As you can see, perfect smoky lines.
How long does it go for?
That can go for an hour and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
Blimey, Riley. Might have to get me one of them puppies.
Yeah, I think it was a massive amount of 20-odd quid. I think they're on my Amazon store.
I think of Willow. I see what you did there. I take it the airbrush is just an airbrush. It's just the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it comes with it.
Oh, cool.
You get the whole shebang, mate. Yeah, so it just lets me...
to get one of them.
Yeah, it just lets me do me smoke on air. It saves having the big old hassle of getting the main airbrush out.
Well, it'd be handy for doing things like, getting to the end of it and wanting to do a bit of a Tamiya buff coat. I can't really be bothered getting the entire spray bit out. So.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just a nice, simple PSI that lets me do what I want to do. Yeah.
I'll have to get one of them. I'll have to get me one of them. Cool.
James got one. He says, like don't knock it until you've tried it. He says, the best thing he got, because, it's just convenience, mate.
So like a 17-litre tank in there, in the hand, obviously.
Yeah, you know what I'm like. I do like my airbrushes. And, for a live stream, it's perfect, because you can just grab it, do what you want.
I like that. I'll have to get me one of them.
Hopefully it's not too loud, folks. It won't be on long.
I can't even hear it, mate.
Oh, that's even better.
I can't actually hear it at all.
Yeah.
When you talk, you can hear it very quietly, but when you stop, it's just below the noise gate. So
yeah,
When you
helps
held it
having
up,
helps having a really loud voice, doesn't it?
that's true. But it does. When you held it up to the microphone, it was like the cutest little. It was like a vicar's trump, a church trump.
Yeah, I was going to say it wouldn't like one of yours because they're proper envelope openers, aren't they?
Yeah. Joel Gritsin says, morning, Colin, Fox, and all in chat. I hope everyone is good.
Hello, Joel. Lovely to see you in, mate.
Jeff Light's in.
Hello, Jeff.
And Swigging Pig is in as well.
Ah, Swigging Pig, how you doing, me old fella?
McLeish says, wait, what is this airbrush nonsense?
Yeah, I know.
Hello. Putting me to shame now. I've not done any airbrush on this.
Yeah, but it's one of those. It's ideal for doing the smoke, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Also, for doing a bit of a grimy wash around the bottom.
What are you using for the smoke? Is it just Tamiya smoke? Or
Tamiya smoke watered right down, mate.
What led you to think to use smoke for smoke?
The clue was in the name, mate.
Was it?
Yeah.
Good lad.
I know, it's scary, isn't it?
I would have never have got that.
Yeah.
And Scale Model Ninja's in. Welcome.
Hello, Ross.
Fraser Green says hey, but I don't know if you've already said hello to Fraser or not.
I haven't. Hello, Fraser. How are you, my friend?
I didn't know if it was saying hey to me and you or saying hey to Fraser. And Jeff says he can't hear. He says it's very quiet. I can't hear that little airbrush.
Yeah.
No, it's totally quiet. Right. What in the name of Satan's left butt cheek am I going to I've got so much to do.
Yeah, so...
And I've just brushed my teeth and I've got all little bits of gloop in my mouth.
Oh, have you? Oh, dear.
You know, like sometimes you get like sloughing, you get the skin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, bless. Swigging Pig says, hi, Colin. Managed to join again for a short while again. Hope you're well. I'm fine, mate. Being a member, mate, does give you access to the Zoom 24/7. The links are in the community section on the page. If you look under this video, you'll see the links pointing you in the direction you need to go. And you can come into the Zoom quite happily, spend time with us, mate.
Yep. Just don't poop in the punch bowl, because that just gets really complicated. What am I doing?
Don't know, dear. What are you doing?
Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I've got to put some washes on those metallic bits.
Yeah.
I've got to do something with those glyphs, I suppose, and put wash on them. I've got to do something with that crow's nest, which I haven't quite decided what yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it needs something, doesn't it? But, yeah. I just cheated on mine and put loads of colour on it, and yeah.
Well, I'm thinking on mine I could just put a whole mess of different shades and that, because it's painted it lead belcher, and if I just do lots of different shades, it just makes it look like really dirty metal.
Yeah.
Which is kind of lazy, but also looks really good. I've got to paint the headphones because they're awesome.
Yeah, it's got to be done.
And I might paint that little bit of plastic card to look like it would. It would.
There you go. Just a subtle bit of smoke.
Let's paint that little bit of thing like wood then. I'm going to make sure I'm painting all the things that are so hard to get on camera that you can't see anything, by the way, today. So don't expect to see anything on my camera because it'll all just be... This thing's 3.5 feet tall, so...
yeah, it's... There you go.
Let me find a decent wood colour. Let me knock the camera as well. Draws a winner.
There you go. Hopefully that's subtle. Look, there's a tiny little bit of smoke in there. Happy days. Right.
Is Andrew dust? Or
you can't the rest of that out, are there? Help you open the lid up first, Cole, before you do it.
Some Zamisi Desert, which I've never seen used ever.
No, that's a colour name I don't recall ever hearing.
Yeah. I'm going to use that for a wood colour and then darken it down.
Yeah. All right, let's pour a little bit of there in there and just give that
La 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 la.
A bit of a
Oh,
done
maybe go
out.
busy then. Where's your mixie brush?
Everyone
So
say
anyway.
hello there to everyone else. Yeah, carry on.
I was going to say, don't forget, folks, bench, belly, and beverage. What's on your bench? What are you working on right now? What's your... It doesn't have to be a model kit. It could be any kind of crafty, creative nonsense.
Yeah, what is
What's
your
on your
beverage of choice?
Yeah, what's your beverage of choice? And what's in your belly? What have you had or are you going to have for your dinner? Tell us in words,
We want to know all of the details.
To quote a line of dialogue from an ELO song called Here is the News, all the tiny little details.
Yeah.
Right, let's paint this little puppy then, shall we?
He's got a brush rack. Yeah, I printed one during the week, a little brush rack. I was quite pleased with it.
I was sent one in June or March by one of my followers. This little wooden thing. It's got I've still not built it. I need to film it because he made it and sent it to me. I've got to build it. And
oh dear, yeah, we know what happens. Last time you were sent something, you had to assemble.
Oh, it's only a few bits of wood. It's like a simple. He makes these things. He laser cuts them with the burning and you know what I mean.
Yeah,
The kind of etched thing. There's no way I can get this on camera, I'm afraid, folks. So, yeah, never mind. Moving on. Just not going to happen, I'm afraid.
There you go. I'll leave that in there, and I'll clean that out at the end of the stream.
Clean it out.
So that I
It's
forget.
a terrible choice for wood colour.
Let's bung that over there out the way.
Bung.
Bung. Bung.
I've made this little bits of wood on here, and I can't actually see them because they're black and they're on a black surface, and I can't see where they end and anything else begins.
That's what I was going to
There
do.
we go. If you make one of these, folks, don't glue the arms on before you paint it.
Yeah, that's been one of our biggest regrets, isn't it?
Yeah.
We both thought it was such a good idea at the time. And yeah, we've regretted it ever since. So,
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was not a sound tactical decision in any way, shape, or form.
McLeish says, at the risk of throwing myself under the bus, belly lunch was non-shim spicy chicken noodle bowl with added Swedish meatballs. Bev was a can of Monster and bugs of coffee. Oh. What on earth would make you think you was throwing yourself under the bus, Andy?
Yeah, there's nothing poncy about noodles. That's more than acceptable. You're in the good books now, then.
Yeah, you know, we wouldn't mock you, mate. We're your friends.
Yeah.
Wouldn't do that to you, Andy.
No. Some would, we wouldn't.
He's sitting there going, yeah, I don't believe a word you two say. I know what he's thinking, don't you, mate? But yeah,
He's
look,
going, shut up.
I 3D printed a thing.
Did you?
It's,
What? Oh.
it is a rather sexy.
Now, was it printed yellow or have you painted it yellow?
No, I've painted it yellow to match everything else.
No checkers on it. Fail.
I know, it's not finished yet.
Okay, we'll let you off then. Just making sure.
He don't want much, does he?
I want it all. That was a terrible colour to choose for wood. I don't know why I chose that colour.
Andy McLeish says, number 2, Belly. Dinner was onion curry with fried rice and oven chips. Beverage was cherry Pepsi. There you go.
Ooh.
PJ says, Belly, I'm snacking on a few ash browns. Bench is an Ella 124th BMW 328 Endurance. 1939, he says. Beverage, don't faint, is coffee.
Not often you see people building hella model kits nowadays. Is
And
it?
McLeish is going, oh, listen to you, Mr. Lardy-Dar Wilkinson, with your long stem prawn cocktail bowl. Hey, mate, it's what the restaurant bring it out in, mate. Who am I to knock what their storage solutions are?
Yeah.
You know, it's not as if I was admitting to eating sensations, is it? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, you can't control what they bring the prawn cocktail out with, even less you can control how big the slice of Black Forest gâteau is.
Exactly. You know,
after your steak Diane, you know.
You know, but that's all right, Andy. You know, if having a pop at Festa makes you feel better about your sensations, mate, bring it on.
Sounds like a song, that does.
Yeah, you know, Captain Pinky, you know. Yeah. I'll have to 3D print him a little pinky finger stand that he can put on the back of his hand just to rest the pinky on to save straining the muscles.
You should design a special crisp spoon for him.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
It does. It does.
Possible colour I could have chosen for wood. I wanted to do not that colour. Never mind.
A bit of that.
What I wanted to do was Andrew Dust, you dingleberry. McLeish says, "Don't make me tell H." Jeff Light says, "Currently finishing off a cheese and pickle sarnie and out on the bench, just chilling, watching, and chatting with you guys. Beverage with Bacardi and lemonade in a few minutes."
Oh, nice one, mate. Nice one.
He actually types a few minute you Tez. I think he may have already had a Bacardi or two to start with.
Hey, mate, things must be bad, mate, if he wants to spend his time with us two idiots, mate.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty desperate, haven't you? So.
Yeah, you haven't you? It's like,
distraction.
Right, what was I going to do? I can't remember. Pass.
Athel says, "Belly was haggis, neeps and tatties and peas with oatcakes. Beverage, green tea and bench." I'll start again. Beverage was green tea. Bench is Orc Encampment Garage Terrain.
Oh, nice one.
Fraser Green says, "Bench waiting on bits for my third and final chaplain. So I'm also thinking about reworking a couple of other characters. Belly, half twirl bar." Which half? Which half?
He's got it sussed, didn't he, eh?
Yeah. Yes. Right. Let's paint this thing that's supposed to be wood, an actual wood colour then, shall we? Rather than...
You got your wood out, have you?
Well, I thought that Zamisi Desert would look quite good, but it just looks like it's made of mustard, so it's completely the wrong colour. Let's try starting with some Zandri dust.
Fox has got wood. Oh, dear.
Got wood? It's better than having milk. Got milk? So, what have you been up to this week then, Twiglet?
I have been filming my little tank.
Ooh, I didn't know you had an OnlyFans channel.
Yeah, that you was commenting on the other day, my little R35 tank. I've been doing that. Bit of free.
Could you try and say it like Gruber? My little tank.
My little tank.
Yeah, that was nothing like your normal.
Exactly. I told you I don't do voices, but you keep trying to get me to do voices, and it's like
one day you'll crack it.
No, I won't. So yeah, I've been doing that. Bit of 3D printing for a change, and filming a little thing for E-Models. So I just need to edit that down and get that up on their channels. Keep an eye out for that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it. Nothing major because my main builds are all parked until next year. So been doing admin mostly this week, just catching up on stuff.
Hiring employees.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just catching up with all the things that I've taken my eye off, basically. And yeah, you know what it's like. Real life gets in the way. You take your eye off the ball a bit, don't you? And you're like, have
you done your tax return yet?
Yeah, I'll do that in the new year.
I did mine in August, actually. For the first time ever, I did it like months early.
Yeah.
But it was because I needed to apply for carers allowance, so I was like, oh, God, it's tax return now. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to know the ins and outs of cat's bum, don't they?
Yeah. But the other day, I got a thing from HMRC saying, don't forget to do your tax return, otherwise we'll put you in jail. I'm like, crap, now I've got to go and check that I've done it, because I know I've done it, but I need to double check.
Yeah.
I'll just wake up in the middle of the night panicking.
Yeah, it's always that time of year, isn't it? You sit there and you're like, ugh.
First few days of Jan. I usually do it like just after Christmas, but before New Year. But
yeah, it's one of those. I mean, I don't get as much as you do, so yeah, it's.
I don't get as much as I do.
You know, but
Still got to do it, don't you?
Absolutely. Still has to be done.
I don't get enough to pay somebody else to do it, so...
How many people out there don't do it?
Well, anybody who's just got a normal job won't have to do it.
Yeah, no.
The joys of PAYE, you don't have to do a tax return.
Yeah. Yeah, go. It's good enough.
This week, what have I been doing this week? I have mostly been doing real world stuff, but I did finish assembling and get primer coat on my Orc Megatrack.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that.
With Super Cannon.
Your little update's been going through. Forge Weld as well, so yeah.
Yeah, so I started a little bit of filming, just the introduction.
Yeah.
Got it all primed up, and I need to start filming the painting of said device.
Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it, where, like, say, all the artwork gets changed, and yeah.
Well, I realised the other day I went in to look at. I was like, crap, what thumbnail template did I use for my last Warhammer build? And I was like, crap, my last actual build series was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I'm like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
The last thing I did was the tabletop trauma centre thing.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's Mama Wolf.
Yeah, no worries. You go off and do what you got to do.
Presently.
There you go. Bless. So, yeah, it's that time of year what we really love, giving all our money to the tax man. But it needs to be done. Anyone out there with a patron, bear in mind, you need to pay tax on it. Get a bit more of an even spread on that. Multiple thin coats. Don't forget, it has been painted by Orcs. Would be so much easier to paint if it was off the model, but hey ho, lesson learnt. It's all sent to testers. It'll do. And I shall go over it with a bit of Lamentus yellow anyway, so fingers crossed it should bring it together a bit better. So we'll see. Does it does? If it don't, it don't. It's all at the end of the day. So just ease me way around it gently. I've got to re-dry brush me chimneys, bring them up to about standard. Do find that you do go backwards and forwards on these builds quite a bit. There you go. I'll just start bringing that down. Putting that on there. Like so. Athol says, better to have wood than woodworm, Fox. Yeah, tell me about it, mate. There you go. That's better. Nice and smooth. And then I can go back and do the eyes and everything. Tidy that up. Atlas has got no patrons apart from 3 floors down who must be obeyed. No one loves me enough to give me extra money. Oh, don't. I'm welling up now, mate. Yeah. One of them. You know, it's a voluntary tax return at the end of the day, you know. It better to pay something than nothing, innit? At least they can't come after you then. Let's try and get that with a bit more on there. Try and do the underside. But yes, it's always very nice that people consider being a patron. It really does help because it just keeps everything coming and the channel going. And yeah, massive thanks to every one of you that's taken it on. It means a hell of a lot. It really does. Yeah. So we've been sending out messages to you all just to let you know that things will be coming in the post soon. So any of me patrons, if you can have a look at your messages and check that your details are all up to date, that would be a massive help. I think we could have a bit more in a few places. Andy McLeish has been a Festa's member for 7 months. Thank you, very glad, Andy. 7 months already, mate. Blimey. Bless him. Not a glass of Pimm's in sight. All right. They should be getting his bit of SpongeBob on the screen any moment because it's just gone off in my logo. So, yeah. 7 months. God, is it that long since we've had to put up with Pimm's Pinky Andy? I never said that, Andy. It was Atol. Atol said that. Big Boy said it and run away. Oh, dear, bless him. He's never going to live that down, is he? But just imagine he's sitting there, fist raised to the telly, going, "You're all bullying me, you lot." So, yeah, that's what we do. Let's have a little bit in there, a bit across there. Let's try to bring a bit more colour in it. And he says, if I didn't love you guys, I wouldn't still be here. Mockage and all. Exactly. It's funny. We say this to James quite a bit, Andy. It's, you know, if we didn't like people, we wouldn't banter with them. You know what I mean? It's all part of it, isn't it? You got to have a laugh. Life is tough enough at times without taking it all too seriously. And that's the thing, isn't it? You know, there are a lot of folks that take it too seriously in the hobby, and it's like, oh, come on, let's just realise what it is we do here. You know, we're building plastic models at the end of the day. Let's just have a laugh whilst we're doing it. And, yeah, just chill down a bit. That's all I want to do. Just have a bit of fun. And all I'm doing is I'm just going back over some of this yellow just to bring it back, because where the shade went on, it's darkened some areas down a bit too far for my liking. So I just want to go back and bring it back a little bit. Almost sounded like I knew what I was doing then. I don't. You know, I just want to clarify that. You know, I just want to reassure you all that, you know. Let's just try and get a little bit of light back in some areas. Nothing major. Just flick the brush over it. Just to try and bring it back a little bit, because I was a bit heavy-handed with my Agrax, as you can see, and it's kind of killed it a little bit. So I just want to see whether I can get it back a little bit. Fist raised, I'm far more civilised. I turn the hair purple and reach for the hammer. Good man. Good man, mate. And at the end of the day, Andy, you know, it's like anything. You take it on the chin, mate, and, you know, it's all good-natured banter at the end of the day. That's the key. It's just a laugh. Yeah, so, yeah, we can come back at that, I think. Yeah. Let's clean that one off. They call it Mellow Yellow, Andy, says Athol. Yeah. What was that on? Was that a record, Al? They call it Mellow Yellow. Why does that ring a bell? McLeish says, you know what you're doing? Sure, I mean, yeah, more chance of Fox baking the cake. Yep, I know, I realised the error of me ways straight away, mate. Yeah, I just want to clarify, I know nothing about anything and anything about nothing. All of this knowing what I'm doing, Lark, is just lulling myself into a false sense of security. Yeah, it's... yeah. Yeah, as soon as I said that, I realised, Andy, it was like, yeah, shouldn't have said that. All right! Joel Grit has been a member for 7 months. Oh, thank you very much, Joel. Yeah, bit of SpongeBob there on screen for you, mate. Yeah, been a member for 7 months. Dun, 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 dun. Donovan says, Athol. Ah, right. The Bobbins is in saying good morning. Hello, Bobbins. How you doing, buddy? Lovely to see you in, mate. Nice to see you nice and all of that. Where did I put it? There it is. Yeah. Bung that back up there. Why I'm quite a muddle tonight. I've got stuff everywhere. Let's throw that out of the way for a minute. There you go. Right. We'll have a bit of him. So what you been up to, Bobbins, mate? Jeff Light says it was a song in the 60s. Yeah, Donovan says that whole. So Donovan. No relation to Jason then. No, I'll get me coat. That came out of there. Oh, I had a bit of that earlier. Let's put me grot tank somewhere safe. Put that over there. McLeish says, oh, where's Fox wibbled off to? He's gone to help his mum go to bed, mate, because obviously he looks after his mum. That noise you heard was her alarm. She has an alarm and he goes off and he helps get her all sorted and ready for slumber times. He will be back imminently, mate. So, yeah, that's Mama Fox caring duties ensued. Let's see what we can get going on with this. Try not to knock it off the support if I can. Just try to get a little bit more. Athol says, yeah, to see the Mama Wolf. Yeah, it's just keeping her sorted, helping her up the stairs, that sort of thing, you know, just to make sure she's safe and tucked up for the night. Bless her. It's probably her carrying him up the stairs, truth be told, but, you know. He'll be back with coffee. Oh, yeah, you bet your bottom dollar, mate, he'll come back. He'll have a cup of coffee, something to eat. Oh, yeah, you know it. McLeish says, no relation to Jason. Well, at least they're not neighbours. See what you did there. I saw what you did there, Andy. I saw what you did. He's good, isn't he? Let's just clean that off. But yeah, he'll probably turn up with a coffee and a bacon sandwich, mate. And that's when I'll have a wibble then. It'll be, no, that's cruel. But, yeah. Bless her heart. He'll be back. Full of beans. Don't forget, belly, bench and beverage, folks. What have you got? What you're having? What you're doing? What you've been up to? There you go. Let's give that I'm wanting some fresh water over there. As everyone said hello to Bobbins there. Sneaks in and sits down, says Lynn Dipple. Hi, Colin Fox, hugs. Mama Wolf, hugs. Hello, Lynn. How you doing, darling? Hope you're keeping well, love. Hope everything's all right in the world of Lynn. You know how it is, love. But hopefully you're keeping nice and well, darling. Where did I put it? There it is. Belly chicken breast, she says. Her bench is still a mess. Not a problem, Lynn. It's a work in progress, darling. Sounds plausible to me, mate. It's a work in progress, love. You are suitably excused, Lynn. At the end of the day, you've, not long moved, so you're allowed to have a bench refurb, darling.
I am returned.
He is returned.
Yeah.
Mum, all right, is she, mate?
Yeah. All right. She says some messages.
Oh,
she says, for you, Carl, she says big hugs.
Oh, bless her.
And she says, for the chuds in chat, her words, for the chuds in chat, hugs.
Oh, good girl.
So she's never given hugs. She's never given hugs to the internet before. So
yeah. Oh, bless her.
So feel honoured, internet. You get hugs.
Yeah. Mama Wolf hugs.
Did I miss anything?
No, just been padding out till you got back. They was all debating whether you was coming back armed with coffee and sustenance.
No, if I'm painting, I try not to drink coffee because it makes me like all day.
Oh, really?
I get the jitters, so I try to not have lots of caffeinated drinks when I'm painting. When I'm not painting, I'll down it like by the litre, but when I'm painting, no.
Bobbin says, belly tonight, an all-you-can-eat Chinese banquet. Poke me with a fork, he says. Bench back to the Nimrod after recent temporary loss of mojo. Yeah.
Nimrod.
Paul J. Lewis has been a member for 7 months. He says, yay, 7 months of underneath the cheers.
I was shaking at the same time.
There you go.
I was shaking my shade.
7 months of sheer entertainment, eh, Paul?
7 months of shameless plugging.
Yeah.
You know Lynn's in, don't you?
I do. That's why I said hello, Lynn Dipple's in.
Oh, was I here when you said that?
No, you wasn't. No, you was off gallivanting, weren't you?
Gallivanting. Right, so let's do this. One of these.
All right.
Yeah. Let's do some shade. Ooh, I shaked my shade.
Oh, dear.
Joel Grit says, belly pork pies and Stilton bench, nothing beverage, Rosie Lee.
Oh, nice.
McLeish says, Lewis, Goonbay dance band.
Yeah. Can't beat a bit of Goonbay dance band.
Well, you can. You can beat it with a bit of Tiny Tim. La 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 la. Yeah, you can definitely beat it with Tiny Tim.
Atto says his alarm's rung, his bed's heated up to a proper temperature, he's off to darkened space. No worries, mate. You take care, buddy. Candygram for Mongo has put in a $5 super chat. He says, hi, Festa, hi, Fox, and a big hello to everyone in the chat. Yes, folks, our very own Paul Sagan.
Hang on, pad it out for a minute.
Is with us. I am padding this out so that Fox can frantically go along and get his Sagan quote because he's useless and he forgot about you, Jeff. I wouldn't have forgotten about you,
Can I just point out that in my bookmarks, I actually have on my iPad, like all my YouTube stuff, Video Manager Live, Schedule So Live, channel comments, YouTube community page, all that stuff, and in the middle is Carl Sagan quotes because I have it specifically there because it's right underneath subscriptions where I go and find Colin. Many
thanks, Jeff, for your generosity there, mate. It will be put to good use, my friend.
And
Jeff happens to be our very own Carl Sagan, doesn't he, Fox?
One glance at a book, and you hear the voice of another person, perhaps someone dead for 1,000 years. To read is to voyage through time.
There you go.
How seamless was that? He just didn't even. How was prepared was I?
I know. I'm going to commend you on your preparedness there, mate. No one would never have known, would they?
Yes, I deliberately have the link for Carl Sagan right below the link for joining like Festa streams, and not anywhere else that I might normally have it.
Yeah.
Doopy-doo.
Our very own Carl Sagan.
Doopy-doo. Having a wonderful time. I've got Tiny Tim stuck in my head. Oh, I've been hit by my own splash damage. That's not
Yeah,
good.
I was going to say, you really do need to get out more, don't you, mate?
I've been hit by my own splash damage. There's no two ways around it. Good job, Fox, says Lynn. Thanks, Lynn.
Yeah.
Hey. While I'm waiting for that shade to dry, I shall go back over the red bit on my Mario-esque bomb. I saw another trailer for the Super Mario Brothers movie the other day.
Oh, really?
And it's like, everything about it looks good, apart from, is it Chris Pratt doing the voice of Mario?
I think so, yeah.
Everything about it looks great, apart from his voice, which is just him doing his normal voice. I'm like, wow, that's. I mean, I know they couldn't have got Charles Martinet to do Mario's voice, because having that for a whole movie, you'd want to kill someone. But
yeah, you'd want to lose the will to live, wouldn't you, mate?
Yeah, if it's all like, it's me, Mario, for like 2 hours, no. But at the same time, just having Chris Pratt going, I am Mario. How you doing? What? No. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, just call me Mario. Yeah, all right, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit like me doing the voice, isn't it? It's like, yeah.
Especially if Luigi's like, it's me, Luigi. And he's like, yeah, I'm Mario. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Such nonsense. Not be allowed. Let's go for
McLeish says it looks awesome. He says, looks awesome. Swigging a Pig has put in a £2 super chat. Thank you very, very kindly, my friend. Massively appreciated. You'll be getting yourself a bit of on-screen air guitar any second, mate.
On-screen air guitar, it's made of baby cats.
There you go, mate. That rather resounding tone there is your on-screen air guitar goodness, mate. Enjoy. Now, how many people are sat there doing air guitar at this moment?
How many people?
Yeah.
See what I did there?
You did. It was like Damon Albarn was in the room.
Yeah.
Quite scary it was.
I'd be scared if Damon Albarn was in my room. All of a sudden I'd be like, how did you get in?
Yeah.
How are you here?
Yeah. I am going to tell the man that you're in my room and you shouldn't be in my room.
For no reason at all, I tried in my head to picture Damon Albarn, and all I've got now is National Express in my head. Because the guy, I tried to picture Damon, and all I got was the guy from whoever it is that doesn't know what are they called, the Divine Comedy.
Yeah, the Divine Comedy. Yeah.
I can't sing it because of copyright, but it's stuck in my head now.
Damn, the Divine Comedy. Are they still going?
I don't know. The funny thing about the Divine Comedy was people only know them for one single song, and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously not. Some people know them for more than that, but
yeah,
that's now in my head.
It's in your head, isn't it? It's earworm time. You know it is.
Crisps and tea. I can't.
Monetization, dear.
Normality, I'd be singing it, but I can't, can I? Because it's curses. If you were very rich and therefore not monetizing your content, I could sing it. But
exactly. But yeah,
you could also swear like sailors.
That's never normally stopped you.
Well, yeah, but it's not my channel, is it?
Exactly, you mercenary. Yeah.
I don't want to damage your input, Stephanie, input. No, disassemble.
So these magic mushrooms, were they any good?
No, I couldn't get them through the straw.
See what he did there.
You know, I ordered some filth last night takeaway, and it was from a different place because my normal place that's round the corner, their service has become so slow that I've just given up on them, basically.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'd rather not wait 2 hours for a burger and chips from round the corner. It's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, that's taking the mick, isn't it? Yeah,
and then it's like you'd maybe get a phone call saying, yeah, we've got no burgers left. I'm going to a different place now that's a bit further down the road. And the place I got my food from, they did these like milkshakes where it's like Mars bar or Kit Kat or Malteser milkshakes, where they basically just make a smoothie out of like the chocolate sweet and some milk.
Yeah.
And they're really nice. And I went to this other place and it said milkshake, chocolate or strawberry. So I ordered a chocolate milkshake.
Yeah.
And then he handed over a bag and I was like, what? And it was just a bottle of Yazoo or whatever it is.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know, the little kid's bottle of milkshake. I'm like, oh, that's not what I was expecting.
Yeah, that's like, yeah.
Thanks. That's underwhelming. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, cheers for that, mate.
It was perfectly serviceable, I suppose, but...
Yeah, that's when you sit there and go, yeah, it's not what I wanted.
You sit there and you question your life choices sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, knocking the camera. Knocking the camera. Apologies if you can't see what I'm doing. You can't do anything about that.
Yeah, it's one of them, innit, mate?
I'm afraid you get what you're given with this thing.
We don't deliberately try to be off shot. It's just at the moment they are such a big kit.
Yep, there's no way to stream this without looking at it. So basically, them's the breaks. And if you complain, you'll just force me to schedule a Weavy stream. The more you complain, the more you increase the risk of an Uncle Weavy stream.
Yeah, but you know you want to do an Uncle Weavy stream.
I do want to do an Uncle Weavy stream. I seriously want to do one. I'll do it for like 8 hours.
Got to be done.
I'll set it off and then just go back to bed.
Yeah.
Because I don't have to listen to it.
Break the internet with your weaviness.
And I'll just set it off, go back to bed and see how many views I get the next day. I'll marvel at how many views I managed to get for it. And marvel at all the comments in chat, and stop knocking the camera would also be good. So I'm just trying to touch up this red and go back over it, but it's really hard to actually get to it. And I've still got National Express in my head.
Jeff says the stompers are looking great. They're getting there, Jeff. And like I say, it's just a very lengthy process, mate.
Yes. Crisps and tea.
Yeah, that's...
go on.
No, you carry on, mate.
Go on, you go on. I was just saying something irrelevant anyway. So
I can't even remember what I was going to say. So it's, yeah.
It was that good, was it?
Yeah, it was that uneventful, mate.
I was going to say I've found a new friend in the kitchen at the moment.
Oh, have you?
When I do the washing up, there's like on the window ledge, there's like a little glass. Imagine a giant pear about a foot tall.
Yeah.
Like the fruit pear, but it's a glass thing inside which is a plant.
Yeah.
Got a whole of anyway, there's a piece of tissue underneath it. And then there's this little tiny spider that's like about that big. And it's been there for about a month and it's never got any bigger, so I assume it's not eating anything.
Mm.
But you know, like most normal spiders, they'll go off and live in a dark corner and hide.
Yeah.
This one decides to live right out at the front, in front of this big glass thing. It just sits on the bit of tissue in front that's underneath it.
Oh, right, yeah.
And that's its hidey place. But it's like you're in full view and you're in the daylight. You're not in the dark corner, you spoon. And it hides away. But every time I do the washing up, I start the washing up and it comes out to watch. It's quite cool.
Aww.
I tried catching it, but it just disappears into the tissue too fast. So I'm like, okay, I'll accept it as my friend.
Yeah.
It's only tiny. But it's the fact it's kind of forgotten how to spider because it's living in the open and unprotected.
Yeah.
And there's no web. It's just sat there on the window ledge. It's like you didn't quite go to spider school, did you? I don't think. You're the idiot in the family.
Yeah. The runt of the litter.
Yeah. Bayak. Right, we need to do more agrax on that wooden thing.
Get your agrax here, £3 for a pound.
Get your Grexia. 340 paint. Oh, knocking all the things.
Having a bit of a knocky night, are you, mate?
I don't know. Just because Jeff was so nice about saying our Stomper's looking great, I'll give him some bonus, Carl.
Do it.
The beauty of a living thing is not the molecules that go into it, but the way those molecules are put together. That was completely from memory.
I'm impressed, mate.
Watching Cosmos again, and it's like I'm being reminded of all the little quotes that I'd forgotten over the years.
I keep meaning to go over to that link and download them because, yeah.
Well, the weird thing is, though, it's like I've watched it loads of times, and I love Cosmos to bits. I've watched it so many times, and yet for some reason this time I'm seeing it like how they've made it. So I'm seeing Carl look down at the big piece of card with his basic lines on it.
Or, with his prompts and that on, yeah.
Yeah, or he's like, he's not quite looking at the camera, or I'm seeing all the little weird things they've not got quite right. And it's like, oh, this is a bit where he's talking to camera from a distance, but he's not actually saying what he's saying. It's like, how have I suddenly become analytical? I don't understand. The magic's gone for some reason.
Bless him.
I don't know. I used to think, cool, it's Carl Sagan, but now I'm sitting there going, hair looks weird.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what's happening. And what's really hard is it's got the updates at the end on some of the episodes, like 10 years later. And he looks so much older because, of course, it was 10 years later and he had cancer. But he didn't live much longer after that. So
yeah,
it was only about a year before he died. Yeah. And he looks so much, and it's like, oh, it's almost painful to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, he suddenly became very, very gaunt and very aged, didn't he? Bless him.
Yeah.
Which, is inevitable, isn't it? It's a terrible illness at the end of the day. And
yeah. Oh, hello. Bushes everywhere.
Been lost a few people that were close to me to that. It's always that stage when you see it develop and you're like, oh, no, it's not long now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cruel disease.
Absolutely.
But one of the most gifted people I can imagine. Had he lived, I can just imagine the excitement he would have with current developments, with space exploration and telescopes. Can
you imagine what he'd be like with the James Webb Space Telescope? He'd just be absolutely, he'd be like a dog with two dicks. He'd be just made up by it.
Yeah.
Had that on your live stream. Sorry, I keep forgetting it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
He'd be very happy, let's say.
He would. Yeah, he would be most made up, wouldn't he? Yeah, absolute legend.
I didn't want Dark Reaper. I wanted Corvus Black, you dingus. You dumb cop.
God, he's been gone a long time now, isn't he?
95, I think.
Yeah.
This is the weird thing. I was watching it the other night, and it's like I was watching one episode, and they remastered it a little bit, and they put in some modern footage in the episodes.
Yeah.
So at one point, they're talking about Mars, and it's almost talking about his blues for a red planet, and he stood there with the Voyager probe, the Viking probes.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah.
And he stood there in a desert somewhere with this Viking probe talking about it. And they interspersed some footage of the Mars Sojourner rover on the surface. And I'm like, I looked it up, and it's like, hang on, this Cosmos was 1980. The thing at the end says 10 years later, but the Mars Sojourner was 1997. So what? And he died in 95.
Yeah.
So what year did they remaster this? Did they record him and then they waited a year to put the program out? I got really confused. I'm like, hang on.
Perhaps he died during its post-production, Fox.
Could be.
I mean, it's like anything, isn't it? There's been actors that have died midway through a movie and they've edited the footage that they've already had of them, and it's almost like a posthumous thing, isn't it?
I thought I'm sure he died in 95, so it's a good couple of years before they released.
Calm down.
Released it later.
It was sad. It really was, because he was a very, very in-depth scientist type, and I found him compulsive. to
For
watch.
some reason, I thought you were about to start going, it was a lovely fella. It was a lovely fella.
He was just compulsive to watch, wasn't it? It was a bit like, what's his face? Magnus Pike, wasn't it? He was another compulsive personality.
I wouldn't particularly want to watch Magnus. You watch Carl Sagan to chill out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'd watch Magnus Pike to chill out.
Yeah, I just found him eccentric.
Magnus Pike was way too hyper.
Hold up a minute. You're saying that Magnus Pike was way too hyper. You've got to be one of the most hyper people I've met.
Yeah, but even I look like I don't like pose next to.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's a valid point. Yeah, peas are fun. Peas are round.
Peas are round, but they're never round when I'm around.
Yeah. Peas are green. I like green.
Everyone abandons me.
It's so good to hell.
I sing to the peas, but they never sing back. La la la. We can never explain that. Ever. An in-joke that we can never explain. I love it. Assuming nobody can see what I'm doing, so deal with it.
You're quite rebellious this evening, aren't you?
I am. I'm in a feisty mood.
You are, aren't you? We got Feisty Foxx tonight, folks.
Feisty Foxx. Full of sound effects, and I don't care.
Yeah.
Do. Don't forget, folks, if you are watching this and you're not in the live chat, if you're watching it embedded on Facebook or Twitter or wherever I posted up the link because someone forgot to do any pimpage at all, then feel free to come and join the live chat. You see what I did there?
Knew there was something.
Just feel free to come and join the live chat by pressing the YouTube icon in the bottom right-hand corner of the video player.
I did say that before we went live. I'm like, I've forgotten something. I know I've forgotten to do something. I don't remember what it is. Yeah.
Well, it was about 10:30. I thought, I've not done it. I've not really pimped it there. I should probably go and do a pimpage, but I'm sure Colin's already done it. So I checked the boom hut in your group, and I'm like,
yeah, he's not.
I'll pimp it, shall I? He's not done it. You had one job, Col.
I had one simple job.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to join the live chat, press the YouTube icon in the bottom right-hand corner of the player. Come and join the live chat.
How miserably do you think I failed then?
All the miserably. Pretty much Les Miserables completely. I'm just going to call you Jean Valjean from now on.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, there. So, and if you're in chat, for the love of dog, please ask us stuff because, you know, we're rubbish at trying to figure out what to talk about.
Oh yeah, I'm as good at talking in live streams as I am as pimping it.
Yep. So yeah, ask us stuff. No religion, no politics, of course.
Yeah, Fox will answer all your questions.
I will, whether you want me to or not, because just shut up, Fox. This isn't going to work. Not tonight.
Well, we had a week off last week, so we're behind a bit, aren't we?
Yeah. Do. Now.
Yes.
Here's the thing. You won't know what this is, but for anybody out there who does know what this is, I tried over the last sort of 5 or 6 months. I've been a bit skint, so I've not bought any new video games apart from ones that have been on sale for like £2 or £3, or like all free games with gold. I got myself Jedi Fallen Order because people kept raving about it, and I'm like, I don't like Star Wars games where you're a Jedi and you've got the lightsabers and I just want a standard. I just want a good first-person shooter set in this. But no, so I got it anyway. I thought, go on, I'll give it a go. And there's 2 things that ruined it for me. One is that the actor playing the main character, they made the character look like the actor.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's got a massive underbite or overbite, so his bottom jaw sticks out, and he looks. I mean, in real life, he looks normal, but in the game, when you see the character, he's like, he looks like he's about to chew on a brick.
Oh, really?
I'm like, I can't take this serious. It just looks like he's about to. I don't know.
That was a good impression. I'll give you that.
Yeah, he looks a bit challenged in many ways.
Right.
And I thought no, it's not. I say not in real life. In real life, he looks normal, but just in the game, the way he's lit and the way they animate he looks like no. I like banging bricks together. So that put me off. But also, they decided to put the main attack button for the lightsaber on the X button, and I'm like, oh, the X button's attack. I'll just uninstall this game. Goodbye.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't give me a game where I've got to press an X button to attack. It's always trigger. I could have redone it, but there's too many buttons.
I'm just going to nod and agree with you there because...
Yeah. Well, I can't do them kind of games because that's why I've got the paddles on the back of my... It kills my hand if I do that. So.
Yeah. Of course, yeah, you've got sensitive hands, haven't you?
I've got the hands that do dishes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I uninstalled it anyway. I thought I can't take him seriously with that sort of gormless caveman face. I just can't. I'm sure he's a nice lad in real life, but maybe next time don't make your hero character look like a gormless.
What it is, folks, is Fox can't do that action on the thing because he's got his pinky in the air at the time, so he hasn't got a spare finger to push the trigger with.
I don't like those kind of crisps.
That's what it is.
Shut up.
Yeah. This is how it starts, isn't it, mate?
Oh, burpage. Excuse me.
I was going to say, that's proper Spider Pig style burpage there. Edward Leonard's in. Squishy alert, squishy alert, squishy alert.
Oh, the shrimp.
Oh, dear.
Which are, of course, shrimp. As we know, shrimps are the idiots of the sea.
Yeah. The thing is we both know that Edward's so happy now.
Yeah. He likes a nice bit of free shrimp. If you want to make someone feel welcome, give them free shrimp.
Yeah.
I like the word shrimp, but I find it even more amusing, adorable that the plural of shrimp is shrimp.
Yeah.
It's just, and then when somebody says shrimps, it just makes it even more adorable.
Yeah. Lots of fishies. That's another one, isn't it?
Fischularte.
Yeah.
What do you call a fish with no eyes?
Call it what you like. It ain't going to see you.
You've ruined it.
Sorry, mate. What would you call a fish with no eyes? Oh, dear.
You pay him nuts, you pay monkey, you peanut. I've ruined it.
Yeah, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, mate, don't you? That's what he was trying to say.
You pay monkeys, you get, I don't know, Sunday Sport or something.
You get Festas.
I had them once, but I got some pills for it. I'm afraid you got a case of the Festas. Here's a very large pill. How am I supposed to swallow that? Swallow? What?
Yeah, moving on.
Oh.
Okay.
Super match game.
Boom. Oh, that was it. Edward Leonard says shrimps is good. Absolutely.
Look at the shrimp you learned.
I haven't had lobster for years. I do fancy.
I only had lobster.
Yeah.
I only had lobster once.
It's all right. It's just a lot of fat in it. If they bring it to you as is. Well, it's like, yeah, I'd rather them just break it all up and bring me out a plate with all the mush, you know, but...
I don't actually know what lobster tastes like, even though I've had it.
Lobster.
Because in my head, did you just say lobster tastes like lobster? Don't you come over there and slap you?
I did. I thought I'd got away with that.
Yeah, in my head, I thought, I'll order lobster. And I thought, in my head, I thought, I can imagine what this is going to taste like, and it's going to be kind of sweet and slightly juicy. Like a giant prawn, but with more awesomeness. And what they did was they delivered it. It was a thing where you get half a lobster.
Yeah.
They cut down the middle.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, hang on, there's half of it. Okay. And also it was drenched in some sort of sauce whose flavour was so overpowering, I've still got no idea what lobster tastes like. Because the sauce wasn't actually very nice. Couldn't see in this half a lobster. They literally just cut it down the middle with a chainsaw or something.
Yeah.
I literally couldn't see which bit was to eat and which bit was shell.
Yeah.
Because I'd never even seen a lobster before. I'm like, I don't even know how a lobster works.
Yeah.
So I'm like just prodding at things, and I'm like, you know what? I'm suddenly not hungry because I don't know what.
Yeah, I mean, when you sit there with an hammer and a chisel, you know, you're like, yeah, this is.
Well, quite looking forward to that. I was like, oh, I like quite fancy. They're breaking it apart and getting the meat out, but it was already cut in half. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I can't see what I'm supposed to eat because it's all just covered in this sauce, which tastes horrible.
Yeah, it's pretty much been killed Yeah, you know, they've
I still
ruined
don't
it.
know what lobster tastes like. Sadness. Such sadness. Do.
What's your favourite meal at a restaurant?
Free one. I don't know. I don't know. I don't tend to eat in restaurants very often.
No.
It depends what restaurant it is as well, I suppose.
Yeah.
If I have to suffer an Italian restaurant, because I hate to say it, but Italian food is some of the most boring food there is.
Yeah.
Then it'll have to be tagliatelle of some sort. Make the best of a bad job. Spanish, it'll be tapas. I love tapas. Tapas is just silly fun food. If it's Japanese, if they've got a teppanyaki menu or like a literally sit and watch the guy make the food in front of you, they'll do that. If it's pub food, if I must suffer pub food, and it'll just be a mixed grill because it's about as safe as you can get. It's
about the safest option in a boozer, isn't it?
Like, no, well, they can't really mess that up in the microwave too much, so.
Yeah.
So, what other kind of restaurants are there? Curries.
Thai restaurants, in there, Indian restaurants.
Thai is quite good because Thai, I don't know enough about Thai food to really know what I'm ordering, so I'm quite adventurous when I have Thai. Because you just get this menu item of like, oh, there's a Thai restaurant near us and they have this thing where the menu doesn't actually explain what anything is.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's just a list of words that don't mean it. I'm like, it might just say, prawn or lamb or something.
Yeah, you're getting a plate of noms. Yeah,
it'll be like such and such. I'll be like, twit, bang, flip, what way? I'll
urging me, calling me, watching me flip. Yeah, what's that?
Yeah.
No,
so
not
I get quite adventurous with Thai because well, green and red curries are quite nice. I can't remember what the Thai dishes are because it's very rare that I actually have Thai. Our local Thai restaurant's really nice there. What other restaurants are there?
Chinese.
Chinese, you just get the regular banquet, don't you, with all the stuff in it?
Pretty much a mix and match, isn't it?
Dim sum. There's got to be dim sum in there somewhere, though. If you don't like dim sum, who are you? Something wrong with you if you don't like dim sum.
Yeah, I do. I must admit, I do like a bit of Chinese.
Aye, we had Chinese for dinner tonight. I had balls.
Oh, did you?
I'm full of balls. I said to Mama Wolf, I said, last time I said, I got the chicken, like sweet and sour chicken balls. And you think little things about this big, and it's like, no, each one is the size of a very large hard-boiled egg.
Yeah.
Like that big, and you get 10 of them in a bag. And they literally send you a bag of chicken balls and a pot of sweet and sour sauce, and that's it. Good luck. I says to Mama Wolf, do you want to try some of them? Because she likes like little chicken popcorn, chicken joint. I'll have a go at some of them.
Oh, bless
her.
I
ordered her some. And put 6 in a bowl for her, and she looked at the bowl and she was like, bloody hell. What? She liked them. But the weird thing is, they're in this batter and it tastes like donuts.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it's almost like donut batter or donuts with like chicken in the middle.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have some rice with it. It's like a chicken-filled donut. It's like this. I can't get much better than that, really.
Yeah, there's a microphone there, Cole. Try not to knock it, mate.
Don't knock it until you've tried it. Give up.
Bit of that.
What are you eating? You having one of your little thingy bars?
Yeah, just having one of my little bars, mate. Just
good lad. Good lad, even.
Yeah, you know how it is, mate.
I know it is. What flavour? And it's a chicken bar, then. What flavour cereal bar?
They're light choc chip ones tonight.
Ooh,
yeah,
nice.
them ones.
Brown chip or white chip?
White chip, like that.
Racist.
Little bit,
racist.
Little bit of yeah.
Like the sound of that.
They're actually quite filling.
Yeah. Those little sort of, if you get the ones that are designed specifically for like people who need specific dietary needs, like not just like the rubbish health crap you get in the
No.
in the local grocery store, but actual proper
Yeah, it gives
design
you a blast of everything you need if you're suddenly depleted. Let's just, yeah.
Yeah. Like the ones that are actually your doctor can tell you to get.
Yeah.
In the same way you can tell you to get like Complan if you can't eat a lot of solids and things like that.
Yeah.
They're really nice. I tell you what, though, I had to get Mama Wolf a load of Complan when she was a bit poorly.
Oh, really?
I bought like 1,000 packs of Complan because the doctor said, get her to eat that because you'll be fine. It's fluids and nutrition. Brilliant. Day one, don't like Complan. Bollocks.
Oh, really?
I spent a long time having lots of Complan. I grew to quite like it, strangely enough.
I don't mind it. Like I say, I make a beaker full of stuff every morning. That I sit through during the day. It's like anything, you just keep on top of it, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I just like make my lunch. I'll have a big glass of Complan, and then when I have my dinner, I'd have a glass of it. It's quite. And then I realised I don't need to have my dinner and a glass of Complan because that's like having my dinner with the side of dinner.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, good point. It was quite nice. The chocolate one was rather pleasant, I have to say.
Yeah.
Water. That's what we need.
Yeah, you gotta keep on top of it. Like I say, little and often grazing with food, innit? You know.
Yeah. Well, I says to Mama Wolf, I says, right, I've ordered the food. Brilliant. But half an hour later, right, it's been done. It'll be about 20 minutes. Okay, brilliant. Food turns up. Food's here. She gives me this face like, and I went, what? And she went, I'm not hungry. So what do you mean? She said, well, I've eaten all this chocolate. I'm like,
oh, great.
I told you 20 minutes ago. So she basically, I told her the food was coming, and then within minutes she'd eaten like most of a dairy milk bar. And I'm like,
oh, she's brilliant. She is brilliant, isn't she? Yeah, so don't said, eat the chocolate, Mum. No, okay, I won't. Yeah, I'm going to eat all this chocolate. Yeah.
So you know what? She's still got a big bowl of balls to eat to contend with. She was like,
see, I'm partial to onion barges, mate.
Yeah.
I do like a nice big onion bargie, mate.
Like an onion bargie, don't you?
Yeah, I do, mate. When my missus does me that big old plate of Indian food once a month, like, you know, and it's like, oh, yeah. But the downside is the minute you lean or move in any direction, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody else knows what you've had for dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I've started having like chicken kormas when we have a curry, purely because not because I like a weak curry, but Mama Wolf, when we have a curry, she doesn't like. She used to like a Rogan Josh, but she's not like that anymore. So you know, so it's good if I can get her to have like a chicken korma.
Yeah.
And I was like putting it out for once, and I was like, I've dished out the chicken korma and sort of licked the spoon, and I'm like, oh, that's actually really nice. It's got like they put a lot of extra spices in it. I'm like, oh, that's got quite a nice flavour.
It's got a nice flavour.
It wasn't just creamy bland; it was actually most pleasant. So I had some of that for myself.
Every now and then, a restaurant or a takeout get it just right, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
And you think, actually, that was a pucker grub. Yeah.
Well, what makes me really sad about the, I was saying my local round the corner greasy filth shop.
Yeah.
That's too unreliable. I love their food, but it's too unreliable. One thing that really makes me sad is that they do stuffed crust pizzas where the stuffed crust is actually stuffed with like keema lamb.
Oh, nice!
Like, you get your sheep kebab, which is the long sausage of lamb, spiced lamb. You take that and grind it up and put it in the crust.
Oh, nice one!
And it's like, oh, so nice, spicy keema lamb in the crust. It's like, and
it's to die for, really but nice. Like you say, they're just not very reliable.
No, because they'll invariably take like forever.
Yeah, no, that's a shame.
Or sometimes you get the pizza and it'll just be like mush because it's just turned to mush for some reason.
Yeah.
And I like their burgers, but they're really small. And the place I go to now, they just do dirty, great big half pounders.
Mm.
Same filth, biglier.
Nice bit of
you know what? Oh, you can nice bit of filth. Filthy, dirty, filthy, dirty little filth. Dirty little bugger. Egypt.
Lynn says medium well for me. Yeah. It's funny, we was on about this the other day. I think it was Wednesday on the E-Models one about steaks, and I was making Dave feel quite unhappy with the fact that I had my steaks blue. You know,
I love blue steak. Oh yeah.
And he was like, "Dude, how can you?" It's like easy.
Yep. Yeah. I only grew to like blue steak because for most pubs, if you're ever in a pub and you decide to have a steak, it's the one steak they can't really mess up too much.
Yeah.
If they do, they send it to you medium rare, which I can cope with.
Yeah.
But if you get it right, then it's just there. So I went to this one pub once and I said, "I'd like a steak, please." And how would you like it? "I'd like it blue." And he said, "Blue?" I said, "Yes." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Okay. They went away, and a minute later, the chef came out. And he says, the waitress tells me you've ordered a blue steak. I said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you know what a blue steak is?" I said, "No, I've got no idea what a blue steak is. I just made it up."
Yeah.
"Of course I know what a blue steak is." He went, "Right, I'll smack its arse and stick it on the plate."
Yeah.
I said, "Good."
They always come out and ask you. A good chef, anyway.
Yeah, because they want to make sure you don't get this steak out there. And it's like, "It's not cooked." "You asked for a blue steak, you should."
Yeah.
There's always someone. I said, "Sure you want it blue?" I think it's also so in case you get it and get food poisoning.
Yeah, it's one of those. You want to smack its bum and it moves at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's like you say, it's an acquired thing, isn't it? It's not everyone's cup of tea.
No.
But
which is why everybody should order a blue steak and then not like it and give it to me. It'd be brilliant.
yeah, I love a blue steak.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just, yeah.
I love a blue steak, and I've got the colorectal worms to prove it, probably.
Yeah.
I've got the parasitic life forms to prove it.
Yeah. From his hospital bed, he said how much he loves a blue steak. See, if ever I made it to Japan, I would love a proper bit of puffer fish.
What, fugu?
Yeah, you know, because
is it actually illegal in Japan as well? It's just someplace, or is it legal in Japan but everywhere else it's illegal?
I don't know. I think there's only, you've got to be a super duper licensed chef in you to be able to do it. I don't know. There is something.
I think it's legal in Japan, but only for certain chefs. But other than that, it's illegal everywhere else, I think. I don't think I want to risk fugu because it only takes one slip of the knife to have the completely toxic, deadly version. And that would kind of suck. I'd love to go to Japan, but I know what would happen. I'd get off the boat, or the plane even. Boat.
Yeah.
I'd get off the plane, walk into the airport, become completely terrified at like 8 billion signs that I didn't understand a word of them, and just get back on the plane and be like, "It's too scary, I'm scared."
Yeah. Because if we could manage to navigate their rail system and come out the other end without someone handing us into lost property, I would see that as a valuable achievement.
Because I've watched things where, like, you know, on video game websites, and they go to like the Japan game, TGS, the game show in Japan, and you see them there. They're like, "Right, we're on the train now, and we're going to, you know, whatever." And it's like, how do you even? I mean, some places they've got English signage as well, which is nice, but most places they don't. It's like, how do you even begin to understand what? It's like going to Wales. Imagine all the road signs in Wales were in Welsh.
Yeah.
If all the signage in Wales was Welsh, you'd just never come out again. You'd just be lost forever. So I'm like, I'd love to go to Japan, but I'd kind of need to go with someone who was actually Japanese. Yeah,
not everyone's like us two idiots, mate. You know.
Yeah, and aside from that, I'd just all the things you do that are the faux pas, you'd do them.
Yeah, we would end up either getting lost, arrested, or something, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
I think we'd be asked to, "Can you get on this plane? And could you not come back here again, please?"
It's like, there's even like complex etiquette for like in a sushi bar, in a sushi restaurant.
Yeah.
Things you do and don't like, you know, the best thing you can do in a sushi restaurant is when the chef at the counter says, "What would you like?" is to say, "You choose."
Yeah.
It's to tell the chef to choose for you, because then it says, "I trust you." But if you didn't know that, yeah, I don't know. I'd love to go, but I'd also be terrified. Every moment would be just terrifying for me.
Yeah, beautiful country.
Oh God, yeah. Which is why I'd probably go to New Zealand instead, because it's like Japan, but I can understand all the road signs, all the signs. I can read them. Boris.
Yeah. But again, could you imagine us two getting let loose in New Zealand?
Oh, it'd be great.
Would be fun, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't be so bad. There's only like 5 people that live there, so. I'd be more in New Zealand. I'd be like, forget all the touristy crap. I want to learn all the culture behind it, all the Maori culture and stuff, and all the First Nations stuff, and all the modern stuff. I want to learn all that.
Oh yeah, you would have to sample all the culture, wouldn't you? You wouldn't just be able to go over there and just, you know. You would want to sample the culture. You'd want to see the tradition and. Yeah.
I'd want to learn how to say things in Maori. 2 languages that blow my mind are like Hawaiian and Maori. Funny when you watch the Nautilus dives, you know, where they go to the bottom of the ocean and look at the wildlife and stuff. Yeah. They do a lot of stuff on some of the Hawaiian islands. Oh, right, yeah. And they'll say, today we're at, and they'll rattle off the name of this island without even blinking. And yet it's like the world's longest word. Yeah. And if you tried to read it, you'd be like, Nawapahakatawapata, what?
Yeah, it's a bit like them Icelandic volcanoes that no one can pronounce.
Yeah, but these guys are all like, yeah, we're at this island. Blah, blah, blah. Wow, it's pretty impressive. Go, girl.
Absolutely. Just looks such a lovely country, doesn't it? Mind you, every country other than our own always looks nice, doesn't it? It's like, yeah.
Well, think of it. New Zealand is like Britain. But Australia without the death-killing device, creatures. It's like Britain, and combined with Australia without any death, and there's only 4 people that live there. Great.
Well, that's the problem with Australia, and everybody wants to eat you and kill you to death. And it's like, yeah.
I'm up for anything, but I don't want to be eaten to death by a.
I want to be able to go to the loo and not have to worry about some kind of big spidery thing trying to eat my bits.
I'm not keen on anything that exists that has the name trapdoor in its name. It's just, you know what I mean, or funnel web.
So yeah, it's like, yeah.
Like we all make the joke about like Peruvian death worms and Peruvian death noodles and Peruvian death this and that. What we fail to remember is that all the Peruvian death things came from Australia.
Yeah.
I love Australians and I would love to go to Australia, but I'm too scared of all the crap that try to kill me, eat me, sting me, stab me.
Yeah, generally just not make it home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I can't sleep if there's a spider in my room, so don't even think about putting me in a country where there's just made of spiders.
Yeah. I could just imagine the type of netting that you would have around your bed. You'd have security guards there and everything. It's like, I don't want any of the things that are coming in to eat me.
The netting I would have around my bed would be called the South Pacific Ocean. South Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Stay on the boat.
Yeah. It'll be, I'm not coming off this boat. I'm going to stay in quarantine.
I was Australia. No idea. I stayed on the boat.
Yeah.
I lounged in the pool and I got COVID.
Yeah. Never made it ashore.
Do. And don't forget, folks, as I've just realised, we've been completely ignoring the chat. We do our best to stay in touch with you guys in chat, but if you want to get our attention,
yes,
because we are busy painting, please make sure to do at Festa67's workshop in your comment, or at Model Making Guru. Or if you really want to get Colin's attention, you can do a super chat by pressing the little dollar symbol at the bottom of the chat window. Those 3 ways will mean that we won't miss your comment. But the super chat means you're also supporting Colin's channel at the same time.
Absolutely.
If you ask us a question, don't do one of those 3 things, then don't be sad that we miss your comment, because our chats are a long way away. We can't see that well.
Lynn Dipple says the Japanese government manages a system for training fugu handlers. There is a legal obligation where only qualified fugu handlers can serve you fugu meals. I thought there was something to do out there.
Yeah, because it's one specific part of it you can eat, and if it's anything other than that bit, you'll die.
Oh, Jeff's got a good factoid. He says, I'd like to go to one of the Japanese fountain pen stores where they will watch how you write and then they hand finish a pen's nib to complement it. How cool is that?
There's actually some good videos on YouTube of these old guys actually making, Japanese guys making fountain pens.
Mm.
So they're handcrafted and they're all enameled. The actual barrel is enameled. It's got these designs on. They're beautiful.
They do everything so well out there, don't they?
Handcrafted enameled designs. Beautiful. And of course, they make it look like an absolute doddle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just drilling out this pen barrel from this thing. There you go, by hand with a stick. Or some such.
That's why we always say, isn't it? Skill level Japan.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. It's like every single person who doesn't live in Japan and isn't Japanese, when you're doing something that involves some really delicate fiddly work, like, for example, if you're making a tank with 1 million components in the tank tracks, or you're making all the photo etch for a battleship, but you're actually making it by hand out of bits of brass, for example, you do it for 5 minutes and you'd be like, screw it, I can't be asked. Or you'd hate doing it. But the Japanese craftsmen, just like, it's insane.
Take it to a whole new level, don't they?
It's just like, it's almost like if it's not got 1,000 tiny components, they're not even interested. Whereas we're like, can we make it as simple as possible, please? Because I'll be bored. Like, imagine if you're making this stomper, but you had to physically, like, attach every single rivet.
Yeah.
You just lose the will to live eventually.
Yeah, but they would see that as therapy.
Yeah. They've just got this. They've got this kind of ability to focus on what they're doing and just do it. And that's why, like, Japanese woodblock printing, like the proper, ukiyo-e stuff and things like that, is amazing. Watching David Bull do his, because he can spend months just carving out the blocks for an image, and it's just such delicate, fine work. One slip and the whole thing is a write-off, and yet he loves it.
Yeah.
Well, he's not Japanese, but he's been doing it for so long. It's a Japanese craft, but Japanese craftsmen just live for that. It's very admirable, that kind of level of patience. And
they're so clever, though, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's a certain level of zen and relaxed, calm happiness that they're happy to just sit and...
It's just a whole new level, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't have that level of tolerance for tediosity. Hell, I get bored after doing my 7th Baneblade piece of Baneblade track.
I'd love
cleaning up the mold lines.
I'd love to be able to do it.
Oh God, yeah. But if I can't even clean all the tracks for a Baneblade without getting bored, I don't stand much chance. Yeah. Have anything like that. Let's have a look at chat. Fox, we've done that one. La 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 la. I've done a shark dive in freshly chummed water to lure them in, Lynn. Highly recommended, says Jeff.
Oh, nice one.
I want a Japanese katana, says Lynn.
That would be cool.
Mm-hmm. These handmade fountain pens, do Display make one, says Panzer Cat. Does Display make fountain pens? I don't know. No idea. Burpage. Hello. Hello, Miss Yola Burp.
Good burpage. Can't beat a bit of a good burpage.
Look at the burpularity. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm hunting through my paint rack. Paint.
I was hunting through my paint rack on the corner of the street until a certain little lady came by. Don't know where that came from. I do apologise.
That's all right.
I don't know why I sang it like a southerner when it's like George Formby, who wasn't southern anyway.
You just want to burst into spontaneous song, don't you?
Living in the nighttime, living in the daytime, having a wonderful time. Tiny Tim. Can't go wrong with a bit of Tiny Tim.
Absolutely.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't.
Yeah, you get arrested. Bobbin says, I bought some frill tracks for a model a few years ago. Still haven't got round to assembling them. Yeah, you'll have fun with them, mate. They are really therapeutic, mate.
What, proper metal tracks?
Proper metal tracks, yeah.
Real tracks, yeah.
Yeah, I've got a set for a couple of rifle tanks and a Panzer howitzer. And, yeah, they are interesting.
I suppose the good thing with frill metal tracks, if they've got metal track pins, is you can't really screw them up.
Yeah.
It's just a bit tedious building them.
Yeah.
But if you've got like plastic tracks where you can knacker the track pin, then you can screw them up, and that's like the end of the world. If you mess them up, your entire kit's ruined.
Yeah, it's a labour of love at the end of the day, isn't it? It's...
I watched one thing where somebody had metal tracks, but the track pins were resin.
Yeah, you said before,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, and it's like...
Why?
How is that not the dumbest idea ever? Because if your track pin goes, your tracks are knackered and your whole models are right off, but it seems a bit stupid.
Yeah. I tend to use the little brass pins instead of the wire that comes with them. I use the little brass pins. I just find that they seem to work a bit better.
You're a little brass pin.
Absolutely. I like being a brass pin, mate.
You know what works better than brass pin?
What's that?
Peas.
Peas.
Peas. I like peas.
Proper peas or processed peas?
Proper garden peas.
Yeah.
Processed peas are a bit council state, not mine.
I see what he did there.
That was completely the wrong voice, unfortunately.
Yeah.
See up my nose?
Yeah. Can you see up my nose?
Oh, you can't. I can't. I'll move the camera. Hang on.
Yeah. They call me Officer Dribble.
Dear me.
Don't go to hell. Don't go to hell.
We can never explain this.
Yeah, we're so gonna go off the friends list.
I love the way people have said in the past what they think we're talking about. It's like, no, you haven't got it at all. Well, never mind.
No, we have put it out there, haven't we? You know, if you can guess, but yeah.
We don't. Even if you guessed, we wouldn't tell you.
It's one of them. It's there.
It certainly is. La 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 la.
Boom, boom.
La-ba-da-ba-da-da, dib-a-dib-a-dib-dib, having a wonderful time.
He's not going to be happy until he ruins my monetization tonight. I can see it.
I think we'll get away with it. I think you get away with it.
Yeah.
I think
it's all right. I'll get him back Sunday.
I think you'll be all right.
All right, let's try to put a bit of paint on that without knocking it off.
Yeah, knock it off.
Knock it off.
What are you trying to paint now?
I am going to paint.
It's not that sight on that bomb again, is it?
Yeah, actually, it was. I was just doing the sight.
Yeah, it was just, when you said about without knocking it off, I'm like, that's that sight in it.
Yeah,
I've long lost mine. It's just long gone.
Yeah, I've got an inner determination not to knock it flying again.
But you've also got an inner determination to knock the crap out of it and make it fall off.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
That's a subconscious one there.
A little bit on his canister. I did start painting a load of dudes, and I've put them away somewhere.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Have you put them in a box with like 4,000 other orcs, which was a really clever thing to do?
Probably, mate. I 3D printed a grot tank during the week. Oh, it's adorable.
Ooh.
It's adorable. I know what I'm going to have to do now, won't I?
What, print a whole load more?
No, I'm going to have to go and get it off the side there, and yeah, because you'll want to see it now.
Yep. I still at some point need to get hold of myself that grot super tank.
Yeah, I've got about a dozen different grot tanks. And yeah, I'm going to be printing more on.
More on. Oh.
I'll see what's there. Yeah, I'll shut up.
I thought you said moron then.
See what you did there. First things first, I printed during the week. I've just got to finish off matching it up. I did a glutton demon during the week. Printed him.
Hang on. Let me put my brush down. I've got to turn around.
Printed him during the week.
Demon. A great unclean one type.
Yeah, so demon. Just got to finish him off. Started doing all the joints and everything, and just got to smooth them out and get rid of that. So I've been printing him. So let's dig out the grot tank of grottiness.
What's your remote for?
That's for my fans.
Ooh, your adoring fans.
Yeah, I've got big fans up there, and they're all remote controlled. Look. Oh. It's got the supports on it still at the moment, but look, isn't it adorable? Are
they actually grot tanks as well?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I love the way it's just got like 2 wheels on each side.
It's like, so there's a little Bubba grot tank, and I did the engine and exhausts for the ELO build.
Yeah, secret thing.
So so that's got all the exhaust tubage and all of that. But yeah, I've got about another dozen of them in all different designs. Little grot tanks. So
is it doing a wheelie, or is it just like the way it's printed?
It's the way it's printed. It's on its supports basically. But
like
all of these get removed because they print basically that way, upside down.
That's so sweet.
Yeah. So that came off the printer this morning. Sorry.
I was going to say it's resin, isn't it?
Yeah, it's resin. Yeah, that's cured now, so I can remove all my supports and everything. Cool, cute, isn't it? Literally, that's how it came off, nice and smooth, and
I think once I finish my big track, I need to do the grot tanks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got to do the grot tanks, mate. I thoroughly enjoyed doing that.
And I may have to save up and get myself the grot mega tank, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's one of those. I may have been on there having a look around during the week, and that's what got me into 3D printing some, because it was like, I'm not going on to Forge World yet.
Yeah, and then you went on to Forge World anyway.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm
not going on to Forge World. Oh, what's this website? World.
Yeah, World of the Forging Kinds. Yeah. Right.
No, look, I wasn't on Forge. I was on Forge World. It's a Danish Viking. It's furniture or something. I don't know.
Don't know where it came from. Someone must have left it there.
Not a grot tank. It's a special shelving unit for something.
Yeah.
Don't hit me.
I like peas.
I like peas.
Peas are fun.
Peas are action-packed and dynamic, at least compared to me. You see it, my nose. I'm painting all the silver bits on my missiles because they're supposed to be clean. So I'm doing a little layering to get rid of most of the shade so it looks a bit clean, not completely clean, a bit clean. So it's only in the recesses, and it's quite tricky. It's quite tricky.
Tricky. Yeah.
Because you want to paint in the flat areas, but not paint in the recesses, but you don't want a big, solid, bold line of paint between the dark bit and the light bit. So you've got to kind of do a little bit of slippy, slappy, fiddly bits.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but...
Sounded good. Sounded good.
You have to trust that when it looks like a big line between the dark and the light, when it dries, it'll be a little less obvious. You have to use the force, look. Do you know what's really weird, actually? Just on a bizarre tangent. I'm so used to the guy doing Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Clone Wars animated series.
Yeah.
That when actor McChappie, whatever his name is, who Ewan McGregor actually does Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'm like, I prefer the other voice. I prefer the animated voice actor. Keep doing that one instead. I prefer the voice actor's version. It's much better.
Yeah. Never watched the more modern Star Wars movies.
They're all right. They're not the best.
No.
They're not as bad as everybody makes out, but they're not you know.
For me, it was just, the originals. That's what I'm used to. And it's like, I kind of don't want to see any of the others.
I mean, I have gone back and watched the prequels, you know, the 2000 and the 1997 Clone Wars and all that, Phantom Pregnancy.
Oh, right, yeah.
I have gone back and watched them. I always say how they don't exist. I have gone back and watched them again, and they're not as bad as I remember, but they're still garbage. But
he wasn't a fan, was you, mate?
No. It's like, the entire problem was that there was nobody there who would tell George Lucas no.
Yeah, it was a bit like Jerry Anderson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Gene Roddenberry.
It's like excuse me, you start to see the terrible George Lucas not being able to write a decent script in Return of the Jedi. It just starts to come through.
Yeah.
But then, unfortunately, he was unleashed for the prequel films. But I've gone back and watched them again, and they're all right. They're just boring. If it's just that they're boring, that's it, really.
Do you think they've overdone it?
There's too much going on.
With the franchise, do you think they should have stopped?
Nah. You always have more Star Wars.
Okay.
But I think it's got to the point now where people are getting bored with the Skywalker type saga. We want new stuff that doesn't always have that character you've always liked who's now in this movie and in the background, lots of callbacks and things like that. Yeah,
it's like, let's have a next generation now. Come on.
Let's have, or just if not, let's have some stories where you don't see characters from the original franchise. I've got a cough. Hang on. Let's have something where we have like an Andor. Andor's really good because it's like there's no one in it from the Saw Gerrera, I suppose. But other than that, there's no one in it. It's like you don't suddenly get Han Solo in there or Luke Skywalker or Boba Fett, and it's like, you know what? I like that. It's all new characters. A lot of stories you can tell in that universe. They don't all have to revolve around the original trilogy cast of characters.
Yeah. So. Edward says he likes to take his supports off before curing. Have I tried it? Yes, I have, but I find I prefer doing it once it's cured, to be honest. Personal preference at the end of the day. There's no right way or wrong way. But I have tried it that way, but I prefer doing it afterwards.
Jeff says the grot tank is awesome.
Yeah.
Paul Lewis says grot tank, a container for Swedish meatballs.
I see what he did there.
I don't get it. Lynn Dipple says grot tank, I'll buy some from you, Colin. Cute.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I will print them all out and have a little army of grot tanks. Why not? Because they are cute. Everyone needs grot tanks in their life.
Well, the thing is, there's something to be said for if you just wanted to like have a selection of them, you could theoretically have just nothing but an armored division of like grot tanks, and you could have like one or two of the Killburster tanks, the big orc ones, then a whole division of grot tanks with like a 3 or 4 grot super tanks as your HQ. Yeah. And you could just play your entire army of just be tanks.
Oh, no. When I consider what I've got on that shelf, you're going to have this, the Wild-Ek, the Insane Blade. I just think a nice little procession of grot tanks interspersed is just going to finish it off.
Well, you can just imagine some game where like one guy's like, right, it's a 10,000 point game. I'm being Imperial Guard and I've got 2 Bane Blades, I've got all these dudes, I've got some Space Marines, I've got all this stuff. And I'm like, I've got 40 grot tanks.
Yeah.
Have a bit of that. Oh, I'm going to fight off a tickly cough at the minute. Oh.
Yeah.
Sniffly. La, 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 la.
But yeah, we all need grot tanks. Grot tanks are fun.
You need grot tanks.
What we got going on? Grot tanks are fun.
Oh yeah. Best thing is as well, if somebody wants to build a grot tank army and they're not playing in like official games, they could get a load of the little Mong chibi tanks, the little Meng chibi tanks.
Yeah.
They do as grot tanks, just stick a few bits of
Si
spare
Reynolds
on them.
built a load, didn't he?
Yeah, stick a few panels on the side out of bits of spare plastic, like little bits of corrugated iron and stuff. And there you go. Grot tanks. Because they're about the right size as well.
Yeah, I know. I know Si built a load like that, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Get your grot tanks here. How many for £1? Yeah, Jeff, I like that idea. He says, yeah, progressively smaller grot tanks following behind like baby ducks. Oh, that would be cute. Could you imagine, Fox, a really ickle baby grot tank? Yay.
Well, you know what you'd need?
Yeah.
You know what you'd need? Like, you get a grot tank, and then, of course, you have, like, the support vehicles, like light armoured vehicles, which would be tiny.
Yeah.
Because you've got a tank, then you've got something like a Jeep or a Kugelwagen or a half-track, and it'd be tiny.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so cute.
Oh, you know what you could do? You could get a 1/72nd scale German half-track. Right?
Yeah.
But then you'd just have a grot sat in the open bit at the back, put a steering wheel in there, and that's the bit where he sits.
You're giving me ideas now. You know this is going to end badly for me.
Are you having the thoughts?
Yeah.
www.forgeworld.com.
Yeah, exactly. You're rotten. Yeah, I know exactly what you're doing.
Na. I'm not doing anything. You can't pin it on me. La 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 la.
I cannot go on to Forge World.
Well, you can. You just can't buy anything on Forge World. But what you mean you can? You just can't tell H that you've spent any money on it. Well, I mean, you should. You'll have to, and she'll know anyway.
No, I've got other things that I need to sort out first.
Yeah. What, Games Workshop?
No. Mugs and T-shirts for patrons.
Ooh.
So I want to get that sorted out.
Mugs and T-shirts.
So that's something I want to get.
Yeah, your mugs and T-shirts here.
Exactly.
Mugs und aussortierte T-Shirten gefahren. Ja, das ist richtig. I don't know what that was.
Nor do I, mate.
It's a bit scary, perhaps.
It was well received.
It was received, I suppose. What about well?
Swigging pigs off. See you later, mate. You take care, mate.
Take care, buddy.
Thanks for coming in, mate. Lovely to see you.
Ciao, bella. Ciao, bella. Bella bambina.
Go. Have you some of that?
I'm going to go and change my water because it's got metally bits in it.
Yeah, no worries, mate. You do that.
Hang on, the cables are going in places I don't want them to go.
Oh, dear.
I shall be back in 2 moments.
Yeah, not a problem, mate. Not a problem.
Ooh, lenses up, can't see. Ah.
Jess says, yeah.
Lenses gone to sleep.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll have to do that, Jeff. I'll have to do some ultra tiny grot tanks. Put that in there. See what we've got. Slightly smaller one. Let's get a bit of Rhinox going in there. Bobbin says a mug with Festa's mug on it. Cool. Yeah. That'll be done. Let's have a bit of that. He is returned, folks.
I just remembered I was emptying out my water pot then.
Yeah.
Into the bathroom sink. When Mama Wolf first came back from hospital,
Yeah.
And she had carers for about 4 weeks coming in each day to make sure she was getting washed.
That's right.
Stuff.
Yeah.
The first time a carer came, she turned up and she got Mama Wolf out of bed, sat her up in bed, and she went, right, I'll go and get you some. She went to get like a bowl of water to give her a wash.
Yeah.
She went into the bathroom sink and she went, have you got like a scrubbing thing? So I gave her this little Brillo pad. She's like scrubbing at the sink. I'm like, what are you doing? And she went, sink, it's like filthy. There's all that mold in it and stuff. And I'm like, no, that's paint.
Oh, of course, yeah. You've been in and emptied your brush water, yeah.
Yeah, so she's, what do you mean? I said, I'm a model maker. That's where I empty my paint pot. She went, oh, you idiot. I was cleaning the sink. She was, I'm cleaning the sink out thinking it was mold. I said, no, it's just,
it's just scars from the paint pot.
There's little black specks all over the sink. And yeah, no, that's like 20 years old. Don't worry about that.
Be like
baby grot tanks with child seats on the back, says Panzer.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to have all of the grot tanks.
Edward Leonard says a pull string tying them all together.
Oh,
yeah. Remember you used to get the toy duck, the wooden duck, and then there'd be a piece of string with all little ducks behind it, and you pull it along when you were a kid.
Yeah, they got me thinking now.
They got me thinking. Do. I had a vision the other day. I was downstairs making a cup of tea, as you do, and a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And I was just happily, minding my own business, as you do. And all of a sudden, for no reason at all, in my mind, I could see the thing you're building, your ELO thing.
Yeah.
But all the artwork for the Goth Rocker.
Yes.
In that style, but this wagon like that, seen from like a 3/4 view.
Yeah.
Like two of the wheels in the air because it's going up over a hill, and just blasting out Mr. Blue Sky.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's worked.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's funny. I need to lay it all out and see what on earth I've printed, because I've printed so much for it, and I do need to lay it all out just so that I can plan it. Because
well, the best thing is that I only know as much as you said to everybody watching, so it's just as big a mystery to me, and I'm like, I can't wait to see what it comes out like, and I'm happy not to know more than everybody else. Because I'm happy to get the surprise. I know the basics of it, but no more than you've said to dear viewers. So
yeah, I've got all the dudes printed. I got my Goth Rocker. That's come. Got my soundboard ready. So yeah, it's going to be an intriguing one.
There's a picture on the Games Workshop the other day, and it was there's the Goth Rocker and the Red Gobbo. The Red Gobbo is like the grot.
Yeah.
The Christmas grot read the rebellion against the orcs. And like the Red Gobbo has got this little squig wrapped up in wrapping paper, and it's just basically got wrapping paper around its face. So you can see it's a squig. And he's got that marked for the Goth Rocker. And the Goth Rocker's got he's got a massive squig. And the Goth Rocker's got a tiny little squig wrapped in paper with a label for the Red Gobbo. They're just giving each of the squigs basically for Christmas. But when you're an orc, what better gift is there than the gift of squigs?
Absolutely.
The gift of squigs is the gift of love. Wow, look at that. I don't know if you'll see this on camera. I don't know if you'll see it, but these teeth here that I painted it all white, I've handled it so much that on the rivets that hold the teeth on, they've just turned black.
Yeah.
You can't see it, can you? See it there?
Yeah.
The rivets have turned black because I've rubbed all the paint off.
Yeah, that's the thing I've found as I go round it. You find bits of paint where you've been handling it so much have started to wear away, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, you're like, oh. But then again, it looks just weathered. On some bits, it just looks like weathering.
Well, that's it. It's wear and tear, isn't it, mate?
You're wear and tear.
I like being wear and tear. Remember what I was going to do now.
You were going to do this.
No, I wasn't.
What you were going to do. You were. Admit it, you were about to do. You were literally about to do that just then. You were like,
no.
You were literally about to do that. Just
you
that exact
wanted
thing.
me to. Inwardly, you wanted me to, but
I didn't want you to. But the internet might, and what the internet wants is, unfortunately, your Lord and Master.
Yeah, it's like
The internet is your governor.
Lynn says it's time to stand up. Actually, you've got a valid point. There it is, 2 o'clock, isn't it?
What time is it? 2 o'clock. What time does H need a shout at 2:30?
2:15, mate.
2:45.
Yeah. Have an
Getting
alarm
later
set.
for the start times.
Oh, mate, should have seen it during the week. It came staggering down. It looked like bloody Alice Cooper, mate. I'm like, what the hell's happening to you? Oh, no. All right. No. I am suitably stood up, Lynn.
Good girl. You've had your bit of snackage. Have you had some juice?
I'm about to, mate. It's just I've got one hand holding me up at the moment, so...
Good girl. Good girl. It's not true what they say about you. You're a good girl, really, aren't you?
Exactly. Panda says the gift of squigs is the gift that keeps on giving. Absolutely.
Yeah. I was watching the other day. I happened to be rewatching the Cronin the Cunning.
All right, yeah.
Series of videos on the I can't remember the name of the channel now. It's some guy that does a lot of like Warhammer lore. But he wrote a story called Cronin the Cunning about this orc that learns how to use thinking.
All right.
He's an orc boss. He's like a war boss, and he's discovered the secret of thinking and using cunning to win battles.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, he's undergoing some trials to like become the big war boss, and he's got to do all these different things. And they're like survival trials. And one of the trials is that you have to put this sack over your head.
Yeah.
And it's tied at the bottom, but inside the sack is a bowel torrent squig.
Oh, right, yeah.
And basically, the way a bowel torrent squig works, if it's scared or startled, it just craps constantly, non-stop.
Right.
And in this particular trial, basically, Cronin was the last one standing because all the other guys put the sack over the head, startled the squig, and just drowned in squig poop.
Oh.
But Cronin the Cunning was cunning, you see, and he realised that if he didn't startle the squig, he'd survive. So he sang very quietly to it and kept it calm, and it didn't poop.
Oh. Everyone needs a squig in their life.
Yeah, everyone needs a squig for a pillow.
Squigs are fun.
Aye. Can't go wrong with a squig. Well, you can. But then you won't have enough limbs left to worry about it. So
Yeah.
Super match game.
Yeah, there.
Right, what am I going to do with this damn thing?
What's that, mate?
But both the big ammo barrel and the round gun turret on the shoulder. I don't know what to do with them.
We've had this discussion before, haven't we?
Yeah, I know, and I've never settled on an adequate solution. I'll put some Magrex Surshade on these, just to give me something to do. I'll put it on these glyphs. That'll
yeah, you've been pondering that one for a little while, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm still not figured out.
You just do a blue and white dry brush, like similar to what you've done on his head.
Yeah, but I was kind of thinking of doing something different on that just to make it stand out, but I can't think what I'd do that would be different.
Why don't you do one of the panels with a diagonal hazard stripe?
Might work.
So you've got your blue, your white, and then, like, say, one of the other ones has just got a nice, sexy set of hazard stripes on it.
Hazard stripes might be a potential option on one of the panels. Don't know about the blue and white, though. I'll have to have a think about that one. Glyphs. Let's do more glyphs. I was reluctant to do any like washes on these glyphs and things because that'll come with the weathering, but I need to make them look dirty before I make them look dirty, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It makes no sense at all to me, so I shouldn't expect it to anybody else. I kind of know what I mean.
That's the key. As long as you know what you mean.
Right, now what am I doing with these?
What am I doing with these? I'm here all week.
I don't know what I'm doing with it. I think I'll just give it some Agrax Earthshade on these white bits. I'll do it facing away from the camera because that's brilliant. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some Agrax Earthshade on these white bits, but then I'm going to get some water. I'm going to weaken it. I'm going to dilute it in situ on the actual model.
Oh, you're good, you are.
Because I'm making this shit up as I go. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I want to make it look a bit less just like white, but I don't want it to be quite as dark.
Yeah.
Than the Agrax. But I don't want to be mixing Agrax Earthshade and Lamian Medium because it's for such a small area. It's just a waste of Lamian Medium.
Yeah.
So I'll just literally get it on there, rinse the brush off, get a bit of water, and just
let it do its thing.
Dilute it down in situ so it just looks greasy and grimy rather than. I don't want it to look like I've just given it a wash of Agrax Earthshade, basically.
Yeah. Do you want it to look aged?
A bit like you and me.
Yeah.
We're both aged.
Yeah. Damn, that must have been one hell of an Agrax Earthshade wash we had then.
Tell me about it. Now, for this lamp thing, I think what I'm going to do for the lamp, you know, the big spotlight thing.
Yeah.
I think what I'm going to do for that is actually something different. I think what I might do for that is, I don't know. Do you like the plan?
Yeah, I like that. You haven't decided yet.
My big plan is I ain't got no clue what I'm doing.
Yeah, it is one of them, isn't it?
I think what I'll do, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get what I'm going to be.
Jeff Light says, I'm going to go and get some kit. Thanks, guys. Hope to catch you on the Sunday streams. Take care and stay safe. You take care, Jeff. Thanks for popping in and keeping us company, mate.
Big hugs to you, Twiglet. I like calling people Twiglet. I don't know why.
I would never have noticed.
I can't remember where it came. I think I called Mama Wolf Twiglet once, and she said, "Oh, I like that." I was like, "Okay, you're Twiglet now, then." And then it kind of stuck. No, I don't want Squig Orange. I want Scrag Brown, which is an orange.
Scrag Brown.
Scrag Brown. What I'm going to do is I want this spotlight to be white, but at the same time I want it to be rusted.
Right.
But I'm going to do something a bit different. I want it to look like it's. I'm thinking while I'm talking.
Here you go, careful, mate.
I know, it's just not good. I'm going to put some Scrag Brown on my wet. No, I'm not. I'm going to put some Scrag Brown in a little tin thing. I'm going to make a little wash. I'm going to make a little wash of Scrag Brown, I think. Just to be different.
Yeah.
I could do this with oil paints later, but I want to do it now. I want to take advantage of the way acrylic paints work. Yeah. I want it to collect in the recesses, but I want it to tint it as well. If I do this with oils or enamels, I'd have to wipe it all off and I'd lose it. So this time I actually want to use it in a way you're not supposed to use it.
Yeah.
Because we always say don't do washes with acrylics because you'll tint everything. But
use it to your advantage.
Yeah. Like when I do my streaking grimes later on, the point is that I'll be able to get them out and whittle them away, but this I actually want to collect. So I've got a very weak wash of Scrag Brown. I like saying that. And what I'll do is I will wash it over this little lamp. I've not painted the lens yet, that doesn't matter. Wash it over the lamp. And I just want it to collect around the edges of things. Like it's like dripped down and leached and just run on the bottom. Because I've taken a lot of paint off with my hands as well, but that means it goes black. Yeah. So I've got white paint and then big black chunks where I've scraped it off, but it looks like it's enamel, you know, like enamel pot where the paint wears off. So what I'm hoping is that when I let this dry, it'll look like, and especially if I let it pool at the bottom,
Yeah.
It'll just look like leached rust that's kind of leached its way down, which gravity would draw that down, so it would collect at the bottom and it would look a bit crampy. We'll see what it comes out like. May do a little bit of Agrax on there as well, just to darken it a little bit. Just do a little tiny bit of Agrax. While the paint's still wet, get some Agrax on there. Get some water on it. Make it run down. Ooh, that's quite nice. A bit more scrag brown. It might look absolute garbage by the time it's finished, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah,
we'll
but at least you've had a go.
Yeah. And it's kind of run down onto the panel below it as well, which is quite interesting. So we'll be doing rust effects later, but it might come out being really faint. But the idea is if it collects at the bottom of the lamp, then it might look interesting. It'll collect. It just collects in all the little recesses and around the edges in a way that I find pleasing. A bit like peas.
Bit like peas.
Bit like peas, kind of interesting and pleasing. I'll take it out from around that lens though, because that's a bit weird. I better paint some up in the top of that thing as well, hadn't I? Suppose.
Everyone's saying good night to Jeff.
Good night, Jeff. Good night, Moon.
Good night, Jeff.
Good night, Moon. Because, yeah, normally you don't let washes go to a ball at the bottom of the object because they look really weird, but I actually want it to look like that.
Yeah.
And I might give it a dry brush of some rusty colours later, but for now I just want it to collect. It's fading away to nothing already, which is weird. Because I've mixed it really thin. We can add some other colours in a bit. Add some other colours in a bit. You got to pick a pocket or two. Yeah, what? Sorry, I've got some cold coffee here.
Oh dear.
Have a swig of that.
Panzer says, time to go back to work. Take care. Catch up with some of you in the streams over the weekend. Take care, Pans. Thanks for coming in, mate. Always nice to see you in, buddy.
Right, Panzer. Thank you for coming in.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
And if you can't do that, then just charge. What are you doing?
I'm painting the cone of a missile.
Ooh, is that like the cone of silence?
Yeah. It is, mate.
Are you still stood standing or are you sat down again now?
No, I'm sat back down now, mate. I wouldn't be able to paint if I was stood up, mate.
No. But you'd have a damn good try.
Yeah, because I'd have one hand gripping the bench to keep me from falling down, wouldn't I? And it's like, yeah. Wouldn't be the conducive thing for me to do.
No. I've got the runny nose. Sniffly nose. How's the audio video, guys, by the way? Is it good, nice and clear, and audio good, and video good?
Yeah, I've not had no complaints yet.
Oh.
So I can only assume it's okay. I'm sure that they would let us know, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd let us know. It's always good to ask, I suppose.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's...
Apologies for my sniffles.
Nothing wrong with the sniffles, mate. We all get them.
What can I say? I'm permanently full of Papa Nurgle's blessings. I'm just a plague vector.
Yeah, you've got the lurgy of you that's going round. Is that the one you got?
Yeah, probably. I've probably got the creeping death or something.
You're such a tart. You really are.
What was I reading today? It was a quote from I think it was a quote from Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
He said basically, if you stub your toe, that's a tragedy. If you fall down a manhole cover and die, that's comedy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it kind of makes sense as well. You kind of know what he means.
Yeah, absolute legend.
Yeah.
He's still alive, isn't he, Mel Brooks, or is he gone?
Yeah, he's
now?
90 odd now.
Yeah.
Still going.
Isn't he? Wow.
I remember one joke he said once. He said, old Jewish businessman walking down the street. Oh, no. Or was it? Oh, no, it might have been Jackie Mason, actually. I got it wrong. It's Jackie Mason.
Yeah.
Jackie Mason said, I was walking down the street one day and I had a heart attack and I'm lying on the floor. in agony, and this guy loosens my shirt collar and says, "Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable?" He went, "Oh, I make a living." Yeah, I make a living.
There
I quite like the way some of this. You can't see it. I'll take a picture later. But some of the way the black paint is chipped off on this lamp,
Yeah.
it looks like enameling that's chipped off and revealed the black. Yeah, I'm really quite pleased with that.
Oh, there you
kind
go.
of randomly.
Then. Happy accident. Has had a positive outcome.
Yeah. Now.
And now, from Norwich.
Live from my butt cheek. If I'm going to do hazardy stripes, I can't go around the back of that gun tube because I can't get around the back. So I'll have to do that panel there or that panel there. But then what do I do to the panel? Charlie says.
That went well, Carl. Let's put that down there.
Oh, I could do both of those panels. Ooh. I could have two hazardy stripy panels. Ooh. 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 Audio thumbs up, video thumbs up, content thumbs up, says Jeff.
There you go, we're getting there.
Lindipple says night rocks. Who's rocks?
Don't know.
Who's rocks, Lynn? Because I'm not going to bed, if you mean me. Lynn, who's rocks?
Yeah.
You said that. Oh, you said about Jeff going, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yep. No? Night rocks.
Yeah, Jeff, sorry, mate, I am listening. I was just trying to do something. Carry on.
That's all right. Hands of Cat says, drowning in squig poop. Boy, what a way to go. Oh, with squigs, that's not the worst way. Trust me.
Oh,
there's a worse way to go with a squig. If you, there's a gun that the orcs can use, and I can't remember what it's called, but it basically is like a portable teleporting device. It's a bit like a portal gun.
Yeah.
And it might be the shock cannon. Basically what you do is it sucks up something, and then you fire it, and it teleports that thing through the warp, which is like the alternate dimension, through the warp to emerge somewhere else.
Mm.
And what they tend to do is they tend to use it to fire something so it reappears inside, say, for example, an Imperial Guard tank or armored personnel carrier.
Yeah.
Or it appears inside, say, a Space Marine or an Imperial Guardsman.
Oh, right, yeah.
So what they'll do is they'll suck up a squig, fire the squig out. The model of it, you see the grot being sucked into the big collection tube.
Yeah.
It could be a grot, it could be a squig, but it's worth when it's a squig. They like to suck up a bowel torrent squig.
Yeah.
Which is the one that poops itself like a hosepipe endlessly for hours. They then fire the bowel torrent squig into the warp, which drives the squig insane because you can't survive. If you go into the warp unshielded, you'll just go mad.
Yeah.
So this renders the squig absolutely manic and insane.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely just pooping itself. And then it materializes, for example, inside an Imperial Guardsman who's inside an armored personnel carrier.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which doesn't end well for anyone in the armored personnel carrier, or particularly the guy's now got a squig inside him. Yeah, it's kind of when you read about the weapon, you're like, oh, it's not. Oh, so that the model of it where you get the big shotgun and it's stuck in the grot, and that means that grot's about to appear inside someone or inside a vehicle or somewhere, teleported to. Oh, it's Ross. Ninja says night all. So, yeah, she was saying good night to Ross.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Right, who's Ross? Take care, Ross, and good night.
See you later, mate.
Good night. Right. I think we'll have to do some hazard stripes. I think your words of wisdom were words and were wise.
Oh, there you go.
So I shall use your wise words of wisdom. Rocking the camera all night tonight. I don't even know where the camera's pointing now. It could be anywhere. It's Avalanche Sunset. We got any more bench and bellies? Come on, folks.
Yeah.
Want to see your benches and bellies? We don't want to see your bellies, obviously, that would be gross, but, you know.
I see what he did there.
I mean, it might not be gross. Some bellies might be quite nice, I don't know, but... I'm full of balls. I can't really take pictures of bellies right now.
No, bless you. Let's try and do that where I can actually hold it. There you go.
What, are you trying to still painting your missile thing?
No, I'm trying to glue my door on because I twitched and broke it off.
Oh.
Because I'm useless.
What, the big door?
Yes, Fox. The big door, mate.
Oh. Big door.
That's one of them. Shit happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been trying to sit here and hold it and glue it on whilst, yeah.
Yeah, if anyone can fix it.
Oh, it'll work. It's just I'm trying to put activator on super glue as, yeah, you know how it is.
Looking for Twitch.
Oh, mate, fucking Twitches do my head in, if I'm honest. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't.
No.
There you go. Wouldn't be me. It's just frustrating because you end up undoing everything you bloody done. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But my Twitches are the bane of my life.
But if there's anybody in this world that embodies the work with what you've got ethic more than you, I'd like to make it.
Oh, mate, it can be very, very frustrating, let's be honest, but I can't change it. So
yeah, work with what you've got. You espouse that ethic quite nicely.
Yeah, it's just frustrating when you spend a lot more time repairing a build than you do actually. Yeah.
Building it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's my bad. I picked it up at the wrong angle and twitched and knocked my bloody door flying. It's on there again now, so. But it's just annoying.
And I'm impressed that you didn't actually at that point do any kind of Michael Caine impression. That's quite impressive. Your restraint you showed.
No, it's. Dare I say it? You can't stop it. You can't change it. You know, if you knock something off or it gets destroyed, you're like, well, you can't undo it. It's like, okay, I'll glue it back on then. Yeah.
Yep.
It's just frustrating because you lose your momentum then because you've just had to stop. And yeah, I did it recently. I was airbrushing one of my motorbikes. And I had it in my hand, I twitched and it went flying over my shoulder. Literally the whole front end come off the rear end, all of that lot, plus obviously floor dust. So it was like, yeah, let's deto it and start again. So, yeah, you could jump up and down and throw your teddies out, but that's not going to stop or change.
No.
So you're just like, yeah, okay, it's recoverable.
And I suppose at least one small mercy is it's Orc, so even if something got broken beyond repair, you can work around it, you can make it into something else. Yeah,
but it's the beauty of super glues and activators. You just bang, thunk, and it's back on there. Ideally, I would have used brass rod to make a proper nice set of brass rod hinges, but I couldn't be asked if I was honest, so...
This is where the couldn't be asked comes and kicks you in the ass.
Yeah, but it's on there. It's just one of them. Super glue's notoriously fragile, but
yeah,
like I say, it's attached. It's good enough. It's on there. It's all.
But that's at least one thing. If it was only broken because it was super glue, at least it's not as bad as it was proper glue in there for the plastic screw.
Oh no, it's just super glue, mate. You know, it's
that makes it a little easier, I suppose, a little better.
Yeah, that's all it is, mate. It's a bit super glue. It just adds a bit of character to it because it's weathering, isn't it? All right, it's a large blob of super glue, but it can be hinge rust and shizzle. So
yeah, you can always stick a greeble over it in some way.
And it's got a grot tank coming out of its belly, mate. So
yeah, that's kind of more of a distraction anyway. So
Edward Leonard says, I'll do it one more time. Belly, 2 pound T-bone and nothing else, just meat. Oh, is he getting the bottom lip out because we missed one of his comments? Really? Yeah.
Oh, I put my finger in my penis.
We are trying to read them all out, folks. We do miss the occasional one, but if it's that important, do an @Festa or an @Foxx, and it'll put our names in a gold box, and we'll read it out sooner. rather than tell us off. There you go. Bless. I do love it when they do that. Oh, I'll tell you again. I'll put my comment in again. Right. Right. Where are we? Where are we?
We're in space. No.
White. I say white, but yeah, it was that colour. You shat you sulphur and grey even.
Do you know, the other day, a couple of weeks ago, when I pinged one of my cables out?
Yeah.
And then about an hour later, I knocked it and pinged the cable next to it out.
Yeah.
The next day, I realised after I'd fixed that one back in, I pinged the other one next to that one out. I was like, working my way down the army.
Yeah.
I think I'd ping one out now again. Gosh, doing it.
God damn it. Yeah.
Edward says, lol, I don't give a shit. I'm not telling you off.
Yeah, I know. You'll be amazed, Edward, how many people do tell us off, mate. Yeah. I am going because you're not reading my comments out. It's like, what part of we're trying to build do you not understand? We will sit with our hands folded and just read chat if you really want us to. Yeah.
Yeah, there are people that get quite narky about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of, you know what?
That's why we always make a point of saying, you know, we're not deliberately ignoring people. It's just, yeah. I mean, although it's there, like anything, we always say it, don't we? If you want our attention or it's really important, just do an @Festa 67's workshop or an @Model Making Guru.
Yeah.
And we'll do our best to keep it.
I mean, I've got my lenses on, so I can't actually see anything on the iPad right now apart from just a great big blur. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't going to tell them that because they'll know that we're both really, really old.
They know we're really old. You're like
really,
112 to 40, 30.
Really decrepit. Of course, we're not as old as Edward, though, are we?
That's true. Edward's pretty old.
You know, he's ancient, isn't he, compared to us two?
Yeah, but then at the same time, Squishy's, that ups his kudos level quite significantly.
Yeah, there is that.
None of us have ever had Squishies, so that increases his legendary status a little tiny bit there.
Yeah, don't tell him that. His head will get so big he won't be able to get out the door.
I'm not stupid, you know. I'm not going to tell him that out loud or anything.
No, not that we're live.
No, I wouldn't say that to him because it'd make him go.
Yeah, be like, stop it, but keep it coming.
Stop it, but don't. I am A1 Rust certified, says Edward. Oh, he says, it's just to give you something to talk about. Jeff, if you want to talk Rust, I'll let you know how. I am A1 Rust certified.
Paul J. Lewis has done an @Festa 67's workshop. He says, nothing. Just letting you know I'm still here. Cheers, dude.
And Edward says, lol, old as dirt me is. Well, that's pretty young. You see what I did there?
Yeah, it's... My missus was having that deep, meaningful conversation about getting old the other day, and you just saw her shoulders drop and that sigh of discontent. And I thought I'd better switch my hearing aid back on now because she'll know that I've been not listening yet.
That's the kind of fake body expression that says there's going to be a question afterwards, so you better listen.
I thought I'd better prepare myself here because there might be a written answer to this required. I'm like,
she'll do the old, what do you think at the end? And you'll be like,
yeah, yeah.
Do I say yes or no? I don't know which one is the right answer.
Yeah, it's like, oh, bless her. There's the time gone. Proper reminiscing and whining she was. It's like, yeah, the reality of her being 55 next year has been hit home, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, yeah.
Not that old. She's only 4 years older than me. No, wait. Yeah, 4 years older.
Oh, I don't want to be 60. I said, but you're not even 55 yet. Get over it. It was all downhill. I said, it's all been downhill, love, since our mid-20s. Worry about it. Oh. At least I'm not as old as you.
We're blokes. We start going downhill at 18.
Yeah.
Get over yourself.
At least I'm not as old as you. I said, yeah, all 5 months. Yeah. Yeah, bless her. she proper started getting the bottom lip going, and it was quite funny. But I thought, if I snigger,
you're dead.
I'm dead meat, mate. Yeah, I'm so going to be beaten.
You would be absolutely beaten within an inch of your worthless
So I
life.
thought, well, rather than risk sniggering, if I kill the hearing aid, yeah, that'll be the lesser of two evils in my little mind. And it was like, that's a
hell of a razor edge, that one, isn't it? It's like, is it better to do hearing aid off and not hear it, or to have it turned on and hear it? That's a real. It
is one of those, because if she said something and I sniggered, I would have been right up in the doghouse. See,
that's a real.
Yeah, it is.
Solomon's choice, isn't it? Hobson's choice.
Yeah, it's a proper dilemma, mate, and I had all the cold sweats and everything whilst mulling this decision over.
That's a proper daddy or chips, that one.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm just gonna,
You were like, oh, flip, I'm screwed. I really am screwed.
I was looking at the kitchen door thinking, can I sneak out into the man cave and get away from it? But no, she was stood there with the tea towel across the shoulders, and I'm like, my exit strategy is blocked here.
You make it sound like Flo from Handicap.
Yeah, and it's like, my options now are really limited as to an escape method. What do I do? Do I phone a friend? Do I sit back down and just sigh, a deep sigh of shyness?
Do I just give up the will to live and just accept my fate?
I just sat there staring at my feet, thinking,
I just sit there and I'd go online, order a wooden picnic table set it up where you sat, and then just carve in no fate but what we make, and then that's what you can do. You see what I did there?
You did, you did. You did yourself proud there, mate.
The Terminator 2 joke there, you see.
So I just went for the soft option and just sat there. Yeah, I just sat there, mate. I thought, oh well.
You didn't. You mean? I was going to say, you didn't sit there and go, you're still beautiful to me, love. I still, you didn't try that, or that'd be too obvious.
No, because she knows how bad my eyesight is, and she would have said, now I know you're taking the mick. What would you know? You're as blind as a bat. Thanks for your support. It's not noted.
That would have been an absolute no-win situation then, basically.
I would have been, mate. It's better to say nothing than get it wrong.
Yeah.
Most married men out there will know this dilemma. Like when the wife brings in two outfits, which one of these makes my bum look big? You can't say both.
That's not a fair question.
Yeah, you can't say both. Yeah.
One of them is the one she wants to wear.
Yeah. Which outfit would you choose? And then you say, well, what's wrong with this one? Nothing. They're both lovely. Oh, God, you're useless. You can't make a decision. Well, I did, but you criticised it. Yeah, but I want to wear this one. Well, why ask me?
It's like, don't ask me this question because my testicles are on the outside.
Yeah, why ask me this question if you've already decided?
Yeah, never ask me that question because my dangly bits are on the outside and I'm vulnerable.
She's like, of course, you're useless, you are. And I go, well, what've I done wrong now?
Breathing.
After all these years, thought you'd have had the... Oh, okay.
After all these years, I'm still not developed the balls to actually say that.
No, I've said to her before, how many times in the last 36 years have I made an outfit choice that you've actually accepted and taken note of?
Yeah.
She couldn't answer that. And I said, exactly. So why do you ask me? Because I like to entertain myself. She said, because I could watch the colour drain from you. So thanks a lot. Psychological torture, isn't it, mate?
It is. I think that's there's probably some convention against that.
Yeah. I think most blokes have been down this road somewhere.
Oh, we've all been down that road. We've all been asked the question.
Yeah.
It's almost as draining to you as when the woman goes, whatever.
Oh yeah.
If here's a hand, we shouldn't say this, but all ladies out there, if you ever want to just make a bloke just become an absolute empty husk and win any argument at all and make sure that he feels all the guilt and ends up buying you flowers, even if he's right and you're wrong.
Oh yeah.
just when you get to that certain point, just say whatever.
Or
Because
fine. Oh.
Because we can't have any comeback to that, and we just sit there and going, yeah, but it's not fine though, is it? And then our brains go off, and then we end up buying flowers. So
you're quiet, love. You all right? Fine.
And
you're like, okay. And we all do that nervous shuffle, don't we, from foot to foot, going, right, what do I do here? What's the plan of action?
Backing away.
You got angel and the devil on your shoulders going, right, now, do I ask her to enlighten me any further? We all bid a hasty retreat, don't we? Let's be honest. It's like, I'm just going to go over here.
You haven't got an angel and devil. You've got a devil on one shoulder saying, ask her what the matter is. And on the other side, you've got a devil saying, ask her what the matter is.
Yeah.
You haven't got the angel at all looking out for you.
Yeah, and then I normally blurt out, oh, well, it could be worse. Oh, could it now? Ah, right. Okay, there's been an additional sentence now. What do I do now? Right.
You're like, where's the respawn button?
Yeah.
Quick save, damn it.
And then it's when we go, yeah, but keep a positive attitude. Like, what's wrong with my attitude? Okay, that's not what I meant, but right, I'm really now lurking on the precipice of the doghouse.
Yeah, you're like, I'm just so dead.
And I'm just like, why did I do that? Why didn't I just make out I didn't hear?
Why didn't I just shut up?
Yeah.
Say nothing.
And my boy just looks at me going, so glad I'm not you.
Yeah.
Cheers, son.
Yeah, thanks, son.
Yeah, it's like, you do it yourself every time, old man. You think you'd have learnt after all these years? Yeah, I've learnt nothing, my friend.
Yeah, and you're like, I'm a bloke. Of course I can't learn.
Yeah, and he sits and says, and you asked me why I haven't got married yet. Yeah.
Fair point, well made.
It's when he just looks at me and goes... It's like, oh, cheers, mate. She ambles out in the kitchen. He goes, I'm just going to go upstairs and leave you to it. I'm like, sit back down. Oh, no, she's your wife, not mine. There's no way.
Wife, only my mum.
Yeah, it's no way to talk about your mother. Oh, yeah. It is funny.
Yes.
I have to laugh because, fear. Fear makes me give that nervous laugh,
All the people that I know that are married make me, every time I talk to them, make me so happy that I'm single.
Yeah. All joking aside, I love being married. You know what I mean? All joking aside, I know I'd probably make H out to be some kind of ogre. She's not. It's funny how, even after all these years, she's only got to give me that look, and I'm like, oh, I'm in the doghouse. Yeah.
Oh, I've dropped a bollock again.
Yeah. It's how someone so little and so tiny can make someone as big and chunky as me just curl up and quiver. And it is, but my bean finds it hilarious. She's like, yeah, look at you got a dent on your forehead, mate, where she's been prodding you with a thumb.
True, though.
I go, yeah. She goes, yeah.
We're blokes, of course we're easily pushed around.
Absolutely. She said you tried answering her back once, didn't you? And I went, yeah, went really well for me, Mum, didn't it? Yeah. There's so much to learn.
What's the worst that can happen? Well,
yeah. It is funny. It's that age-old saying, though, isn't it? Behind every fella is a strong woman.
Mm-hmm.
And it is true. We do knock them, but...
we are useless.
We are. Oh, bloody hell, yeah. It's the order of things, isn't it?
It is the order of things.
Mind you, though, we're pretty accepting of that, aren't we? It's like, yeah, we know our failings. That's the thing.
by default, we know our limitations.
Oh,
Even though you make it better.
absolutely.
I'm just going to do a quick hairdryer blast.
Yeah, you do what you got to do, mate.
I've got to unplug me.
Edward Leonard says cheers to Paul, Jim Beam. Yeah. He says, sorry, I've not been very interactive in the chat, not feeling too good, but it's quite good fun listening to Colin and Fox wibbling. Ah, sorry to hear that, Paul, that you're not feeling great, mate.
Feel better soon, dude.
Yeah.
Right, off microphone for a sec.
No worries. But yeah, we do like a good wibble, Paul. Yeah, no, you'll get used to us. Yeah. It's only because we can't do it indoors, see. Fox can't have a good wibble because his mum will just go, man up. My missus will just go, have I got to slap you? So, yeah. So if we go out anywhere, she'll just sit there, one adult, 3 children. And it's like, really? And then if it's a woman serving and she goes, yeah, I got one of them at home. It's like, really?
It's like a union, mate.
It is, isn't it? It's a closed shop, mate. We stand absolutely no chance, mate.
No chance at all. Don't even try. Don't even bother. I made a bit of a mess of this spotlight because I tried to dry brush some rust colours on, but the actual wash hadn't fully dried.
I remember once my missus overslept and my boy said, oh, you're up later than normal. She went, yeah, your father didn't get me up. And Lex was like, it's because he's asleep. She went, don't take his side. He said, but he's asleep. She said, don't stick up for him. That's not an excuse.
Always your fault.
Yeah. And he was trying to explain it to me. You know, he said, what did she mean? I said, if I said I understood, I'd be lying to you. Any man that says he understands a woman's logic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he went, right. I said, just nod approvingly and say it's my fault, mate. Life for you, it'll be so much easier.
Yeah, basically what you do as a man is always carry a newspaper. Because then you can rustle it and say, yes, dear. And rustling it is the only way as a man that you can vent some control over the situation. It's your little act of defiance. Yes, dear.
Yeah, it's when you fold the front edge of the paper over and it goes, yes, love, flick it
Yes,
back.
love.
It's like, yeah.
I mean, they still beat you up.
Oh, absolutely. That's their job.
Get your ass kicked. But at least you've exercised a little bit of control for that brief millisecond. Now, young lady, I've taken your advice.
Yes.
I've started yellow.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
For the hazard straps, but I decided to paint the rest of it blue, so it's got the rusty brown. You can't see, it's not even in focus, but
Yeah.
I'll focus it. Hang on. Why not just stop being a lazy git?
Yeah, just sort it out, will you? What's up with you? You got one simple job. What's wrong with you? Crying out loud.
So I've dry brushed the blue one, so it looks like patchy blue. There's still brown rust underneath.
Yeah.
But then we've got yellow set down for the stripes later. And I'll paint those little triangles of colour of some sort, maybe red perhaps.
Yeah, I like that. It's come up nice, mate.
Yeah, but I tried doing some dry brushing of the rust and it was still wet, the paint, so the rusty lamp's gone a bit weird.
Yeah, but it's orcs, isn't it?
So I'll have to do some dry brushing of the white over that, I think, in a minute.
Yeah, but that's orcs, you know, they tried painting it whilst it was raining, you know what I mean?
Where'd I put the head? Let me focus out again now.
That's the sort of thing an orc would do, mate.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I'll cut you with your spider pigs.
Head cups. Oof. Spider pig. Spider pig. Does whatever spider pig does. Now.
Now, he says.
Yeah, that's as far as I was going with that one.
Yeah, now what? Is that the correct answer? Now what?
No,
what, Fox?
You don't expect me to plan more than just saying now, do you? Please, come on now.
I was building up then to some kind of anecdote.
Anecdote. You're an anecdote.
Edward says, looking good, guys. It's getting there slowly but surely. Yeah.
I don't want to dry brush Rakarth Flesh or White Scar or no, Celestra Grey. I've got some Ulthuan Grey.
All fur and grey, dun dun dun. All fur and grey, dun dun dun.
Oh, isn't it? I don't like dry brushing white scar because it's kind of a crappy colour.
Bit gungy, is it?
Well, it's a crappy paint, and it's always kind of lumpy and bumpy and horrible. And la 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 la. What have you been watching on telly then, Spud?
Trying
Is that
to
a
think.
good question?
Vikings is what I've been watching this week.
Oh, yeah.
I've been binge watching that again.
Oh yeah, I tried watching it when it first started. I got the first episode where they kidnap the priest, is it? And then he becomes
yeah.
And then there's a bit where the Vikings first meet up with somebody on a coastline, and then it looks like they're all about to be good mates. Then they start fighting.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's about as far as I got.
Yeah, it's one of them. I just fancied watching it. It was on Prime. It was like, I'll sit and watch that again.
I think a mate of mine said, "Oh, you should." He used to watch it. Just watch it. I said, "Why?" I said, "Because it's got loads of sex in it." I'm like, "Well, that's not a reason to watch it." I mean, it is.
Yeah.
But, well, that's not going to be interesting for me. Super match game.
Yeah, you do get to see Lagertha. You know,
What's Lagertha?
She's never going to replace Kira.
I don't know. Oh, Lagertha the character?
Yeah, Lagertha's Ragnar's wife.
I don't know the character.
The Shield Maiden. She's quite fit, but also she can kill people with axes and swords.
But does she go, "I am sworn to carry your burdens"?
Yeah, she's...
You'll get that when you play Skyrim. You see what I did there? You see what I did there?
I did see what you did there, mate.
When you get the companion Lydia.
Right, yeah.
Because all the companions, they can carry stuff for you. And they all kind of say the same thing, more or less. Like, "I'm sworn to carry it. Yes, I'll carry that. Fine, I'm sworn to carry a burden." But when Lydia says it, she's like, "I'm sworn to carry your burdens," as if to say, "Christ's sake, I'm a shield maiden."
Yeah.
And I'm carrying you. What?
Yeah, why am I doing this? Yeah.
Why am I? Is that all I'm good for? I'm just... So she's basically having a dig at you, even though you're her employer.
Yeah, she's basically saying, "Oi, you slaphead, sort it out."
Yeah.
But I'm not hearing the pitter-patter of feet up there, so I shall be muting shortly to
Go for it.
Wake up the love of my life.
If you get the Inigo companion as well, if you get the mod for Inigo, he's written it in such a way that Inigo interacts with some of the actual other companions, the game companions.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it uses the game's dialogue. So at Lydia, at one point, you can have an invisibility spell and you can cast it. And if you cast it on Lydia, she goes, "Oh, I'm invisible."
Oh, right, yeah.
But I was walking along at one point and she goes, "Wait, whoa, am I invisible?" And Inigo, it just randomly, Inigo goes, "Again, no, Lydia, you're not invisible. Look down. What do you see?" "Well, there's my feet." "There you go. You're not invisible." "Ah, that's better." It's just, he sews them all together to random conversations. It's quite charming. Bless his little cotton socks. Right, let's do a massive great poo. No, let's do a...
Just going to mute for a sec.
Okie dokie. So it's not quite what I planned, basically, on that little lamp, but it was white. Now it's kind of white with some brown rusty smurp on it. But unfortunately, doing all that rusting on it, you can see there, it took away them big black bits where the white paint had scratched off. It looked like enamel chipping, so it's covered them up a little bit, which is a shame, but it'll do. But now it's not looking quite as rusty as it was. So I'm going to very carefully take some Fragan orange. Very nice name. Fragan. I'm going to carefully, because I took that Scrag Brown before and ran it into the recesses, and it just looked like a wash. It was all the tide marks and stuff. It didn't really work. So I was clearly talking balls when I talked about that. So we'll take some Fragan orange, and hopefully, if I can zoom in a little bit for you, now you'd be able to see. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Zoom in a bit. Or zoom in not at all. That'd be great. So we're looking at this lamp.
Josh is in. Hello, Josh. How you doing, mate?
What did she say?
She said, ain't that time already, is it? I went, nah, love, I just thought I'd ring you for the fun of it. She says, do you want me to slap the taste out of your mouth? No, love, but it is that time again. Why didn't you say that? So, okay, right.
So she said all that while she was still half asleep. I like your missus.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'll text her when I'm leaving. Okay, love. Now, I was tempted to say, do you want me to get the cases out of the loft then so you can pack it? No, I thought, no, I'm not that brave.
Yeah, you don't want to give her an option that she hadn't thought of herself.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, just quit whilst you're behind Cole.
Yeah. Don't snatch a loss out of the jaws of victory.
Absolutely. Bless her. Oh, cracks me up.
So I'm just running this shade into the recesses, but I'm getting it on there, and then I'm watering it away a little bit so it's not quite as intense. So I don't really want to make it dead obvious.
No.
It's just supposed to look like where the rust has collected and bleached a bit of the paint away and chisel. Where rust would normally collect. But this Fuegan orange is quite nice because it's a really bold and dirty orange colour. So
yeah, does the job, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody can see it because the camera's in just the wrong place. I'll run it round this rim.
Yeah, because someone decided that gluing the arms on was the way forward, and it's made it really easy to do everything, isn't it, mate?
Whose idea was that? I blame the cliche. Probably his fault.
Do you know, that's actually a good... Yeah, it's McLeish's fault.
Yep, because he didn't tell us not to do it.
Yeah.
That makes it worse.
Yeah, he encouraged us.
We always do what McLeish tells us.
Yeah, he encouraged us to do it, didn't he?
Yeah. He said, I think it'd be a really good idea, and then never said what the good idea was, so we didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, we just assumed that he thought, put the arms on and glue them on.
Probably said at some point, you're only supposed to glue the bloody arms on. He probably said that. He probably did.
Yeah, I think we need to blame him, and that's it. Is the default answer.
Well, I mean, we need to blame him anyway for anything. But
yeah, it's McLeish's fault, folks.
The fault of McLeish. I reckon, if you got yourself a pot of Fuegan orange.
Yeah.
And then you got yourself another pot of it, but mixed in some Agrax Earthshade. And then got a pot of Casandorielli. You'd have 3 really good just rust washes there, rust shades. Because Fuegan orange is a really nice sort of dark orange, dirty orange.
Yeah, I've got it behind me.
Yeah, put some Agrax Earthshade in with it. It goes even darker because you get that brown. So if you can see on the lamp there, it'll change when it goes. When it dries a bit, there's a bit of an obvious tide mark. Let's get rid of that tide mark.
Ew, he's got a tide mark. Ew.
Can't get rid of that tide mark, so I shall try and get rid of it with some careful painting of the white, a tiny bit of white, just to dab on in the wrong place and ruin. Yes, that'd be great. Thanks. Try and touch a little bit of white to it so it takes that orange blop away. Then I can water the white on. Blend that away. There you go. Perfect.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, so it just looks like a little bit of an orange.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, and it's a bit over the top and obvious. But once I've painted the lens will distract your eye from it anyway.
Yeah,
that's what I can do once it's dried. I can do that thing with Agrax again to darken the white colour down a bit. It gives a slightly different rust effect to the rest of the white panels.
Exactly, it's not overdone, it's subtle.
Yeah. Like I said, I can get some Agrax Earthshade in some of the recesses later as well. The fun bit's going to be actually, the lens isn't going to be so bad because I can kind of get to it, so it's not that bad. Right, let me zoom back out again because I'm zoomed all the way in.
Oh, you're zoomed thoroughly in, are you?
I zoomed in so people could see what I was doing.
Zoomed in so they could see up your nose.
Can you see up my nose now? I can see the pub from here. Hmm. I don't like them big headlights on the front, though. I never know what to do with those gridded headlight things. I hate them.
On the front of where?
You know, on the front here, like that.
Oh, yeah, they're pain in the arse, aren't they?
It's the only way you can really paint them is to paint them as if they're lit, but then you're painting a lit light, which looks balls.
Mm.
And if you paint them like they're not lit, then you're just painting grey, which looks weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to cheat and put periscope in there, but they're not lenses as such, are they? So.
Well, they are, but they've got like that grid. It's like a glass piece with like a metal grid over the front.
Yeah.
But it's the little ones there that are like ball ache. So what I'd normally do is I'd paint them white and then do the yellow glaze in the lenses, and then paint the steel. They do me head in.
Yeah, they're not the greatest thing, are they? Really? You know,
No,
it's just
they're like porch lights, aren't they? Kind of like you get in submarines, you get the light above the door.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's like a warm LED or warm light, isn't it? You know that.
Yeah, but then it's
amberness.
That metal grill over them. It's a pain in the bum. And one of them's actually got a dirty, great big hole in it.
Yeah, mine's got a chunk missing out the corner.
That one on the top left there?
Top left, the whole bottom section, quarter is missing.
Well, just me then. They must have moulded it to look like... Okay, that's that. I couldn't tell if it was a moulding issue or meant to be like a bullet hole. But
I think it's supposed to be a bullet hole.
Yeah, it's a bit lame, isn't it?
Yeah, when I first started painting, I thought there's a big chunk missing out of that. Clumsy sod, Wilkinson. What did you do? And it's like,
What have you done there?
What you done there, you clumsy great oaf?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do another shade of null oil on this metal bit here, I think. I don't know what to do with the bottom bit of the head. It's just primer at the minute because you're not really going to see it.
You're never going to see it. That's why I haven't really bothered. I've just kept it black with a bit of, well, the front part's got a bit of lead belch with a bit of agrax on it, but
might just leave it black because it's just black with a little bit of overbrush from the rust because you're never going to see that. I'm going to have to scrape it off anyway to glue it.
To be honest with you.
I'll give another normal oil coat on this bit just to darken it even more.
You're not going to see it.
Brush colours back over that. So. La 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 la.
Have you some of the hair?
I'm glad to be back at this because I missed doing this last week.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was very last minute, wasn't it? That we couldn't do it, and it was. We kept the option open without going into details. But
Mama Wolf wasn't very well last weekend, which is basically why I wasn't around.
It was one of them.
Drop Colin in. I did say to him, if you want to do the stream, use the slot, but nah.
No, it just doesn't seem the same, when it's funny. It's a bit like you doing Warhammer on Sunday on your own again. It just don't feel right, does it? Because we've kind of gotten used to having each other around and it just don't seem right, does it?
Yeah. Paul Lewis says, Guthorm called. Again, he says he needs a drink and some fishy nibbles and a slightly larger poop than what he wanted to do earlier.
Yeah.
Paul asks as well, so how long do you think it'll be before these stompers are finished? And more importantly, what will be your next builds? Well...
I've got no idea, mate.
Go on. At some point, I'm going to get bored of painting it and want to move on to something else. Not bored as in I'm bored, but just bored as in I've done enough now. I'm kind of... I want to just move on to the next thing.
I get to stages where I get so far and then it's like, I've got to put it to one side and come back to it.
Yeah. For me, I think I'm going to do the hazard stripes on that bit. I've got to do some little bits of details here and there.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to do I've got some shades to do and then some enamel washes. And I think I'll probably... And I've got the horns and stuff to do. Mm-hmm. And once those are done, I'll probably call it quits on the stomper.
Mm.
But then we've got the figures to paint, and that's a good few hours. So we've got all the dudes to paint as well. So that'll take a while. But I think because I am enjoying painting it, but at some point I'll be like, you know what? I need to paint something else now.
There's only so many times you can spin it around before you're like, yeah, I'm running out of ideas. I tend to get to a point in a build where, like you say, I'm running out of direction, so I like to put it to one side and then revisit it.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's spoiling the whole thing for me is literally the fact it's so big and it's a nightmare to have on camera.
Yeah.
And I'm painting stuff and you guys can't see it. I'd much rather have something small that I can paint and I can just have the camera up the top or something.
Yeah, I've got no idea what my next one's going to be. I don't know whether it is. I don't even know yet whether it's even going to be Warhammer. I might keep me Warhammer stuff for Sundays with Fox.
Yeah.
But I might just put something together out of me stash. I don't know yet.
Yeah, because that's the beauty with this Friday stream. It doesn't have to be Warhammer. It can be whatever you want.
And
I am Warhammer for me, but
yeah, I am mindful that at the moment most of my live stuff is Warhammer, and I would like to try and preserve that for Sundays going forward. So
yeah, I fully support this excess of Warhammer. However, it should be noted.
No, it's your thing, isn't it? You know, but for me not to be able to buy kits and that, it's easier if I do the Warhammer stuff on Sundays with Fox. And then I could use the Friday Frolic to do some stuff out of me stash, something different. So
whatever you want, yeah.
Yeah, have a look if you're on me scale, mates. And if there's something in there you'd like to see me do, I'll do it. But I've got loads of options, you know. It could, yeah, I don't know yet. But you know, I'm just going around now. Just
if you ask them to pick for you, they'll pick something that's enormously massive and equally impossible to get on camera.
Yeah, it's going to be the 1/200th Tirpitz or something, isn't it? You know, it's like, yeah,
or from 747 and 112 scale.
Yeah. So I honestly don't know. I'll have a looky-loo and see what I've got. Might do a bit of armour, mind you. I'm doing that on a Sunday, aren't I, at the moment? So don't matter. I'm doing that with on the one I'm doing with Dave at the moment. So
doesn't matter.
I don't know.
I only do armour, you know. So.
Yeah, I honestly don't know, but I'm mindful. A lot of me content at the moment's Warhammer, and I just want to kind of get some of me other stuff built as well.
See, what I might do for the Friday Frolic is there will be things from time to time that I'm going to paint.
Yeah,
but I'm not really going to film it.
Yeah,
like if it's a big character piece like Mortarion or something, or one of these big, like one of the big dragony things. Yeah. There might be things where I just want to get something painted to stick it on eBay or something like that, and it's like I just want to get it painted. If it's something I'm not going to film.
That's right. Yeah, paint it, build it, sell it.
Yeah, but it might be that I do it like on a stream because I've actually it's been difficult to stream painting for a long time, but with this current setup now. I've actually been able to do it, so I'm more open now to actually filming or streaming paint jobs. Yeah, so it might be that, you know, I'll have builds where I put it aside, knowing that I'm not actually going to film it, but I will stream it.
Yes,
if that makes sense. So it might be like building, you know, a tank or something, and say, well, I'm not going to film that. Instead of that, I'm going to stream it.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it for Fridays, or I'll keep it for other streams. Not do like specific streams, but I might be like, you know what? I'll keep that for a Friday because then I can just crack on painting.
This is it, you know, and it's looking at keeping it changed up for folks, you know, and keeping it fresh, you know. So
no idea. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or it might be, you know, it might be, for example, that I might build and paint something that I've previously filmed.
Yeah.
Like if I'm building stuff to sell, I might be building a Baneblade, for example, and I might build it, or whatever I'm building. It might be something I've previously filmed, so I don't need to film it again.
Yeah.
So then I can just do that on a stream. That might be one time I can do that kind of stuff. Because when we're doing these streams, these aren't really teaching people how to paint. These are just having fun and being on a stream at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's not like you need to know exactly what we do. We don't have to be sitting there saying, no, I'm going to do this and now I'm going to do that. We're just painting while we're here. So, yeah, it might be things where I built one already and I'm just doing another one for stock. So, might do things like that.
Yeah, it's trying to keep a variation, isn't it? You know, keep people interested. So, you know, straight away I'm looking up at the side of my nemesis is staring straight at me, which is the infamous 1/9 scale German motorbike and sidecar, because it's a pup. It's one of those kits that we all love to hate on, a bit like the 24th Huey. But I want to I want to 3D print the rider, the passenger, and the pillion passenger for it. So that might be one I can do. I've got aircraft up there. Obviously the obligatory cars and bikes and that, they're all there. But yeah, it's something. I mean, I've got to rekindle my Full.Build in the new year, so I might sit and do that on the Friday Frolic. Just sit and do that, you know. So I've got my big GT40 to build as well. Oh, that might be a good one. I want to film it as well as stream it if it comes to it. So I could do both with that. So there are options.
Yeah. I mean, the limiting factor for me is, you know, I don't want like 3 different things on the go.
No.
Because the problem I have there is, like, where do I put all these things while I'm not working on? Like, right now, what happens is, the Lehman Russ we do on a Sunday goes into my display cabinet because it's that big.
Yes.
It just goes in there for a week. This doesn't fit anywhere. So what I do is I have a small artist's pad that I put on top of my Series X to stop it getting dust inside. So this lives on top of that little art pad that sits on top of my Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
It just sits up on there because it doesn't fit in any cabinets. It just sits on top of my Xbox, basically.
Yeah, this one just sits on the shelf in between shows.
Yeah. Now I've also got my other. Now I've also on the go got my Orc Truck Mega Track thing.
Yeah.
Which has to live somewhere, so that I'm shuffling them all around basically.
Yeah.
I'm also conscious of, like, if I've got lots of things on the go, like something for Sunday and something for Friday and something, is like, it gets a bit impractical. So
yeah,
it'll probably be whatever I'm doing on the Sunday is also what I do on the Friday.
Yeah, I mean, Warhammer wise, you know, I've got a load of different figures and other builds that I started that I never finished. So I want to try and keep them going for the Warhammer Sunday, because that's the theme of the Warhammer Sunday, clues in the name, Cole. And use this time on a Friday to do other things. I've got a 1/16 scale Volkswagen bus that I'm doing. I've got Full.Builds. I've got loads of other builds on the go, and I could just use the Friday slot to actually get some of these shelf queens dealt with.
I mean, I could, on that thing of getting stuff done, I could use the time on a Friday to paint up the 5 billion figures that I've got. Like, I've got like 1,000 Imperial Guard, and I've got like loads of like Space Wolves and stuff that I've not even painted. I've not even primed them.
Yeah.
I've got 70 Death Corps Krieg. I've got about 120 Imperial Guard. I've got God knows how many Tempestus Scions. They all need painting at some point. So I could just sit here and paint in minis on the Friday show, on the Friday and Sunday, because that's months and months of content. But I'm just happily sitting there painting little dudes. Then it doesn't really matter. So
it will enable us to catch up on all the little projects that we've got laying around that we've parked because we're doing the big builds at the moment. And
I mean, I've got so many little bits and bobs in primer that are like one of the things that I've never got around to painting.
You know, I've got the box full of figures that I built last year. I've got an Orc truck over there. I've got the Doof wagon to build. So there's loads of different things that I can be doing. Space Marines to paint and all sorts. So
I've got the entire Warhammer Conquest set of Space Marines that were sent to me by crap. Who sent them to me?
Vincent? Was it Vincent?
Cabbage. No, Bumper Lettuce Cabbage. Apologies, I can't remember it. It's written on the box. Anyway, I've got that entire set of that was gifted to me, and I know what I'm doing with them, but I do need to get them painted. I know what I'm going to do with them. Got a special plan for those, but I've got all them to paint.
So there is loads coming up. It's just like I say, it's just getting around to doing it all, mate, isn't it? And
I mean, that's the beauty. I mean, I'm going to look at this Friday Frolic as like a chance to just work through my painting backlog. Of all kinds of different stuff.
You know, we'll keep the theme going on the Warhammer Sunday, where, you know, we've got stuff that we'll be doing on there. But yeah, definitely for the Frolic, it lets me catch up with some of the stash builds and me shelf queens, and yeah.
Because I mean, it's not the beauty of these streams is they're not like it's not like the for GT40 painting stream. It's not. It's just it's a stream there where we just happen to be painting X, Y, or Z.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually matter what we're doing on these streams because it's not a stream about any particular thing. It's
No, that's it. I mean, we got onto the Stompa because we both had them and we both wanted to get them built because they was in a big old box, weren't they, taking up a lot of room, and we had to keep moving them about, and it's like, we must get these painted.
You know why I really wanted to paint the Stompas really quite a lot? Because it was a white label box.
Yes.
And there's something about those boxes that makes me just think it's the best model kit I'm ever going to make, and it's made of awesomeness, and I need to paint it. There's something about those white boxes that you get, either Forge World stuff comes from Forge World, or stuff that they only sell on the website comes in a white box with no artwork, and it's like, it's just like the box is sitting there going, build me, paint me.
It was a good idea until we saw how shite the instructions were, and it really did make it. At one point, wouldn't it? We was losing the will to live. We'll be brutally honest.
They were basically channeling Forge World when they sort those instructions out.
And we would both go, God, we're hating the build. Can't wait for the painting. And I think that's why we've strung the painting out, isn't it? Because we have enjoyed doing it.
I will admit, it was bizarrely. I don't know. They really excelled themselves with the way they did the instructions for these, because it really was Forge World.
Yeah,
they excelled at the Forge World level in aptitude of the instructions. I was quite impressed by how poorly they did that. I wasn't going to do lots of washes on this, but I'm kind of doing lots of washes on it now.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure how far I'm going to go with washes on it. It's one of those.
Well, I've started doing, like on this gun here, I started doing like an Agrax Surshade wash. Pick all the details out, like the rivets and stuff, but I'm watering it down like I was before.
Yeah, I'm doing individual ones at the moment on some of the panels, and then the others are going to get a more general wash, but...
Yeah. I think I'm doing now with these washes what I would do with an enamel wash, basically.
Yeah. But hopefully you've enjoyed what we've tried to do with these. I mean, for me, this was a paint mule. It was just a way of trying different things, using different...
Just testing things out.
Yeah, testing the contrasts out, testing techniques out, and... Yeah, so would I sit and do another Harlequin build like this in colours? Probably not. But it works. No, you know what I mean. I mean Harlequin in multicoloured.
No.
But yeah, it's one of those, it enabled me to play with an idea. In 6 months I might hate it and put it in Dettel. I don't know.
That would be the normal response to anything, really.
But it's a journey for me. I look at the builds and I look at different stages and different ideas, and it's almost like a little storybook, so yeah. I mean, what's it been? It's only been a year, isn't it, that I've been doing Warhammer? Or is it longer than that? I can't remember, mate.
I don't remember when we did our first Warhammer Sunday.
Yeah.
I can find out. Give me a minute.
My first Warhammer was the custom booster blaster, wasn't it? But
yeah,
certainly, yeah, for this, probably a year and a half there or thereabouts.
I think we've done about 50 episodes of Warhammer Sunday.
Yeah,
we can make it about a year. Let me go and have a look.
Yeah, but it's been fun because Fox knows my situation, and I was having to adapt and change how I do things because of medical. And he kept saying to me, well, try Orc, because if push comes to shove and things rapidly go downhill, at least you can build something. And that's what started it. And I didn't have a clue about the Warhammer genre. So, yeah. And that was the initial plan, wasn't it? Was to start giving me a direction that I could go in if things really went pear-shaped.
Yeah. Right, there we go. The first, I think the first one we did was, it just says streamed 1 year ago.
There you go.
That was show number, what show number was that? Show number, it's not numbered, hang on.
It ain't bad going then.
147. And we're on 211. So yeah, so that's about a year. And you did, when did you that Bane blade there? That must have been well before that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to paint that as well, and I just realised, yeah. And the Warlick that Steve Mundy sent me, bless him. I'm going to film them.
It must be a couple of years, maybe.
Yeah, a couple of years. Let's say a couple of years.
Could be before.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I want to stop building Warhammer. I don't. But I want to use the Friday slot to diversify a bit as well.
You've got lots of other tastes.
Yeah,
I like sticking to one thing I like doing one thing to death, and then I get bored of it and go to something else.
And I think Warhammer Sunday works as Warhammer Sunday because, yeah, we're doing the Lehman Russ builds as part of the Educating Festa thing, but I can always do some figures on it or one of my other trucks that I've got. And so for me, I want to use Fox's Warhammer slot to focus on doing my Warhammers on that stream.
Yep.
And then the Friday Frolic will be
Oh, shit, Ed.
Yeah, Friday Frolic will be whatever I've been filming at the bench, I'll just do an episode live. So it could be anything.
You want a valuable lesson?
Yeah.
Don't shake Agrak Sershay when you've not actually put the lid down properly.
Oh, no, you ain't, have you?
It didn't go anywhere, thankfully. It just went over the pothole down my hand.
Notice how I've immediately closed the lid on the axe. Yeah. Edward says, yeah, plus the next big thing is the gargantuan squig-off. Yeah, we got them, mate. Yeah. Oh, that would be good streamage, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know, you see, because there's not many video guides to painting that online.
Yeah,
so.
Well, we can assemble it live, but actually paint them as video. I don't know.
Assembling to do. I've got 2 bits.
Yeah, I've got to sculpt a towel and everything for mine, haven't I?
Yeah, you've got more stuff to do.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I noticed that with the Forge World stuff, there are very few painting guides for Forge World. Like, so I filmed the Macarius. No, I didn't film the Macarius one. So I fully intend. That's why I'm filming the Orc truck, because there's no painting guide for that online on YouTube. There's nothing for Squig-Offs. There's nothing for any of the Orc stuff. There's like one guide for the Killburster tank thing. So I'm like,
yeah, opportunity.
Yeah,
strike whilst the iron's hot. Was that your inner mercenary coming out?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I don't buy this stuff for fun, you know. I mean, I do. There's my advice to you, Cole. All the Forge World stuff you've got, it's all very filmable.
Yeah.
Because there ain't much out there.
Yeah, grot tanks.
I'm shaking the shade and the lid's on properly, and I'm going to put the lid back on my...
The grot tanks are so cute.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where are we up to? This has been great to watch. The Stompa's great for seeing lots of different techniques on one model, says Jeff.
Yes.
They are looking awesome, says Lynn. Thank you.
They are a bit mad, aren't they?
Edward says, it's all been good, guys. Nothing wrong with it. It's been enjoyable. Plus, we're all here to have fun with it. So successful, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fox just weathered his hand. Yeah, pretty much.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? We like to keep things changed up and the interest going, you know. It's it's one of them, isn't it? It's just varying the content.
Yeah. But I mean, I've always known that, like, with the live streams, they're not really educational, really. It's not about teaching somebody how to paint X, Y, or Z.
Oh, no, it's what we're doing at the bench, isn't it? You know, I mean we
kind of explain what we're doing, but we're not deliberately saying, here's, apart from like the Educating Festa is different, because that's I'm showing you, but
yeah, that's a complete thing that we had pre-agreed on as a show concept, wasn't it? And
but all the other live streams, it's not like, I mean, they can be if we decide to, but I'm certainly not doing them as painting tutorial content. I'm just doing them as, I'm at the bench, Colin's at the bench, we're both going to be painting. Why not come and join us?
Yeah, I mean, I look at it, you know, I mean, I'm filming tank builds and that for some of my affiliates. And, you know, I could be doing that on the Friday Frolic. You know, it's, yeah, I've been filming that this week. This is what I'm up to. I'm building this. And just carry on streaming that particular night's thing, because I can have me video filming it while streaming it, and I'll just edit it back. So... Well, talking of affiliates, you can get 25% off your gaming tabletop stuff if you go over to Hobby Workshop. You can click on there. There's an affiliate link in the description, and I get a small percentage, and you get 15 to 25, or, you know, on that one, you get 25% off.
I see what you did there.
Good segue, wasn't it? And there's another one. Another affiliate link that you'll notice has appeared for Element Games, folks. And you can get 15 to 25% off by clicking the affiliation link for Element Games.
Oh, now you're doing Element Games. Very good.
Yeah, and there'll be another one coming up in the new year, which I'll announce in the new year.
Yes.
So you'll get loads of opportunities to save monies, which is what it's all about. So, yeah, it's nice that places have started to reach out like that. It's quite humbling.
Yep. You're a humble fellow, aren't you?
I am. I still pinch myself, if I'm honest, mate. You know, it's difficult.
He told me he was humble. I didn't know if he said humble or humble.
Yeah, he thought I meant umbro, as in the tins of paint.
Sorry, I'm rustling, aren't I? Sorry.
No, you carry on, geese.
I was getting a tissue kitchen roll out. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, it is. It is very humbling, though, isn't it? Let's be honest. You know.
Yeah, it's nice when somebody says, "Here, let me." Do a thing with you. You're like, okay, cool.
Yeah. You know,
Empire noticed me.
Yeah, you know, we're sending you this. Could you film building it and put it on our website? Yeah, you know, the bit of shit in the woods. Of course I will.
Yeah,
and it is really.
You can have this. You can have this for free. Am I going to turn down?
Yeah, it is really quite humbling when companies do that, because it's little old us at the end of the day. We are ordinary fellas at the end of the day. And it is just nice that these places reach out and share the love a bit, because, yeah. It's funny, Fox often tells me off, but I still pinch myself over the E-Models gig, don't I, mate? He's like, dude, you're part of the team, you know, come on. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but I still pinch myself because it's surreal.
You're surreal.
Yeah, no, it's only a few years back that I was sitting there watching them guys, and then suddenly you're with them. It's, yeah.
1 minute you're watching us, next minute you've got a shitload of responsibilities.
Yeah, next thing, it's they're mocking me because of my factoids. It's like, yeah.
Get your factoids out.
And I am the only person who said penis on the E-Model stream, so...
This is indeed true.
Yeah.
This is indeed... I don't know if that should be mocked or congratulated, really. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it?
It's a claim to something.
This is where McLeish could mock me mercilessly if he was paying attention. But I think he might have gone asleep.
I suspect that could be an entirely possible option.
But the brush I'm using is actually one of H's makeup brushes.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I've got loads of those.
Yeah, he's missing potential mockage material here. But not that I've announced it live, of course, but yeah, he has missed an opportunity to mock Festa mercilessly.
Yeah.
But these are absolutely the dogs for dry brushing. Because I'm very heavy-handed, you might have noticed.
No, surely not.
And yeah. So Paul J. Lewis says, Colin the pimpage. Yeah, I know, mate. I'm useless, ain't I? But at the end of the day, the beauty of the affiliations is, one, yeah, I get a little percentage of it. You guys pay the same price. You're not paying any extra. You're getting to save money off of stuff that you get. And, you know, you're helping dear old Fest to keep the channel alive. So everyone's a winner.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like anything, it's sharing the love, you know. If I can share the love and get you guys things a bit cheaper by being an affiliate of these companies, I'm going to go and do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know, we're doing this as a job, you know, so if part of that lets the audience that are tuning in for your content also reap a bit of benefit with some savings, it's rude not to.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that bit of thing that I tried to paint like a piece of wood looked like absolute garbage.
Oh, really? Did it come out as Dracula's backside, did it?
It came out as looking absolute binge there. I've started again with it. I kind of knew what I wanted to do, but it didn't come out anything like that.
Oh, says, make up to the Festa Studio, make up to the Festa Studio. Yeah, mate, honestly, yeah.
I'll tell you what I've got. I've got loads of these. I've got some.
I could say what I've got, but I think I would get mocked merciless. You carry on, mate.
No, makeup brushes have been there for ages for dry brushing, but yeah. I've got some super glue debonder.
Yeah,
I've got all these little tiny little makeup brushes that go with it.
Oh, nice one. Yeah,
I've got them off Amazon because it's like a bag of them.
I've got the little foam ones that I use for my exhaust pipes on the motorbikes with the weathering powders. But I also have a box of 120 natural colour eyeshadows that I use for when I'm doing figure painting.
That's all right. Nothing wrong with that at all. They're just paints.
Yeah, but I can imagine McLeish rubbing his hands now.
Let him rub, let him rub, let him rub, let him rub. But yeah, no, little makeup brushes and stuff. The little soft like blusher brushes are great for dry brushing because they're really the Artis Opus ones, you know, the dry brush brushes. Yeah. Like little puffball things. They're basically just big, nice, fancy makeup blusher brushes. Yeah. They're just blusher brushes like women get for makeup.
Yeah.
A lot of people say go and buy loads of blusher brushes.
Yeah, these I've got in various bigly sizes. I mean, look how soft they are. It's like, feel that soft.
I need to get some of them. I do need to get some.
Would you like me to send you some?
No, I'll order some.
Oh, I didn't suit yourself.
No, I don't need to spend money on stuff for me.
No, I'm not spending money. I've got a box of them.
If you've already got loads of them, I won't say no.
I've got a box of them, mate.
If you've got billions of them, then yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've got a box of them.
Accept that.
Dig some out for you and bung them in your care package, mate.
I must send you that star thing. I need to. Oh, I've had some stuff turn up to. Oh no, they came in envelopes. I'm waiting for something to turn up in a box that I can use to send you that.
No rush, mate. Not a rush.
Thing.
Well, I'm sending you up a box. Oh no, that's going to be too small. Yeah, so yeah, I would have said just post it back in the one I send you, but I could send it in a bigger box actually because I've got brushes and that to go in there and just use that.
Could do. We'll see. I'm sure I'll order something at some point.
Oh, that's what I got as well. I got the battle box.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I've got a purchase that I didn't tell you about. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the battle box, like a set of orcs or something.
No, the empty battle shipping box of all the shippingness because I want to send all my stuff back up to the guys at KA.Models because I can't drive now. I've got to send my license back to the DVLA because I'll never drive again. So, so what could have been me getting me bottom lip out and sulking was, well, I'll just get a battle box and ship KA.Models' builds that I've done back to them using that. So
then they can send stuff back in that box.
Yeah, and so it's perfectly logical sense. So. Because I
And
love.
that's what when I ship things, if they fit in like a skirmish box or a battle box. When I did that Macarius Vanquisher, which still hasn't sold yet, I have to say.
Pimp it, then go on. I know you're on my stream, but come on.
Everybody knows who is here that knows it's for sale.
Where is it for sale? Where's the link?
Oh, it's on eBay, on my eBay page. There's also, if you go in the Boom Hut, on the pinned post at the top, there's a thing saying for sale Macarius Vanquisher.
There you go. See? Yeah, but
there you go and buy it.
Just because you're on my stream, mate, it don't mean to say you can't pimp it.
That's in a skirmish case.
Yeah.
Took all the foams out, cut them around a bit so it fitted in. Put it in. I seal them in like Ziploc bags.
Yes.
And then I put them in the foams for skirmish cases.
Yeah.
And that skirmish case is basically indestructible. And it'll get there in one piece to the buyer, and they get a skirmish case into the bargain as well, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. So. There you go. As you would say to me, pimp your wares. As you would say to me, pimp your wares, pimp your wares.
Yes.
Mind you, you did have to pimp tonight's show, didn't you? Because
somebody forgot.
Edward Leonard goes, yeah, sure, Cole, for your models. Yeah, right. Honestly, Edward, it was funny when I asked H to get them. She said, I would so love for you to come down and get them from the shop just to see the look you would get. I went, yeah. I said, it's a bit like when I went in and bought 2 cans of Bristow's hairspray with a freshly shaved head.
Oh, God, you've got Bristow's as well?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I got that for mine. I've got about 6 cans of that in here.
Yeah, the big tall bronze. Is it bronze? Yeah.
I don't. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I can't believe you got.
Yeah.
Did you get it from your local corner shop?
Yeah, actually, I did. Yeah.
It's like the only kind of hairspray you ever see in corner shops is Bristow's, and it's crap that nobody ever. How do they stay in business?
You either get the big cans of Bristow's, or you get the little small cans of Falcon hairspray, which is useless.
Yeah, but it's the kind of hairspray that nobody ever uses ever for anything, and yet I can't believe you. I went and bought like 6 cans of it from a local corner shop.
Big tall cans. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I'm having them.
But the funny thing was, I actually had my head shaved at the time, and you were like, "Why are you buying? Why?"
Yeah.
I said.
And I had to explain it. It's like, look, I make models. It's for and the woman looked at me and she was like, yeah, okay, she says. Yeah, all right, she says. I said, it is. I said, you can ask the missus. Yeah, I don't think I will, she says. I was like, oh.
You're explaining, but it's not making it better.
Yeah, and it's like,
I can't believe you got the same hairspray.
It's sad, isn't it?
It's like $1.99 a can, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dirt cheap and you get a massive can.
It's a dirty, great big can of hairspray. And I got like 8 cans of it or something, and then used it like 3 times, and there's about 8 cans of it in the bathroom.
Isn't that funny?
That's weird.
We both got the. I don't know what that was.
I think it's more funny that both corner shops. I think it's just a generic brand that corner shops sell.
Pretty much, mate. It's pretty much it, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. But it does make me. I seem to remember actually at one point looking up who owns the company, because I thought, how are these people even in business? Because it's a crappy hairspray brand, and when people buy hairspray, they tend to buy like the proper brand. So how are these people even existing? And it's owned by one of the proper big cosmetic companies.
You know what I think it is? I think it's I would say the Granny Brigade, because that's what they used back in the day, and they like their can of Bristow's, didn't they?
Don't know, but it's quite funny.
Either that, or
if you look on the website and everything, it's like, I think they're owned by one of the big brands, but the brands just keep them on as the cheap crap.
Yeah,
because like brand, like we'll sell the good stuff. Like here's the proper, branded stuff that you all know, and then we also have the crappy brand that we do for council estate corner shops and stuff.
Yeah, but the thing is, if they was to put model making chipping solution on it, they could probably sell it for a tenner a can.
Yeah. Someone should tell them.
Yeah, Abdul Patel's now relabeling at my local shop all these Bristow's hairspray cans as we speak.
Although I made the mistake once where I was actually filming, and I remember I used when I did my Space Wolves.
Twitchy fucking plank of twitchiness, you. Yeah, carry on,
what
mate. So I've only knocked me pot of paint over. Carry on.
You're joking.
Yeah, it's all right, mate. Don't worry about it. Accidents happen, dear. It's just me being a twitchy man.
What paint was it?
Well, I can't read it now because it's covered in paint.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Carry on, mate. I'll have to stop the stream just because I've knocked something over.
What was I saying now? Oh yeah, when I did my doing my storm wall many years ago.
Yeah.
And I was doing like a little snowy base, and I thought, well, I'll do the hairspray where you put the snow powder on, you seal it with hairspray, you do another layer of more hairspray.
Yeah.
And then I was filming it.
Yeah.
So it was in this room.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it outside. So I've got this little base laid out with snow stuff and all the PVA, and I'm sprinkling the snow powder on through a sieve, and then I'm spraying the hairspray for 8 different layers. And it was like, by the end, it was like, crap, I really should have worn my respirator.
Oh, really?
So halfway through, I put my respirator on. But I tell you, for about a week afterwards, this room just stank.
Oh, really?
Hairspray. I put the paper down, so I didn't get anything on any. It wasn't on my bench or anything, but this room stank of hairspray for about a week.
Oh, really?
And it was like, it took me straight back to the 1980s, being when I was like a teenager at school. I used to, like, you know, in the 80s, you had a bit of a quiff or whatever, and you try and, you know, make your hair look nice, so you get a bit of hairspray on it.
Yeah.
Because you didn't know better when you were like 14 or 15.
Yeah, trying to stand your mullet up.
Yeah. And yeah, it took me straight back to those.
Well, I used to use Bristos back in the day when I had a bit of a mohawk going, you know, and yeah, it was perfect for that. But on a Saturday, I used to get my mum to iron my hair so that it would stay perfectly straight because I had curly hair, see, so yeah.
I can't imagine you with curly hair. Yeah,
it's bad, mate. Yeah.
Paul Lewis says, make up to the Festa studio, please. Make up to the Festa studio. Jeff says, absolutely, support them. Support that what makes you happy. Money spent is a vote for the future you want to live in.
Absolutely.
Paul Lewis says, we're ready for your close-up, Mr. Stomper. And I think you missed your lovey darling calling, Colin. Oh, lovey darling, hello.
My lovey darling calling.
Yeah, you missed your calling, but you're lovey because you do what hair makeup.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the missus. No, she messaged me earlier. Bless. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, no, sorry, I thought,
Edward Leonard says, I don't know whether it's to me or to you. It puts the lotion in the basket.
Yeah.
Puts the lotion in the basket.
Well, we managed to save a lot of it, so we're getting there.
Lovely. Was it, do you know what colour it was? Can you tell yet?
No, I can't pick the pot up yet because it's silver, put it that way. I can't read it because it's covered in paint.
It's a silver colour.
Yeah. That's one of those. Don't worry about it.
And it's in a pot holder as well.
Yeah, I know, but I'm Captain Twitchy, mate.
Give him 1 days today.
Yeah, I caught the doobrey, but yeah, it's a bad hand state today, mate.
Paul Lewis says this stream has taken a strange hairspray turn.
Absolutely.
Welcome to the Colin and Fox beauty salon, says Lynn.
Which is quite funny, Paul, when you think of it, because I'm as bald as a coot, mate.
Mm. Lynn says, I thought this was a modelling show, not a beauty salon show.
Absolutely. All right, let's see whether...
Edward Leonard says, it's funny, but I mixed a bunch of cheap craft paint that I used to fix my wife's pumpkins for the ATXT because I didn't have all the right colours. No problem, worked just fine. Had to thin it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with craft paints.
Absolutely.
You know, I have to do a lot of work to get them to do good coverage, but...
Ryan Fang Still.
Do what?
Ryan Fang Still, or whatever it's called.
Oh, Rune Fang Steel, okay, yeah. It's a nice silver colour, that.
It certainly is. It's even nicer when it's in the pot.
Makes me cutting that look brilliant.
Oh, no, it's all right, mate. Luckily, it was all over the tissue, so that's just frustrating.
Yeah.
Let's just grab another one of them for a sec because I want to decant what's in there into the pot.
Every time somebody says decant, I just think of Brian Cant.
Play L-O-Y. Yeah.
The L-O-Y, play away.
Not a name you would say if you had too many drinks, though.
No. Well, I mean, you can't say it because you're a Southerner, and if you say it, it means two things anyway.
Yeah.
You can't say it without saying a weird word. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can. because I'm not a southerner.
Yeah.
I'm not a Londoner.
Exactly. It's like, yeah. I know exactly where you're going. Post it. No.
What are you, Brian?
Brian, you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dear.
Derek Griffiths is still around, you know?
Is he really?
Yeah, I saw him on something today. He's still doing stuff every now and then.
Holy moly.
Well, Benjamin's still around. She's an MP now or something.
I bet he don't look any different, does he?
He doesn't. He looks quite young, actually.
Damn it. I mean, he's got to be in his 70s or 80s now, isn't he?
Something like that. I think Floella Benjamin's an MP now.
Is she?
I think so, yeah.
Ding
Or
dong.
something like that. She does something like that.
Bloody hell.
Might even be a lady or a dame, I'm not sure.
Play school. My God. And yet they was 90% stoned on that show, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Was it that and Finger Bobs, wasn't it?
Finger Bobs was just that Canadian guy who was a musician, and yeah, they were stoned. He said they were stoned all the time. Finger Bobs.
That is brilliant.
That was a big cough. Oh.
Do you feel better there?
Something fell out, I think.
I thought Bob Fleming had come in then from the Far Show. You're right there, Bob.
I'm having a right nightmare at the minute, though, because some of the meds I'm on give me this tickly cough every now and then. And it's like a little scratch at the back of your throat, and you have to cough for a bit. But it seems to be exclusively like when I start a stream.
Yeah.
Or when I'm in the middle of brushing my teeth, which is always fun.
Yeah.
Because you've got a mouthful of toothpaste and you're like, I need to gag and cough at the same time, and I can't because I'm brushing my teeth.
Yeah.
Or, most annoyingly, while I'm trying to get to sleep, if I lie on my left or right hand, if I lie on my right hand side, I get the scratchy tickle and I'm coughing, so I have to go onto my left side, and it might go away. But if I lie on my back, it's all right. But then if I lie on my back and try to get to sleep, my right leg goes a bit crampy. So it's like, can't bloody win.
No.
But most of the time, I'm fine during the day. But as soon as I try and get to sleep and lie down, it's like, I can feel it building up. It's horrible.
Yeah, that's frustrating, mate, because like you say, we're not exactly the best sleepers as it is, you know, and it's...
Yeah. It goes away after a few minutes, but after 10 or 15 minutes, but it's still annoying as balls.
There you go. Right, we can safely say that we've recovered about 2/3 of that pot, so it's not bad.
That's all right.
I will have that all day long.
Count that as a victory.
Count that as a victory.
A bit Coronation Street, they didn't a victory.
I'll tell you what I can do. Oh no, I can't fit that in there.
Can you do? Go on. Wait. Whoop, steady.
Yeah, it's just I'll try not to touch anything that I don't want to get silver paint on at the moment, because I've got to clean me paws as well, because Paul J. Lewis, he says, has put in a £10 super chat. Some coinage for Madam Foo Festa's hair and beauty salon. Hey, but Paul, thank you very, very much for your kindness.
That's one. Good lad.
But yeah, so much so. Look. Yeah. Oh God, this is going to bite me right in the arse, isn't it? Because I'm really hoping McLeish.
I'm watching intently now.
Look. Isn't it,
Hey, nothing wrong with that. They're basically just the same as, they're not that different from Tamiya weathering powders.
But look at that, look.
The only ones to add voids are the ones with glistening, glittery stuff in them, obviously.
Yeah. So, Now they're all going to go, you wait, Wilkinson, we're going to so grass you up to McLeish.
Well, the thing is, like, if you think about it, that's basically what Tamiya weathering pigments are.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all they are, just sticky powder pigment powder.
Yeah. And, it's like, I'll have me a few of them bad boys for the figures. Before I got...
probably cheaper than a load of weathering pastels.
Yeah, before I got the Tamiya weathering sets, it was like, all day long, mate, I'm going to have a few of them bad boys.
Yeah. I mean, I used to use the Tamiya weathering pastels all the time for like the sand and dust effect.
Yeah.
Before I realised I could just spray Tamiya buff.
Absolutely, mate. Tamiya buff, boom, boom, boom. Tamiya
Tamiya
buff.
buff for Tamiya buff for Tamiya buff. Tamiya buff. Boom.
Boom, boom. What we
Do you
can
know
do?
what I've been struggling with recently?
What's that, mate?
About a month ago, YouTube made a video. So, you know, YouTube does the recommended for you videos.
Yeah.
And they're always irrelevant. Like if I go into my recommended video section, it's always videos how to do things in Blender. How to do 3D things in Blender. What? I have no interest in that.
Quite why, yeah.
Nothing to do with anything I ever watch. Stuff about football, which is no interest. Stuff. I get a lot of stuff about trains, which is weird. Don't quite know why.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one.
But about a month ago, they put a video in, and it was a guy demonstrating a synthesizer.
Oh, right,
it was no Roland Juno 6, which I used to have a Roland Juno 6.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I thought, oh, he's off one of those. So I watched it. And ever since, I've been sitting there watching like synthesizer videos, and I've been like, oh,
you're getting the yearnings.
I know, and I'm looking at all the modern synthesizers. I'm like, right, how much are these modern synthesizers? And because I couldn't afford. I had so many good old classic analog synthesizers that I couldn't even begin to afford to buy nowadays.
I bet you could kick yourself now, seeing how much them old ones go for.
Well, that's when I sold them for the going price anyway. But
did you?
Like,
oh, right, yeah.
But I mean, I had Korg Poly 6.
Yeah.
I had a Roland Juno 6. I had a Moog the Rogue. I had a Moog. I had a Mini Moog. No, Mini Moog. I had a Moog the Rogue.
Yeah.
For a while. I had a Roland, a Yamaha DX 100.
Yeah.
Didn't use that much. Loads of old analog stuff. And I'm just getting the urge. I'm getting the urge to.
Them urges, mate. You might want to go and see that special man about, mate.
Yeah, but it's like, so I've been looking at like modern analog synthesizer because I'd want twiddly knobs.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want one synthesizer that I could use for everything.
Do you miss that side of things then, Fox? Because that was your creative outlet, wasn't it, back then?
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, it's not bothered me, but now because I had it's like for the last about sort of 2003 or 4, I just lost the creative music urge completely.
Yeah.
And I think the last time I recorded a piece of music was like 2009.
Oh, right, yeah.
There's a piece I recorded called Kleiner Bear.
Yeah.
Little Bear in German. And that's the last piece I recorded.
Yeah.
I just lost the ability to write anything. It was like, so I didn't miss it, but I'm just getting the urge lately. It's like,
yeah.
And then I dug out all my old Wendy Carlos albums, listening to all like Switched On Bark, and I'm like, I need a Moog. Of course, I've got no money, so it's not going to happen. But I do find myself thinking I'd just get one synthesizer, and somehow I could get some software for recording, and I could. But it's like, nope, just stop.
Yeah, you'd be in your element, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it's like stop, just stop.
Yeah, but I suppose with modern synthesizers or modern computers, the ability to replicate a lot of the older sounding synthesizers is there now, isn't it? So would you need a big stack of synthesizers? I mean, I find this with guitar software like Native Instruments Guitar Rig and things like that, where you can replicate some of the old guitar cabinets on a computer. It's mad that you can do that, You can do.
You can get software synths, but I've never been happy with those because they're never exactly right. Because if you get like a software Moog, it's not an actual software Moog. It's
a bit like trying to replicate an old Valve amp. You're not going to do it, are you? Because
it's taking samples of the raw Moog waveforms, and then processing them to. And it's like, no, it's not. If you know your synths, you'd be like, that's not a Moog, or that's not an Oberheim, or that's not. You want, and what I really want is a synthesizer where I can just play the notes live and twiddle the knobs and change the sound, and that's the fun bit. And maybe it's got MIDI on it so I can sequence some stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
I just miss those days. And I'm really getting the hankering now to go to write some music. But, of course, I haven't got time. I can't be spending that kind of money anyway.
Yeah, but
I need to get back to doing this. And
it's one of those, isn't it, where you've got the option, I suppose, if ever it takes your fancy again.
Nah, I've also got nowhere to do it because this workbench is where my music rack, my keyboard rack and stuff and recording equipment used to be. So.
Oh, right, that's where it all used to be located, is it?
Yeah, there was basically a small recording studio in this room, and that all got taken away and replaced with a workbench.
Oh,
but I just, and at the same time, it was around about the time that Vangelis passed away, that Vangelis died. So I was listening to some Vangelis, and that got me back into the old mood of, I could just write some cool symphonic electronica, sweeping horns, string sounds, and and so I've got that little bit of an itch at the minute that I'm not going to scratch, but
but in it nice in a way, because that was your creative outlet at the end of the day, wasn't it? Yeah. So,
one of many, I suppose. But I sat there and I keep watching these videos and thinking, stop looking at synthesizer videos, stop it. It's making me sad.
Yeah, that's a bit like when I keep looking at Xboxes. It's like, I need to stop.
I was watching one today and it's like it was like this Moog. It's a new Moog synth. I think it's about 2 or 3 years old. It's a Moog something or other. Yeah. I think it's called Moog 1.
Oh, right, yeah.
Anyway, it's like a little. There was an old mini Moog which was like a keyboard about that big. Mm-hmm. You can't see that because the camera's in the wrong place. It was about 1.5 foot long keyboard, 32-note keyboard, I think, and it had all the oscillator twiddly knobs. It was a little one. The new one, I think it's called the Moog 1, and it's got like 16 voice polyphony, and it's a Moog. Classic, original, old sounding, and it's like and I was like, let's go and see how much that is. $5,500. What? Blind, I can't get that.
I mean, I could spend hours upon hours in guitar shops because I love looking at old collectible guitars and rarities and I love all of that. I'm crap at playing them, but I've got 6 of them, and I just love old guitars and just anything like, say, you see the craftsmanship that's gone into it, can't you? And
but this is the weird thing, in the same way that you can tell a Fender from a Gibson by the sound of it.
Yeah.
I can listen to a vintage synth and probably guess what synth it is or what brand it is.
Yeah.
So I can say, well, that's a Yamaha, that's a Roland, that sounds like a Juno, that sounds like a Korg. And I've no real great love for the modern synths that are all complex, and I just like the old analog synths with simple oscillators.
Absolutely.
That where you might get a 5 or 6 note polyphony and you can pad them out with I just like that old synth sound.
It is. Paul says, when you get a message, check your Facebook messages. Okay, mate. Mm-hmm. I shall do. Is that on the page or is that in Messenger message?
I suspect it means Messenger.
Let's have a looky, Lou, mate.
Edward says to Jeff about the craft paints. Yeah, they can be airbrushed just fine. Just need a good mixing, and I did that little flow improvement.
You shitbag.
What?
Yeah, that's all right. He says, thanks, Colin. I now have the bribery image. Just saying. These took a screenshot of my eyeshadows. That's all right, Paul. That's all right, mate. That's all right. I am sure you and McLeish all love ganging up on me on that one. That's not a problem, mate.
Edward Leonard says to Paul Lewis, add another tenner for Fox's ponytail. Brackets fake, that is. And he also says, Fox, if you feel like that, it will keep itching at it until you do so. It's good luck stopping it. I could save up and get like a Juno 106 or a Juno 60 old classic analog synth.
Yeah.
And then I could do, and because I know the sounds that makes, that would be like, right, I can now do Tangerine Dream style music.
Yeah.
I couldn't do Vangelis style music, but I could do Tangerine Dream style music with or I could get this or that. And it's like, but I've got nowhere to put one.
This is the thing I find I go into a guitar shop and it's the look, it's the feel, it's just the weight of the instrument. And you think the history that may be in that piece of equipment, and it's, and it really is. I'd love to be able to play like a real talented guitarist, you know, like people like Hank Marvin and Clapton and Jimmy Page, and, you know, that can make a guitar talk, you know. But for me, it's the feel of them. It's just, I just find them a very attractive thing, you know.
Yeah.
Strange, isn't it?
It's the same for me. It's like, if you show me a modern synthesizer that's got like a screen and touch buttons and stuff,
yes,
I'm like, eh. But if you show me an analog synth back in the day, which might have a little screen, but it's got twiddly knobs.
Yeah, Brian Eno era, is that what you mean?
70s and 80s.
Yeah, yeah.
So you might have, for example, the two side walls might be wood, or like MDF with a wood, what's that stuff they put on it?
Veneer.
Veneer, yeah, like a wood veneer edge. So it's got wooden edges in it. My Korg Poly 6 was like
proper Rick Wakeman stuff.
Oh yeah. It was like nice big keyboard. My Korg Poly 6 metal, like big keyboard. You can't even see because my camera's in the wrong place. Big keyboard, big front panel, which is all black metal with the it was all Euro style font as well.
Oh yeah.
All black with the white lines and wording and twiddly knobs, and the sides were wood. Wood veneered. It's like, I look on the back, it's all there's something about those 1970s and 80s synths. With the twiddly knobs, and there's no screens.
Yeah.
There's no.
Would you have the ones with the levers as well?
Well, you have to have pitch bend and modulation wheels.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
But it's like, in them days, it was you got one or two oscillators, and you have a waveform for each, and you adjust the waveform, and you apply some chorus and effects and stuff.
Yeah.
My Poly 6, right? My Korg Poly 6. It had a number of memory bank slots.
Yeah.
So you could store like, it was 13 or 16, I think, or something. Like it might have been 8. Like you could make a sound and save it.
Yeah.
Now, how it saved a physical switch position, I do not know.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
They're all just potentiometers, but you save it to a memory slot. Then you go back to it. How does it recreate that sound without changing the movement of the potentiometer? Anyway, but if you wanted to save them, if you wanted to like back them up and then make more sounds, you had to back those up to tape. There was a tape output on the back of the Poly 6. You could take all the memory banks, save them to a tape, and then use them again. And you could load them at any time.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and you could save all your 16 sounds to tapes. Like, so primitive.
Mate, I'd be in the element. Yeah, like you say, it's yeah. It's cool.
Jeff says, check out Behringer if you haven't. They make reasonably priced clones of old analog synths, more than a bit controversial for being copies, but I've heard they work well. Yeah, Behringer do make some good synths. There's another brand as well who seem to be current at the minute. But a lot of them now, they're like, they're kind of aimed at the sort of dancing market, the clubbing market.
Oh, right, yeah.
A lot of them are like monophonic because they want to get some stonking bass beats. And it's like, not really after that. I don't want a mono synth.
Yeah, I suppose. Is that a different type of creativity then that they get with them types of synths?
No,
then, is it?
No, they're just, a lot of them are just monophonic, and the way they're designed is a lot of them have little tiny keyboards.
Right.
Because what a lot of people will do is they'll use them just to make a real fat bassline beat.
Okay,
like a sequence of like fat bass, a real fat thumping bass sound.
Yeah.
Or they might have a lead sound, but it's like they're not really there for making like my kind of music, which is like sweeping pads and horns, and they're not really for that.
No.
So, but yeah, I don't know if I could get any synth. I don't know which one I'd get, but I'd love an analog synth and just.
It's one of them, innit? If you've got the itch, it. Knowing you like I know you, it's not going to dissipate, is it? It's going to be there.
But it's just difficult because it's like if I could have one synth and it was an analog synth, which one would you get? Because they all do different things well. Like the old Rolands, like the Roland Junos, they are proper 1980s Tangerine Dream. Lots of horn sounds and quite sharp pad sounds and things like that. Whereas your Korgs are much more organic sounding. You have a lot more chorus and smooth, like sweeping horns and chorusy string sounds.
Yeah.
Your Rolands have a certain sound to them. The Yamahas, well, I don't really like Yamahas.
It's going to be one of those, though, isn't it? The minute you've The minute you've bought one, you're going to kick yourself because you're going to go, I wish I'd got that one now. It's, yeah.
It's like if I got like a Juno 60 or sort of 106, I'd be like, well, I can do loads of really punchy string sounds and like, you know, but I can't really do any kind of chorusy pad sounds like I can do on the Poly 6. Or the real arpeggios you can get on the Poly 6 with the chorus. Great. It's really hard to explain, but I kind of know different brands and what their synthesizers sounded like. They have different feels to them because they use different setups. So.
Yeah, and like you say, you know, you're after a certain sound, didn't you? Yeah,
and it only worked before because I had a selection, so you know, a bit more tricky nowadays. Anyway, I should stop talking about it because I'll just get all homesick for synthesizing.
Yeah, keep talking. Yeah, I want to get him on the synth shop now. See what he buys.
Oh, don't, because he's spending at least £1,000.
Yeah, I can imagine, mate. I can imagine. Bless you.
But then it's like, I haven't got anywhere to put it. I've got nothing to connect it to. I haven't got software. I'd have to spend a fortune on software just to sequence it and record it. So
yeah, of course, yeah.
You can't just go out and find Cubase. It's not cheap.
Yeah, and I can imagine modern software packages are all going to be on the subscription module and cost an absolute arm and a bloody leg.
Yeah, they're off-the-shelf jobs, but they're like professional.
Yeah.
So. But the thing is, it'd be great, but I'd sit here making music all day and I wouldn't earn any money off that, so...
Yeah, there is that, isn't there?
Yeah.
That is a good shout. Come to think of it,
because I would just waste an entire day just rattling about with sounds, and it's like, you know what? Yeah,
you would sit there and you'd be like, yeah, I've not made any money today because I've been doing this instead. Yeah,
it would not be ideal. When I win the lottery, though, I'm digging up the garden. I'm building an underground bunker in the back garden.
Well, as Del Boy would say, Fox, one day we'll be millionaires.
Yeah, I don't know why I said underground bunker. It's kind of a given, but
yeah.
I've got a bunker under the garden. That will be a recording studio, and of course it will be completely soundproof because it's underground, so I can make as much noise as I want. It'll be my recording studio and gaming area.
Oh.
And then above that, overground, I'll have a studio set up for model making and filming.
Would it have all the games, all of them?
All of them, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, not just some of them, but all of them.
All the games. There'll also be a 6x3 gaming table, of course.
Oh, without a shadow of doubt, mate. Without a gaming table, I couldn't imagine that would be a thing, mate.
Oh, yeah. Fox, wasn't the original Moog, Mini Moog, a monophonic keyboard, and the Poly Moog a polyphonic? Yes. A lot of the early synths were monophonic. And like a lot of the early music, you like very early craft work and things like Wendy Carlos and stuff, it was very simple because they were monophonic. And it was only in like the mid-70s that polyphonic stuff started to come in. But the kind of music I'm doing, what I do, I need polyphonic. I can't do monophonic. Because I can't do,
H absolutely loved craft work.
Yeah, some of the really early craft work was terrible. Oh. So, because my style was a mixture of Jean-Michel Jarre and Vangelis, really. So
yeah, that was your influence. Were they your main influences then? Were they? Is that?
Yeah, Vangelis and Jarre. But towards the end, I kind of faltered and started trying to do like realistic orchestral instruments. That's where it all kind of fell apart.
Oh right, yeah.
My original instrument influence was like Jarre and Vangelis.
Yeah.
So a mixture of the two. So it wasn't just bleat bloot music. It was sweeping strings and horns.
Yeah.
But fake, obviously synthesized.
Yeah.
For that, you kind of need some polyphony.
Yeah. Oh wow.
So I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want a monophonic synth, even an old one, because I did have a Moog the Rogue, which was monophonic.
Right.
But a lot of the little modern synths now, they're designed they're really good.
Yeah.
But a lot of them are actually polyphonic, which is really weird.
Yeah, see, I mean, I know absolutely diddly squat about synths, but yeah.
There are some good synths out there right now, but again, I want twiddly knobs and not like screens. And
you want to twiddle your knob. That's what you're saying.
I want an old synth. I don't want a modern. I want an old classic heavy metal and wood shenanigans going on.
Yeah, none of this namby-pamby modern shenanigans.
Yeah, I will concede if it's been adapted to have MIDI in it, that will be good.
Yeah,
because a lot of the old classics didn't have MIDI. It wasn't until the mid-'80s they got MIDI as a standard. So
Oh,
a lot
right.
of the old ones use what's called a CV gate, which is like an electrical pulse.
Yeah, yeah.
You could link them all together, but it'd be like just a basic timing pulse, and it would sync them all up. But of course, you're not sequencing them then. So yes, I would concede a vintage classic synth with MIDI adaptations added to it. Fingers and brain stopped working good together fast enough, so it got frustrating, said Edward Leonard. Oh, I sold all my good guitars, but I kept my first to a $400 Takamine.
Yeah, that's what I struggle with, if I'm honest. You know, is that dexterity, that coordination, and yeah. So I have them all hanging up, and I just sit and stare at them, wishful thinking, like, you know. But yeah, part of me would like to get proper lessons, I must admit.
Yeah. Stefan Lass says, hi, for the first time in months, I got to bed before midnight as I was completely knackered, just up for an age-related sprinkling of the porcelain throne. We'll catch up with the show later. See you.
No worries, Stefan. Thanks for popping in and saying hello, mate.
Enjoy your big wee.
Yeah.
Jeff says he's played around with the software Bespoke Synth for a while. It was very powerful, free and open source, no twiddly physical knobs, though.
Oh, nice.
I used one for a while called... What was it called? Oh, God, I can't remember what it was called. I used one for quite a few years. Oh, God, I can't remember what it was called now. It was basically a software synth, but it was a collection of different synths, and you get different patches.
Oh, right,
So I had, like... And the patches were things like... One of them was like it was like recreating an old modular Moog system, the big old, like, thing the size of a wall of a house.
Yeah, yeah.
All the patch cables. And they were pretty good, but they weren't brilliant.
No.
But they were all right. But I want a physical keyboard. I want a physical keyboard with physical knobs and twiddly knobs and because there's nothing more inspirational to me than fettling at the keyboard, but just altering the sound as I'm playing, so I can be like, because then the sound I make while I'm playing can dictate what I'm playing, and I can get ideas that way. And it's all software to me. It's like, so I might look up the Behringer stuff, but no, I won't, because I can't go there.
Yeah, we know what you're going to be doing after the stream tonight. I'm
going for a sleep is what I'm going after the stream. I need to not think about synthesizers anymore.
Yeah,
it's a side of my life I'll go back to if I win the lottery. Other than that, it ain't going to happen.
It's going to be one of them, innit? You're going to sit there now. It's going to be like, I can't get synthesizers out. Synthesizers.
What do you play? I play synthesizers.
Yeah, I'm a synthesizer player. Oh, are you now? Okay.
I've got the intertubes on me confuser terminus. What are you doing?
Cleaning an airbrush out, because if I don't,
you'll wake up in the middle of the night going, crap, I forgot to clean the
airbrush. It's gonna, and I thought, well, being that I'm having captured twitches, I'm just gonna
for the night a bit stunted by that now.
I can't shake the twitches at the moment. It's once bitten, twice shy. It's not the first time. The first time was the smacking the door off. Then it was so I'm like so once it starts getting to that point, it's like so I'm gonna clean my airbrush, because I know if I try to do anything else, I could end up, I'm either going to drop it or I'm, well,
we're on 4:10, so
so apologies, but
that's all right.
It's just how it is, isn't it?
It is how
I'll end up kicking myself otherwise, and I don't want to, for the sake of a couple of minutes, I don't want to undo weeks of work.
No.
That's
fine. Well, it's 4 o'clock now anyway, so
and I'm actually enjoying the convo there of your creative juices, so to speak, because it's probably a side that not many people know about. I mean, I know you well, so I kind of know you've got that background as such, but
I mean, I put my video. I've got a load of videos on the channel, which is a load of my tube that I made public domain. People can download them and do what they want with them, but not everybody knows they're there. So.
No, I mean, I've got all your dog sound stuff, haven't I, that you sent over.
Yep.
Yeah, no. Didn't you put that on the boomer in the end?
I did it at some point. There's probably a link in there somewhere in the files section.
Yeah.
But there's a playlist on my channel for the videos if you want to record the audio. Oh, I can't get this lid open at all.
You breaking things again. You are, aren't
No,
you?
I'm actually failing to open a pot lid because I'm so feeble and old.
Oh dear, it's like I am. Yeah, Stefan Last is off ski, bless him. No worries, mate. Stefan.
Oh, Stefan, yeah.
Yeah, because he came in because he's gone for a whiz, so to speak.
Old man's, yeah.
Yeah.
Old man's bottle of fizz.
Absolutely. Like us, it's, yeah. Yeah, that's when you know you're getting old. Yeah.
Yeah.
When your entire life and existence is controlled by your bladder.
Yeah, 4:30, 8:30.
Yeah.
Depending on your sleep cycle.
Yeah.
If I go to bed at midnight, it's 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock. If I go to bed at 3,
yeah,
it's like, if I go to bed at 3, it's like 6:30, and then maybe 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So if I go to bed at 4, I'm getting up at 12. So
yeah.
Yeah.
It's when you're laying there and you're like, I ain't getting up. I'm determined that I'm not up. I get up. Yeah.
I'm not getting up. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm getting up.
Yeah, it's like, oh, really? Yeah.
Doing it.
You try to wait it out, don't you? And it just, it doesn't work.
Your body's like going, you think, do you?
Yeah, your bladder's going, you think so, old man?
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
You think you're in control, do you?
Yeah. And you do that walk, don't you? Sugar fucking Russell. Yeah. Yeah.
And because it's the middle of the night and you don't want to turn the light on, you have to go safe, so you sit down.
Oh, yeah, stub your toe.
Yeah, you stub your toe and you sit there on the loo like the thinker with your head in your hands because you're like, I'm not opening my eye, I'm not turning the light on.
Yeah, not squinting. It's too bright. It's going to burn me retinas.
Yeah, so you can't stand another wee because you've not turned the light on because you don't want to wake up. So
do you take your phone in with you?
Oh God, no! I get in there, do my business.
Oh really? No, I take the phone in. I do a bit of email, bit of this, bit of that. It's like, have you ever seen the film Austin Powers? It's like that, and it's like, just when you think you've got no more left, you carry on. It's like, yeah.
No, for me, it's a case of get up out of bed, don't turn the light on. Go across the hall, don't turn the light on. Go in the toilet, don't turn the light on. Sit down.
Yeah.
That's why I can't start. I don't turn the light on. Sit there, grumbling with my head in my hands.
Yeah.
Do my business. Get up. Stub my toe on the door. Yeah. Because I always forget to lock the door, and then I go, boom, door's locked.
You're walking around going, bloody bladder.
And there's no light gets turned on at any point in that process.
Really? Oh, mate. Yeah. Yeah. Anything that can be bumped into, I can assure you, I will bump into between my bedroom and the lavatory. It's like, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because for some reason, I get it in my head that I won't need my stick.
What, because it's dark, suddenly you're able to maneuver yourself around the house with no problems.
So it's like, I am not going to use my stick to go for a wee. Yeah. How do you think that works for me, mate?
When was that ever a good plan of action?
Exactly.
I fear that may never have been a good plan of action.
Exactly. And it's like, yeah, really? Yeah.
It's amazing how our logic works or doesn't work when we're half asleep, isn't it?
Exactly. And it's like, yeah, it's... And my missus goes, what the earth are you doing? Oh.
If there's one lesson you can learn as a man in this world, it's that your brain is not your friend.
No, it's never my friend, mate. Not that time of the morning.
Your brain is the enemy.
Yeah.
Learn this lesson quick and fast when you're young, and it'll serve you well in later life.
Oh, yeah, but we all sit there trying to fool our body into something, you know, it's like, yeah, it's not going to work. It ain't going to work.
I hate it when you're lying there at night And like most of the time you lie there and you're like, I need a wee. And you know you need a wee. But sometimes you're lying there and you're like, I think I need a wee, but I can't quite tell because it's like,
yeah,
I can't tell if it's just I need a wee or if it's just like it's normal, just not needing a wee, but I've just got a bit of an ache. I don't, and it's like you lie there and you have this conversation and you're like, do I need, and then you're like, fine.
yeah, and you do. You get up like, really? And you're having to go at yourself, and it's like, I'm losing my mind here, you know.
And it turns out you always need a wee.
Yeah, and it's like, why am I getting a bottom lip out just because my bladder says I want to wake you up?
Because it's your brain being your worst enemy. Your brain will always try and do the worst for you.
But have you ever looked at your belly and gone, bloody annoying, waking me up and making me having to go to the toilet? And you're like, why am I having to go at my own bladder?
The other night, I was like, I went to bed about, I thought, I better go to bed. So I went to bed about 3 o'clock the other night. I went for a wee, went to bed, got in bed. Within 20 minutes, I'm like, I need a wee again. Oh, God, absolutely. Go for a wee. And unfortunately, because I hadn't got up till late, it took me another couple of hours to get to sleep. Because sometimes if I don't get up till late because of Mama Wolf's weird sleeping schedule, sometimes I go to bed at 3, but I won't get up till like, I don't know, 1 or 2 in the afternoon. So sometimes, so I'm lying there. It's like, and after about an hour, and I'm like about 4 wees before I even got to sleep. I'm like, this is ridiculous now. I drank a load of water beforehand, which was my own fault. So.
H, the other day, she came downstairs. She said, "You all right, love?" Bloody hell, she said, "What's wrong with my bladder?" I said, "Oh, well, it happened." She said, "No." She said, "I've literally just been." She said, "I want to go again. I've got to go back up." And she said, "Oh, mate." And of course, I was desperately trying not to mock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
Mama Wolf does that occasionally. She'll come up all the way up the stairs, go to the loo, come out of the loo, go and wash your hands.
Yeah.
Get 3 steps down, then come back up and go back to the loo again.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, she's 83, so.
Yeah. I say to her, really? She goes, really? She's doing my bloody head in. All right, love. You're not laughing, are you? Of course I'm not, dear. Of course I'm not.
Not laughing.
I'm not laughing at all, love.
I'm unfrowning. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm stretching my face, honest, love. Of course I'm not laughing.
I'm exercising my frown muscles by making them go the other way.
Yeah, it is.
Which is how you do that.
It's just frustrating. I mean, it's weird though, isn't it? Because you go to bed at 49 and you're fine, dandy, and you wake up the following day on your 50th birthday and everything is gone, isn't it? Is broke.
Really broke. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Every birthday from the age of 50 onwards, you get another tablet to your prescription list.
Oh, yeah,
and it's just like, really?
I went from like literally nothing when I was 49. And I've got like 6 different things that I take for various, like, oh, really?
Yeah, you get all your different ailments. You get the hip, you get the knee, you get the ankle, or whatever, and it's like, you go to the quack, right? Yeah, we've got to try you on this, or, your diabetes, or, it's like, really? Anything else you want to give me whilst I'm here? Yeah.
Feel free to slap it all in the same thing at the same time.
You just like, you sit there and you think, right, brilliant. I've just had me op done. No more medical for a couple of months. Bang. Nah, they don't work like that. There's always something.
Yeah.
Something new that you've got to learn to adapt to, mate.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like I was saying a few weeks ago on a stream, wasn't it? That it's like, I just want a summer now next year where it's the summer of no medical complaints.
Yeah.
I think, did we kind of get away with it this year? I can't remember now. No, we didn't.
No.
Because like I said before, it started with the year of the hurty feet, the summer of the hurty feet.
Yeah.
Which was followed by the year of the knackered knee.
Yeah.
Which was for no reason at all. And then that went away. That was like, woohoo! And then it was the year of Mama Wolf getting really ill.
That's right, yeah.
Then it was... Oh, no, sorry. Then it was the year of then it was the 6 months of my elbow being knackered. And then I broke my toe. And after that fixed itself, I broke my toe. And then Then it was the year of the elbow on the other elbow.
Yeah.
And then Mama Wolf had the year of being ill. It's like, can I just have a year of no medical incidents or any need to go to the hospital for any reason, please? Thank you.
I would like a year where I'm not recovering from a major surgery.
Yeah.
That's the thing for me. I can deal with the rest of it, but it's the invasive spinal surgeries. They're the ones that have knocked me for six, because they have been difficult to recover from, and the last one I had, I was getting there, and then another tumour, and it was like, oh, really? So, yeah, I would like 2023 to be a surgery-free year if it can be. Be happy with that.
I'd like 2023 to be the year that I only ever go to the hospital because Mama Wolf has an appointment.
Yeah.
For a checkup, not because I've got to sit outside and wait in A&E for any reason, or sit in A&E waiting in pain for 3-4 hours or something like that, anymore. Yeah. That would be nice.
Yeah. Okay, I was a right pair of old farts. We were like Statler and Waldorf, but, most people were sitting there going, yeah, I want to win the lottery. Me and you were sitting there going, it'd be nice if I didn't have to have an operation this year.
Well, that's the thing. It's like up until about 3-4 years ago, the last time I went to my local hospital, I was like 5 or something. Yeah. No, I wasn't. It was like the last time I went to my local hospital was 20 years ago, and my dad passed away, and that was it.
Yeah.
And like in the last 4 years, I've been there almost every summer, and every year I've had to go there for some reason. Like, oh man, I'm sick of the damn place.
I'm like, can they physically get any more metal into this person? It's like, yeah,
they can.
But it is what it is. Can't.
Oldness is what it is.
Yeah, people out there worse off, isn't there? Let's be honest. But
yeah, true.
It don't stop us having a good wibble, though, because
people out there worse off. But you know what? It doesn't mean that what we're going through is any less.
And then, of course, you forgot your most severe one, your sensitive teeth.
Oh God, there was that as well. Oh yeah, I forgot that. There was the summer of having to go to the dentist in the middle of a pandemic because I had to have 2 teeth out. But of course, I've not got a dentist, so I had to find a dentist who would take a non-private patient in the middle of a pandemic. When I
knew Teethgate would get you back. Jeff says he is hoping for a better 23 for all of us. Yeah, I hope the world's a safer place without getting into politics.
Yeah.
I hope the world's a safer place for everyone.
Lynn and Edward, I think, have gone. Great show, guys. Says Lynn. Stompers look great. My sleeping pills are kicking in. So night. Take care, everyone. Until
Take
next
care,
time.
Lynn. Always lovely to see you in.
Edward says, thanks, guys, for the stream. It's been fun night, everyone, and stay safe. Squish hugs to everyone.
Absolutely. Massive appreciation.
This year. Here's how I want the year to go. January, Persona 4 Golden comes out on the Xbox. That's a good start. At some point in the next following 3 or 4 months, Starfield comes out. That's the next good start.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the year, nothing bad happens.
Yeah.
That's all I want next year to be, basically. Persona 4, Starfield, and then nothing bad happening. That's what I want.
Yeah,
maybe some lottery in there. That'd be nice.
Yeah, it's one of those, I obviously want my family's health to be good. Yeah. Don't we all? It's one of them, innit? You just want everyone to be chilled and get on, and life's too short, innit, for people not to get on. And, I'm a bit of an old hippie when it comes to things like that. But
you're a hippie, but without the hair.
Yeah, it's one of them, innit? I just want people to be inwardly happy.
Yeah.
With their lot. No matter what it is, just be happy.
I'm just going to go and grab some clean water, and then I'm going to clean my brushes.
No worries, mate.
Ooh,
I am literally just decluttering my bench as we speak, so apologies that I haven't been doing too much, folks, but my twitches were beginning to cause damage to my model, and I just thought, do you know something? Yeah. Oh, I've just got to stand up again, actually, so I'm being good. Just as Lynn goes, she'd be so proud of me standing up. Unpressurized. So, yeah. Let's move that off of there.
Big fat knackers. Ooh.
Oh dear, I worry about you.
I wouldn't actually. You know what? I've done some like shade washes on this so far,
Yeah.
and it's actually dirtying it up to such a level that I'm thinking I might not bother with enamel washes.
Yeah, I'm not really. I mean, a bit of Agrax Earthshade seems to have dirtied it up more than enough. It's one of, I'm going to sound bad here, but it's one of them we don't want to overdo it.
No. Well, it's
yeah, you don't want to overdo it.
It's like just because I was doing those shades and then like watering them a bit while they were live on the surface.
Yeah.
It's got this nice sort of
patina.
No, it's like dirty, but it's a little bit darker at the bottom, but it gradually fades to it. It doesn't really come out on camera, but in real life. So it looks like it's had an enamel wash already. So I'm thinking
it's got a nice little transition to it.
Yeah, I might not need to do all the enamel. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I've got me dudes and that to sort out and get on there, but there's not, I don't think, too much more.
Yeah, I think I've still got some bits and bobs to do.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking I might just get the base colours down and do some shade work on it and not do a lot of enamel stuff. It might look all right. I've still got to paint the lens.
I did me bolt heads with a bit of Agrax. I did a bit of dry brushing with it.
I'm now weathering with brush cleaner, apparently.
Yeah, I've got a bit of panel line in a few places just to put back in, but other than that, nothing too major.
It's like on, and again, this won't come out on camera, but on this gun here.
Yeah.
I did like just some simple Agrax shade in the recess there and on the rivets.
Yeah, that's it. That's enough.
Put it on, and then added some water to it and just kept building that up slowly.
Yeah, exactly. And it's more than enough.
Yeah. And it's weird, but I'm kind of getting the same effect that you do with enamels, but it's a bit of a longer process with shades.
Yes.
But it's just kind of faster. Because you just get it on, it dries, get it on, it dries.
That's what it says on the tin, mate.
I might, when I do the big orc, it's not that big, the orc big tracks, whatever it is, and I'm filming that, I might try and do it without doing any enamels on it.
Oh, there you go. That'd be a challenge.
Well, the one thing you can't do is streaking, obviously, without using enamels, so I've got to do some enamel track effects, I suppose, or oil paint, one of the two, so we'll see. Let's do the good brushes first. God, I used a lot of brushes tonight. What?
No, I was just laughing because you said you used a lot of brushes tonight.
Yeah, I did. Do. Have you seen the trailer for the new Indiana Jones movie?
No, I've got it popped up on my YouTube, but I actually haven't sat and watched it yet. No.
I read through the description of an IO9 and I watched through it.
Yeah.
I have to say, there's basically, I think what they're doing in the film is like when the film starts, there'll be like a flashback sequence.
Oh, right, yeah.
Where it's set after Raiders of the Lost Ark, but before the Temple of Doom.
Oh, really? How are they gonna get round Harrison Ford's aging?
They've de-aged him.
Hey?
When you get a chance, when we finish, right?
Yeah.
Go to IO9 or anything and just have a look at some of the still shots from the trailer. There's a shot of Indy in like Nazi uniform and he's been captured and been beaten up by the Nazis.
Yeah.
And they pull this hood off his head and it's young Harrison Ford.
Oh, wow.
But it's old Harrison Ford. They've just de-aged him.
Oh, that's clever, isn't it?
There's only one shot in the whole trailer that looks really bad where he's on the back of this horse in New York Square.
Yeah.
Square, and it looks really bad because the head's kind of at the wrong place. It's not quite lined up, and it looks terrible. But other than that, all the shots with Indy, he looks like young Harrison Ford. It's like,
oh, the bloody hell. Yeah, that's clever, isn't it?
And even Harrison Ford himself has apparently said, it's really spooky. I don't know how they did it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to know how they did it, and I don't like it, but I like it.
Yeah, it's... Because what's he now? He's got to be, what, nearly 80, isn't he?
He is in the 80s.
So
he said, I basically earned my place as an old actor now, but it's kind of spooky to see it.
Oh,
but it's amazing. It's like, God, how did... Yeah.
Isn't it clever?
The technology is getting better and better and better, but it looks amazing. So yeah, there's a whole flashback sequence set in 1936 or 7, I think.
Makes you wonder where it's going to go next, doesn't it?
Well, they've already used dead actors, haven't they? In Rogue One, Star Wars Rogue One, they used what's his name?
Oh, what's her chops, wasn't it? Princess Leia?
Well, they did that, but that wasn't very good. But they actually rebuilt from scratch. Who's the Grand Moff Tarkin? The actor.
Oh, I can't think, mate.
He was in that video of him playing with toy soldiers in the newsreel film. Not Vincent Price. English guy.
You made
fire when ready. No. Grand Moff Tarkin. Anyway, it's him. They basically recreated him, and it was very well done.
Oh, right.
Some other actor played the part, and they put his face over the top.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So yeah, but it's some of the still shots. There's still shot of Indy there, and he's had this hood pulled off his head. And he's there in a German uniform. It looks like it doesn't even look flawed. It looks. You wouldn't know it was a mod. You think it was a shot.
It's not up there with Dwayne Johnson then in the Scorpion King when they did that CGI. That was shocking.
That was garbage. That was garbage. It really is like you look at it and think, is that like a scene they cut from Raiders of the Lost Ark when he was dressed as a Jew? No. It
is clever, isn't it, though, when you think about it?
I mean, we're yet to see what the film actually looks like. But
does that mean then that they could CGI your ponytail back on and my mullet?
I don't think technology would ever be used for such a dark thing as that.
That would be good, wouldn't it?
There are certain dark arts that, I don't think. Peter Cushing says, Jeff, that's it, Peter Cushing.
Peter Cushing. There.
Yeah, in Rogue One, because it's set just before
Star Wars. Of course,
he
played, yeah.
So he's have to have Grand Moff Tarkin there, and of course Peter Cushing's long dead.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. Peter Cushing, yeah.
Yep.
Hammer House of Horrors legend.
And James Earl Jones has given Lucasfilm the rights to use his voice in perpetuity now.
He's still around, isn't he, James Earl Jones? Yeah,
but he's really old. But he's basically said to Lucasfilm, you can use my voice forever.
Yeah, because it's David Prowse that died, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. For some reason, I thought it was James Earl Jones that passed. I don't know why.
But the amazing thing is, Darth Vader is in the second season of... No, he's not. He's in Obi-Wan Kenobi, the new series that came out this year.
Yeah.
But so it's James Earl Jones doing the voice for Darth Vader.
Yeah.
But James Earl Jones didn't do the voice for Darth Vader. It was all they basically CGI'd his voice, if it doesn't make any sense. They faked his voice based on all his recordings.
Yeah.
They synthesized Darth Vader's lines, and he can do that now. They can take samples of speech.
Yeah.
And recreate your voice.
Oh, right, yeah.
So all the dialogue in Obi-Wan Kenobi from Darth Vader was actually completely artificial. But you wouldn't know it because it sounds like James Earl Jones.
Yeah. Because was it Peter Mayhew, was it? Chewbacca, he died, didn't he?
That was a few years ago.
Yeah. But it's the trouble, isn't it? I mean, we don't realise that they're all getting on now because, the original Star Wars films were, what, 76, 77, around about that time?
Yeah.
And it's like...
Mark Hamill's like a grizzly old man now, so...
Yeah, he's not aged very well, was he, compared to the others?
No, they're all really old.
Yeah,
all really old. Like Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford's in his 80s. Hamill's in his early 70s, I think.
Has Hamill led a particularly wild lifestyle, if you know what I mean? I don't think he has.
No.
He certainly doesn't come across someone that's been a Hollywood hellraiser, should we say?
No, he looks fine. He's got a big flumpy beard, but
Yeah, I've got a big flumpy beard, but it's only because I can't be asked to shave at the moment.
Oh yeah, we know that.
Looks like I've got my head on upside down.
Any man with a beard who isn't one of those poncy YouTubers with the perfectly manicured square beard that looks ridiculous, you know that the only reason they've got a beard is because they're lazy.
Oh yeah. And not only that, my missus says that I've got a face like a newborn baby when I don't have a beard. So,
I don't get this trend. I don't get this trend for men now to have like big square Babylonian beards. It's like
no, I've got a butt chin. So yeah.
Well, whenever you see these men with these beards, they're always in like they're always in like adverts for mobile phone services and things like that,
Yeah.
or adverts for Apple phones. And the thing is, right, they're always the kind of people that really shouldn't grow a beard,
Yeah.
because the beards they grow are these big square Babylonian things that look like they're carved.
Yeah.
But that kind of beard, and it's on a nerd.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? It's like some nerdy, like bloke who doesn't look like he chops down trees for a living. It doesn't really work.
Yeah, it don't work, does it? It's the Tony Stark syndrome, isn't it? Where, you know, perfectly
no, I mean,
manicured beards. It's like, yeah.
Oh, no, I don't mean like that. I mean like the kind of thing that goes down a foot below their chin and it's perfectly square and it makes their face look about 8 foot tall.
Yeah.
Those kind of proper, like, big square beards.
Yeah,
and
4-inch
like,
Dulux paintbrush.
Yeah, and it's like, no, if you're a nerdy bloke, just have a scrawny beard like we've got. Don't have a big square bushy manicured thing.
Mine's got that scrawniness where I run my fingers through it when I'm mulling, and we do that spirally thing, don't we? And the beard ends up all twisted and gnarly like the eye on a spud.
Oh yeah. But the ones that don't like these big square, they just look like they're sculpted on. They're just a big square block, and it goes down to like the clavicle. It's like about 1.5 foot, and it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
They never look good. They never look good because they're never on the kind of person that needs that kind of beard. If you've got that kind of beard, you want to be chopping down trees with your mind.
Yeah. While singing Monty Python's "I'm a Lumberjack."
Not pouncing about in Crocs like a hipster.
Oh, bloody Crocs. Oh, my God.
I went to my local Subway and the guy behind the counter, he was like 23.
Yeah.
If that. 3 stone 4 and as thick as my little finger, but he had this stupid big Babylonian square beard. I'm like, you look like a complete and utter chud. What the
neck beards.
You're a spawny nerd like me. You should have some scraggly little Van Dyke or something. You don't have a big 3.5 foot long sofa cushion strapped to the bottom of your chin. Come on.
What's with neck beards? Why is that a thing?
I don't know, but those people are usually the people you don't want to know because they're a bit stinky.
We seem to be getting a lot of that down here. You see geezers trundling past, and you're like, what's that all on? Neck beards. Is that a thing elsewhere? Are other people seeing neck beards about?
It's always the kind of person, if you go into like a game store where they've got like gaming tables, and there's always that guy.
Yeah.
That guy that you don't want to play because he's always a neck beard.
Last time I saw a neck beard before that was on a train bridge, a guy in a cagoule with his train spotting book.
Yeah. I never understood the idea of having a beard under your chin but not above. Like, really? Are you like a Chechen soldier?
Yeah. It's like they think they're bloody Emperor Nero, don't they? You know, it's like, what's that all about?
Yep. Retro Rabbit Studio says, why are you Muppets still up? Hang on, you're asking us, but you're up.
Retro, we're having a wibble, mate, about neck beards now, mate. We've been moaning about everything from illnesses, bladders, and ailments.
Well, Colin's whinging about neck beards. I'm whinging about hipster beards.
Yeah.
So, yeah, both of those.
Yeah, it's... I don't get it. I really don't get the whole neck beard thing. I'm sorry. I just don't get it.
I mean, the reason my beard's all big and bushy is because I literally can't be arsed having a shave.
Yeah, it's because I haven't got me trimmer out and trimmed it down a bit, but it needs it because H is going through that stage of flicking 10 pences at me because, you know,
It's like, to me, it's like, if you're going to have a manicured beard, it's got to be a short beard. It could be a full face, it could be a Van Dyke or a goatee or whatever you want. But if you're going to have a long beard, it can't be manicured.
No, it's got to be frayed round the edges, mate, innit?
It can't be. I'll do a drawing. I'll show you what I mean.
Yeah, it can't be all cut at the same length either. You've got to have bits of it that are slightly scragglier than others.
Jellyfish.
Yeah, you've been playing with your doodle pad again.
Yeah. Now, see, I did actually buy a packet of 20 Sharpies, so I have to draw things now.
Retro says, I've got a beard. Part of it is in my neck, I suppose. Yeah, we're on about Adam's apple neck beards with no hair on the jaw above the jawline. It's bizarre.
They're usually on the fat guy that lives in the cellar and insults everybody and trolls. So what I mean is, like, you get a dude, right, and he's got. It's not going to be a very good picture, but he's got there's a big splotch of paint, so ignore that. He's got his face there like that, yeah?
Yeah.
You've got some eyes, and you've got a nose.
Mm.
And then you have this beard, and it's like...
Yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah.
It's just this square like that.
Mm.
And it's like... And it's perfectly manicured to be completely square. So when you see him from the front, you basically see his head there, like that. But then you have this beard like that.
Yeah, he looks like one of King Arthur's knights, doesn't he? You know?
And they're always like... They're always baristas in a Starbucks shop.
Yeah.
They're never like lumberjacks or manly blokes. They're always like spawny people like me.
Yeah.
Who shouldn't have a beard that goes all the way. And they're always like perfect. And it's like foam. It's horrible. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't understand. It's like just...
Looks like the peak, squared peak on a baseball cap, but it's hanging under their chin. It's like, yeah, well, when did it become a thing?
Yeah, but then you see, I knew this guy, and like you saw him from the side, and he was a spawny bloke like me. So he'd be there like with his head like this. He'd have his head, and he'd have his nose sticking out like that. He'd have this hair, and it was short hair. It was short curly hair, and then he'd have this beard, right? But it'd be like perfectly manicured there, and then it'd be like,
yeah, and it's like,
and it's like you're not big spawny, you're not a big brawly bloke that's going to pull a tree down with your hair.
Yeah.
There's no religious reason for you to have a beard like that.
You're not in the middle of Alaska chopping down huge trees, mate.
It's perfectly manicured, and you've obviously got like specialist beard products at home.
Yeah, obviously had a couple of steam irons or the straighteners out on it to straighten it out, and it's like,
But if you watch any advert where it's got trendy people, like a mobile phone advert or Apple adverts or anything like that, like Silicon Valley type products, there's always somebody with that kind of beard, and it's like, oh, no.
Perhaps this is why corner shops always have big cans of Bristos, because it's the beard people that are buying it.
Yeah, Jeff says we're talking about the ones like the Assyrians. That's what I'm saying. It's like Babylonian style, Assyrian style.
Exactly, Jeff. It's weird, isn't it, mate?
Yeah. It's like, do they walk around putting little stories on cuneiform tablets?
Yeah, it's I find it weird. The whole no fucking beard on the face, but it's all hanging around the neck. I just find it strange. It's like, when did that become a thing?
Well, when I went into Subway, and I've been listening to a book about ancient Assyrian and Babylonian mythology. Listen to an audio book by Irving Finkel, and I walked into my local Subway, and there's this guy there behind the counter with this proper Assyrian style Babylonian beard.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to. And there's a guy that does this audiobook, and the guy that reads out the tablets has this particular voice. And I just wanted to walk up and go, "You place a juniper censer at the head of the At the head of the libation pipe, and offer your greetings to Shamash, god of the netherworld." But I didn't say that. I was like, "Can I have a coffee in my libation pipe, please?"
I mean, if you want to know what a neckbeard is, just Google Emperor Nero. Yeah. Especially if you see the CGI image that they done where they computer generated it. It's like full-blown neckbeard. It's like,
there's your head, there's your nose, there's your chin, there's your mouth, here's your beard.
Yeah.
Underneath
the chinage.
And on the cheek bit, they might have some wispy pubage, and that's about it.
Yeah.
And they never have a moustache. It's always just the...
No, they just have this little island of cheek hair, don't they? And it's like, what's that supposed to be?
What are you, Amish?
Yeah.
You putting up a barn? Why you want a beard without the moustache unless it's just a little goatee, which will make sense, or there's no other reason to not have a moustache in there. Otherwise, you just look weird. And
there seems to be ones a bit like, is it Limp Bizkit? It's basically a little rectangle that they've got on the tip of their chin. What's that?
That's a soul patch.
Yeah, but it's like, what's the point of it?
I know. Some people can rock a soul patch.
Yeah.
Like Avery Brooks, Benjamin Sisko, he could rock a soul patch.
Yeah. Naughty Cisco was, Yeah,
I mean, Sisko, Avery Brooks could rock any facial furniture he put on it. It just looked badass anyway.
But
but the big Babylonian things, I don't like them. just pretentious Silicon Valley hipster nonsense to me. It's like, no. if your beard is so complex that you've got to fart around and trim it and look at, just get rid of it.
Yeah, it's the time and effort that somebody, you think, they've put a lot of effort into that beard, and it's like, why?
Rabbit says, it's only 11:40 p.m. where I am. I has a beard. Part of it is in my neck. Yes, a normal beard like a normal person is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I've not shaved for months, so my beard goes all the way down to my Adam's apple. It looks dead messy because it's all the way down my neck.
Yeah.
Normally, I'd trim it to my jawline, so at least looks a bit tidy, but I just haven't been bothered to shave in the last 3 months.
That's it. We go through our winter foliage stage, don't we?
This is my winter plumage. It's what I call hobo chic.
Yeah, for me, I'm just glad I can grow some hair on my head. It may be underneath my chin, but hey,
underneath the chin.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've got this hobo chic beard. I might actually have to hire like a rail car and put it in the back garden and live in that, but freight car.
Yeah.
But yeah, these big Ponzi Babylonian beards that just look stupid. It's like, no.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. It is weird though, isn't it, when you see some of the face furniture. You think, what part of standing in front of the mirror do you think made that look good?
It's weird how moustaches completely have vanished, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the handlebar moustache seems to have gone, doesn't it? It's gone the way of the dodo.
If any of us grew a moustache, we'd look like a complete spoon.
Yeah, Ted can rock a moustache.
Yeah, and if you look at pictures in the 70s when people had moustaches, a lot of them look quite good.
Yeah.
So I reckon if I was an adult in the 70s and I had a moustache, I would look quite good. But if I'm an adult now and I've got a moustache, it's not happening.
No, you get mistaken for Ron Jeremy, wouldn't you, mate? You know what I mean?
No, I tried it once. I tried growing the proper... what was it? We did for November at one point. And I tried growing the proper like Guy Fawkes thing where I've got any space now to draw. Where you have like the head. Yeah. Like that. And then I tried to do the proper like moustache like that and then the bit there.
Yeah.
That's got to be kind of that shape.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And I tried it and it unfortunately you kind of need dark hair to do that because it didn't really work.
Yeah. It's like, I did the moustache once and my missus went, where's your raincoat, mate? You want to lose that? Okay, love.
Yeah.
And it was a Movember thing, She said, grow your goatee back by all means, she said, but yeah.
I would like to have that kind of Jacobean moustache, like, and little beard. It does look, if you've got the hair for it and the shape, it looks kind of awesome. But I can't do it. I've not got the right hair type.
Well, I used to always have a full beard, but obviously once my hair fell out and I started shaving my head, it's like, well, where would you end a full beard? It would look odd, wouldn't it, just walking around with a full beard? Yeah.
It's like me, if I cut my hair to a number 2, I'm not obviously shaven. So I do have the thing of, hang on, where do I actually let the beard grow from?
It's like... That's why I went for a goatee in the end, because it was like, well... where would you end the sideys? Because, I shaved my head. So,
Technically, it's not a goatee if you've got the moustache. It's a Van Dyke.
Yeah, I know. You just want to be picky now.
I'm just making sure you know the fact.
Oh, God, I'm not that uneducated, dude.
I'm letting the people know.
Bloody hell. Make me out to be a moron, eh?
I didn't know if you knew.
Yes, I do know. You've mentioned it many a times when you've corrected me in the past.
There you go. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah, my apologies. It's a Van Dyke that I wear, Fox.
There you go.
Here now. I don't know. Yeah. Retro says, what's that? And just the moustache is a very 70s adult film star. Absolutely, mate. Especially if you're rocking a perm as well.
Oh, God. My dad used to have a moustache for many, many years.
Yeah.
When we were all born, he had a moustache. Then one day he came out without it on. We all just burst into, all three of us like, I don't like it. Go away. He had to grow it back because we didn't like him without it. That was in the 70s. Yeah, I haven't got the hair for a moustache, sadly.
No, I mean moustaches on their own. It is something where you've got a really good thick moustache, then it works. But if it's a wispy little 14-year-old moustache, it's not a good look, is it? It looks like a smudge. Looks like you've been painting Warhammer and rubbed your lip, doesn't it?
It's like if you or I grew just a moustache, we'd be walking around thinking, I look like a dick, I look like a dick, I look like a... And everybody'd be thinking that. But then you see something like, you watch like A Touch of Frost and like Frost has got a moustache. You don't even give it a second thought.
No, that's right. Tom Selleck, when he had his moustache, no one ever gave it a second thought because it was a good moustache, wasn't it? Let's be honest, it was proper.
Yeah. Freddie Mercury, you don't give it a second thought.
Don't give it a second thought. You know.
Who else got a moustache? Can't think of it now.
Didn't Brosnan have a moustache for a while? Piers Brosnan.
We don't talk about Piers Brosnan.
Trying to think. Who's the one who had the big handlebar moustache? Who used to be on the telly. Oh, what's his name? Well, that was a good moustache. But then I couldn't imagine Brian Blessed with a moustache and not a beard.
No, he needs a beard. Yeah, you can't have Brian Blessed without... I mean, Brian Blessed without a beard of any kind is weird because if you watch I, Claudius, of course, he's Augustus.
He's clean shaven, wasn't he?
Yeah, and it's weird. It's not right. It's like Brian Blessed naked. It's not right.
Paul J. Lewis says, anyway, good stream again, guys. Until next time, if you're in the hangout over the weekend, be seeing you. No worries, Paul. Not a problem, mate. Yeah, we'll be coming off air shortly anyway, mate. We've had our 1 hour wibble.
Put my Sharpies away, so I'm not going to draw anything else now.
Oh, mate. Yeah.
I bought a pack of 20 Sharpies and it was very satisfying to now know that I own 20 black Sharpies.
Oh, it's only black. I've got the full Technicolor range in my Eddie the Head.
No, I just needed them for labelling stuff and like...
just for Jeff.
Oh, like that. Cool.
Yeah.
No, I didn't need coloured ones. I just wanted a black one for like writing on bits of tape and stuff.
Do like a Sharpie, I must admit.
Yeah, can't go wrong with Sharpies, can you?
No, but don't make the mistake of putting them on the models because, they can. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they go blue, they colour, they fade. And if you put Sharpie down, I did this once. I marked off some things on a model with a Sharpie on the plastic.
Pardon me. Yeah.
So I was testing something out, so I thought, well, if I put that there, and I was testing out some camouflage or something, and I drew lines on it.
Yeah.
Thinking, well, I'm going to prime over it. So will this work? And I drew the shapes of the camera. Yeah, that'll work fine. Primed over it, painted over it. Week later, there's dirty, bluey, splurgy lines that just blend through the paint.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, it's a bit like if you paint gloss paint over a knot on a bit of wood, it'll always leach through, and it's the same of them, innit? Bloody things.
Well, a lot of people say, oh, I do like outlining on the edges and stuff with Sharpies. Like, don't, because it'll fade in the sunlight. It'll go blue and horrible.
Yeah, a lot of people used to do it with the car windscreens, didn't they? And it's like, oh, you're going to regret that.
Yeah, that's why you get your Uniposca pens, because they're just acrylic paint and they're permanent.
Yeah, they're a good pen. I do like them, the Uniposcas, I must admit. But
when I did George's big Cesabi, all the outlining on that was a mixture of ink with a brush and Uniposca paint pens.
Yeah.
And that's light fast. It'll be black forever, that.
Yeah.
Sharpie will go horrible.
Sharpies. Yeah.
It breaks down, doesn't it, in the sunlight and then goes blue. And
yeah, for some reason it just causes issues, doesn't it? I don't think I've ever come across anyone that's had success with one of them on a kit.
No, they're not light fast at all.
It's like, you're going to regret doing that.
Yeah, but it's weird the way they bleed through any paint on top and they just punch their way through. It's horrible.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. I'm trying to think what I used them on. I think it was when I was cutting some styrene for one of my early scratch builds, and there was just a faint edge that had Sharpie on it, and it still bled through.
Yeah, that little bit where you drew a cock and balls on the plastic card and then painted over it.
Yeah.
That model that you made for the Veterans Association Club.
Yeah, the one that you write a big swear word in. Yeah. And you're like, I really shouldn't have put that window there because I could actually read that F off written through there. Yeah.
That's gone wrong, hasn't it? Oh, no.
Yeah. Didn't you do that on a Falcon?
No, my friend drew a cock and balls inside a Fine Molds Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
That I was about to send off to the person who just paid 800 quid for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But luckily it was inside. But I shipped it to him with the cockpit tube not attached, so he could put it on when it got there.
Yeah.
And I had to hope that when he put the cockpit tube on, he didn't actually look inside, because we realised you could actually see it if you looked at the right angle. I guess he never saw it.
Oh.
Because I sign it inside, you see.
Yeah. You sign your kits, yeah.
Away from the bench, my friend was. I was like, oh, at least you did it on the inside. It was completely visible if you look where the cockpit tube goes. I'm like, oh, no, oh.
Oh, brilliant.
So I actually never noticed anyway.
I used to always put an egg in a kit, something that, like, say, for instance, if it was a World War II tank, you'd have someone holding a phone or reading a paper from the 70s or 80s or whatever. Now my kits have a bit of raggy in them because it's the thing, but...
I always write something in my models. I'll either do a little signature with a little doodle, or if it's a big model and I can do it, I'll actually include a small note.
Oh, right, yeah.
So in my Dodge Charger,
there
are actually 2 Post-it notes folded up with a message on in that Dodge Charger.
Yeah, normally I'll have my initials somewhere with the date in the corner, but yeah.
I think every Baneblade I've built has had a note inside it. Not that you'd ever find it without destroying it and breaking it into little pieces.
Yeah, but it's there.
Yeah, and I mean a physical piece of paper with a note written on it. So they've had notes written on. So
me and H used to always do the message in a bottle whenever we was down on holiday.
Yeah.
Don't know why, it was just something we used to do.
I remember reading something about somebody that bought like an antique once, and it was an antique something or other, and it was hundreds of years old, and then it got damaged, and this note from inside it fell out, which was put in when the thing was, whatever it was, when it was made.
Yeah.
So it was a note from hundreds and hundreds of years ago at manufacture of this object, like a vase or something, in a little hollow bit, and it was this note saying, "Hello, my name is blah blah," and it was like, wow, and that's.
A lot of the old furniture makers used to do it, didn't they? And clock makers, with grandfather clocks and that, used to put a little memento in the mechanism or in the casing,
So I love the idea that, I love the idea that like in 500 years, somebody will drop one of my Baneblades and smash it open. There'll be a little note in there.
Yeah, but I don't know, it's just something makes it more personal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's weird, isn't it?
I'm taking myself back to synthesizers, but every time I bought a synthesizer when I was younger, I used to open it up and write little notes inside.
First thing I used to do if I bought a stereo or a VCR or anything like that is you'd get home, you'd take the screws out and have a look inside, wouldn't you? Like, how does this work? I put all kinds of little messages and things inside my old synth. So all the people that bought my synthesizers, at some point they'll have to get them repaired. Yeah.
The old analog ones. And there's probably, I can't remember what the messages were. They're probably really embarrassing nowadays. I was in 18, 19. Little doodles inside these classic old vintage 1980s synths that I'm writing crap inside them in a marker pen.
Well, I wonder how many people have been in the hospital room that I stayed in and have looked up at the back of the light when they've been laid there and they see Festa 67's workshop sticker stuck up under there.
Good lad.
Because it had to be done, and I often sit here giggling at myself thinking, I wonder how many people have seen that.
Yeah, you wonder if it's still there or if it survived cleaning.
Yeah, because it's right up where you lay in the bed. You got the steel, like a fluorescent light that goes across. It's the casing. The back of the casing, there was a small gap between the casing and the veneered cabinet that was above it that had all the sockets for the oxygen and all of that lot. And I've managed to wedge it right up in there and get it stuck there so that as soon as anyone lays down and looks up, they just go, oh, look, there's a sticker. What does that say? Yeah.
And I remember when Mama Wolf first went in to hospital last year, she was in this room for a bit and I did a little doodle on the whiteboard.
Yeah.
And then about 6 months later, she was in again. And she wasn't in the same ward, but I had occasion to walk past that ward in the room she had been in, and the doodle was still there. They'd obviously just left it and worked around it.
Yeah.
Whenever they wrote stuff on the board, they just, because it was a little doodle of a character, it was like a little silly doodle. It was still there. Brilliant.
Got to be done, though, isn't it? Oh, I
with
was
the little,
proper
with
dishing
the
out the stickers and postcards and that when I was in there. It's like, yeah, have a sticker. I've got a YouTube channel, you know. Someone said to me that would be a good idea, and I took it literally. It's like, oh, I'm a YouTuber, didn't you know? Yeah.
Yes, I'm a YouTuber, don't you know? I'm a GNU. How do you do?
If it's got to be done, isn't it? You just sit there and you think, yeah, where's the most stupidest place that you can put a sticker? It's like, yeah, on it went. It's like, yeah. Why not? It's all pimpage.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you've got to pimp your bitch. There you go. I mean, pimp your bitch, not pimp your bitch.
Yes, as the person who didn't pimp his stream tonight. Yeah, I know. I'm bad.
Yeah, failage.
Failage. Anyway, I suppose it's 5 a.m. We better go and let everyone disappear. Jeff says, I've seen at least one note in a very old radio, if I recall. It commemorated it as a gift from and to someone. Kind of neat to find. Exactly, mate. It is really nice. And, yeah. A lot of the luthiers used to sign inside guitars, Jeff, where the pickups go. Normally, if you take the pickups out, you'll see a signature behind them in the wood.
Did your thing just pop out quite nicely then?
Oh, yeah, my grot tank just ching. Yeah.
I just saw this cloud appear. Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's good. I so wish I'd put it on a spring like a cuckoo clock. Where
that'd be some serious engineering. See the doors open.
Yeah, the doors open on the hour, every hour, and the grot tank goes, yeah.
You have like the sound of a grot going, ah!
It would be. Yeah, I'd have to buy a cuckoo clock now and strip it down, wouldn't I? Yeah.
Oh, orchify a cuckoo clock. Do it.
Oh, that would be fun. Little grot comes out instead of a cuckoo.
We'll turn the cuckoo clock into like a giant. You've got your boss bunker head, haven't you?
Yes.
Something like a big oak base.
Yeah, that'd work, wouldn't it?
A cheap, crappy cuckoo clock, right? But just make it look like a big oak building of some sort.
Yeah.
If you get all big enough, I like a Dakar jet coming out.
See, now you're deliberately you're setting me a challenge now, aren't you?
Yeah. Or maybe not a Dakar jet, but you could get like one of the oak death copters because they're smaller. That come out on a string.
Yeah.
On a stick. It'd
be different, wouldn't it? Jeff says, thanks for the live stream, guys. Take care, everyone. No worries, mate. Just the usual short 5-hour stream for tonight, folks.
Yeah, the usual short, endless.
We always say before we go live, yeah, we'll try not to make it a long one tonight. But, yeah.
And then we'd make it a long one.
Yeah, but it's nice, isn't it, the Fridays, isn't it? Because with the Fridays, we just chillax and goon around, don't we, at the end of the day? Mock each other in the crowd.
I'm getting pleased with that lamp now. It's growing on me.
It's growing on you now, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, growing on me as I'm looking at it.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, looks good,
anyway,
mate.
It's bedtime.
We're going to love and leave you, folks, and see you on the next one. Are you streaming later on today, mate?
All being well, if Mama Wolf gets her ass out of bed on time, then I shall stream some Skyrim later on this afternoon, about 5 or half 5.
There you go. I'll be back 12:30 tomorrow with the Sunday brunch. It's the gallery show on Sunday with Dave, so we'll get to see all your work. And then me and Fox will be back for Warhammer Sunday, where it's more Lehman Russ, mate, isn't it?
Warhammer Sunday. Oh, yeah, we've got to get back to that. We've got
to get back to Lehman Russ. Lehman Russ. And yeah, look, we got stompers, and they're a bit big, dude, aren't they now?
They're a bit ridiculous, aren't they?
They are a bit mad, aren't they? Do you think we've got carried away again, haven't we?
I don't think that's possible for us.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the thing we can actually do.
I think we need to go and sit in that room and reflect on our actions, don't we, mate?
I need to go and sit in that room and do more Rust.
Yeah, I've got that to do on the Warlick yet, mate. Oh, dear.
You know what's really funny? You look at this, right, and you look, here's this big, massive thing, and it's like dirty, great, big gun goes off screen.
Yeah.
You don't realise how big this gun actually is until you see it in real life. Yeah. Yeah,
they are a thing of beauty, I must admit. It's grown on me as time's gone on.
Yeah. In its own way, it's a thing of beauty in its own.
Yeah.
Its own bizarre.
They're unique, aren't they? I mean, this is Stompers our way, isn't it, mate?
We'll have to do some research how to paint the horns, but...
Yeah. Rightio, folks, we'll love and leave you, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks for joining us both. Thanks kindly for your support, folks. Thanks for the super chats, everyone. Massively appreciated. And we'll see you for some more shenanigans on Sunday, folks. Stay safe, stay well. Get a love. Bye for now.
Adios, amigos.
Bye.
Big hand of doom.